Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 1 Part 2. Chapter 47 Fierce Battle at Blackwater City AI. In Castellan's mansion, 6 nobles entered the hall one after another. Castellan, Audestine, and Baron Vingelt were already waiting in the hall. Seeing the 6 of them, Audestine immediately stood up. Everyone, please have a seat. Today I've invited everyone here to discuss an important matter of Blackwater City. Are you talking about the issue of the robbers? Sir Castellan, we don't know where those robbers are coming from. They appear suddenly and attack our territory. We've already sent our knights to protect the territory. There won't be any large problem at the moment, Baron Parman said. Baron Vingelt, who was beside him, squinted his eyes and glanced sideways at Baron Parman. A cold, killing intent flashed in his gaze. Back then, he had asked in name of Tureth for Baron Parman's daughter, Avril's hands. In the end, Baron Parman decided to let Avril to be engaged to Merlin. On top of that, he did that while most of the noble families in Blackwater City were in attendance. Baron Vingelt hated Baron Parman and old Wilson to their bones. Hee. Baron Parman, the Castellan didn't gather everyone here to discuss the robber issue today. Vingelt laughed coldly in high pitch. Baron Parman's expression changed. Then, he looked at Castellan Audestine and asked in a low voice, Sir Castellan, you didn't gather us here to talk about how we can deal with the robbers. Castellan Audestine seemed cold and detached. He shot a glance at Vingelt, seemingly unsatisfied with Vingelt's interruption. However, he still spoke slowly. No, I didn't gather everyone here to discuss the robber issue. After a pause, Audestine continued his talk, but Baron Parman stood up suddenly. He said coldly, since it's not about the robbers, then I shall first take my leave. I still have some matters to attend to in the territory. Baron Parman's expression was grim and he turned around to leave. However, when he reached the door, he was immediately blocked by a few knights from the city defense troop. Their swords gave off a chilly gleam. Not only Baron Parman, even the other nobles' expression changed slightly. In terms of status, they were all barons and were equal to Audestine, only that Audestine was the Castellan, so he had a larger influence in the city. Now that he had stopped Baron Parman from leaving forcefully, this was already considered a serious challenge. Audestine, what do you mean by this? Baron Parman asked loudly in anger. Audestine's expression was dark. At this time, Baron Vingelt stood up and said coldly, Sir Castellan, since it's inconvenient for you to say it, let me do the work. Actually, it's simple. Sir Castellan and I have already returned to the embrace of God and became members of the Church. The Church will follow the will of the God of Light and replace the royal family to become the kingdom's master. Now, it's your turn to choose. Baron Vingelt's words were overwhelming. Baron Parman and the others still could not believe it, so they turned their gazes to Castellan Audestine. Audestine, is Vingelt speaking the truth? You've gone to the church? Baron Parman questioned him in a strict tone. Audestine's gaze toward Vingelt showed a slight hint of regret, but he was clear that he had to accomplish what Wizard Jason had mentioned if he wanted to strengthen his future social standing in Blackwater City. Thinking of this, Audestine could only nod and said lightly, the Church of Light will follow God's will and replace the royal family. This is already a fact. You may not have received the news yet, but most parts of the kingdom are already under the control of the Church. So, you should make your choice. Wizard Jason is now in Castellan's mansion. He said that if you're willing to return to the embrace of God, then he won't mind your previous mistakes and will allow you to become a member of the church. As Augustin finished his words, up to hundreds of city defense troop knights rushed in and flooded the hall and stared at Baron Parman and others with hostility. Many nobles had fallen silent. After a while, Baron Parman suddenly pulled out his sword and laughed sardonically. Augustin, don't forget about the ones who have bestowed your baron title to Augustin family. Augustin's expression darkened and said with a cold smile, Baron Parman, the Augustin family's ancestors have fought for the baron title in battle. It wasn't bestowed by anyone. Baron Vingelt stared at Baron Parman darkly and said, Baron Parman, are you still thinking Wilson will come to save your day? He. I don't mind telling you now. The robbers who attack the towns around Blackwater City are disguised by the guardian swordsmen of the church. I'm afraid Wilson, whom you have placed hope on, will never come back again. Wilson, is he really dead? Baron Parman seemed a little sad. He was very close to old Wilson, and their relationship was like brothers. Knowing Wilson's grievous news, he could not help but felt a sense of melancholy. Everyone, it's time for you to make your choice. Augustin's expression darkened. Suddenly, the city defense troop knights around them appeared more murderous than before. Do we have a choice? After a long while, a noble asked helplessly. He put down his sword willingly. Augustin felt a tinge of happiness. Suddenly, when he was about to say something, the whole ground seemed to tremble lightly. He could faintly hear a series of shouts coming from outside of Castellan's mansion. In the name of Knight's glory, charge! In the name of Knight's glory, charge! The shouts became clearer in time and were filled with an austere atmosphere. It's Wilson. Wilson is here. Hearing the shouts, Baron Parman immediately became worked up. This slogan was too familiar to him. Every time this slogan was shouted, it indicated the arrival of Wilson and his heavy-armored knights. Not good. It's Wilson's heavy-armored knights. Augustin and Baron Vingelt exchanged a glance, both expressing shock. They had heard directly from Wizard Jason that Wilson had died in his territory. However, it was obviously Wilson who had led his heavy-armored knights to attack Castellan's mansion right now. Only the nobles of Blackwater City knew deeply how terrifying the heavy-armored knights of Wilson was. Even up to thousands of city defense troop knights, they still could not defend against Wilson's heavy-armored knights. Quick! Notify Wizard Jason. Augustin thought of Wizard Jason in the first hour and immediately prepared to walk to the back. Bang! The door in the hall was smashed to pieces by a strong force. A muscular man who wore black armor directly came crashing into the hall. His whole body was engulfed in flames. Drops of red blood were dripping from his sword. A violent aura filled his entire being. The man was old Wilson. He crashed into the hall and scanned the crowd. After seeing Augustin, Baron Vingelt, Baron Parman, and others, he flashed a smile on him. It seems I'm not too late. Old Wilson's voice was a little hoarse as he held his sword and strode forward. Chapter 48 Too Weak. Chapter 48 Too Weak. In Wilson Castle, Macy was watching the entrance of the basement as the door opened. Right at that instant, she used up all her strength to slash the sword at the figure standing outside the door. The speed of the sword was fast, but the figure was even quicker. He got hold of Macy's arm instantly. Macy, it's me. The familiar voice and figure stunned Macy for a while. Instead, it was Fatty Gut, with mixed emotions, said in an exaggerated way, Merlin har har. I didn't think it was you. If you don't come any sooner, I'm afraid we can't get out of this mess right. Where's Tureth? Gut looked around but he did not see any of Tureth's men. He thought it was odd. He saw with his own eyes that Tureth had led hundreds of knights into the castle. Gut, why are you here? Merlin stared at Gut with an odd expression. The butler came forward and explained, Young Master Merlin, it's all thanks to young Master Gut this time. If he didn't risk his life to alert us of the danger, we would already be dead by now. Merlin stared at Gut from top to bottom seriously this time and said earnestly, Gut, I'm thankful that you've alerted Macy. At this time, alerting the people at Wilson Castle came with a great risk. Once he was found, he would be tied down with the whole Dudland family. Fatty Gut rubbed his hands and shook his head quickly. He said with an awkward smile, Actually, it's not much. You're my friend. How can I not help you? However, in the end, I didn't get to do much as well. Until now, Gut was still terrified. Not only he did not help much, he almost brought himself right into this mess. Macy had also recovered from her shock and looked at Merlin from top to bottom. Only after she found that Merlin was not injured, she sighed in relief and asked in a soft voice, Merlin, did you come back with father? Where is he? Merlin told her the current situation. Father has gone to Castellan's mansion, while Uncle Pratt and I brought our men to the castle. We found that you're not among the bodies in the castle, so I guessed you must be in the basement. At this point, footsteps could be heard coming from outside. General Pratt came in hurriedly and said to Merlin, Young Master Merlin, the enemy in the castle have been eliminated. Only a small number of knights have run away. It may not be safe here. We should go to the gate and wait for Sir Baron. General Pratt was stained with blood. His beautiful, silvery white armor was now painted with blood. His whole being smelled of a stinking blood stench that induced fear in others. Merlin, has Tureth run away? Gut asked in doubt. He. How can Tureth run away? He is caught by young Master Merlin, and I ended his life with my own hands just now. Pratt showed a cruel smile. It could be seen that he must have used a cruel method to torture Tureth in all ways before letting him die. Merlin caught him. Gut stared at Merlin with an odd expression. He only realized that Merlin seemed different than before. His eyes revealed a sort of confidence all the time. Let's leave first. Go to the gate and meet Father. Merlin did not want to explain much on this question, so he brought them out of Wilson Castle. However, just when he reached the hall, Macy, Gut, and others saw the bodies on the floor. The thick blood stench had even caused Macy to go pale. The fatty could still take it, but when he saw Tureth's body, he could not endure it anymore. He threw up in terror. Tureth's body laid on the ground with a contorted expression. Anyone could see that he had gone through horrible torture when he was still alive. Merlin took a glance at Pratt, while the latter simply sneered. Pratt did not think there was anything wrong with this. When he was with old Wilson at the slaughterhouse, he had watched scenes which were 100 times crueler than this. Merlin and the rest did not waste any time and left the castle. Many knights were waiting outside for them. Merlin scanned the crowd and realized that he only had around 60 knights with him. During his fight with Tureth, albeit Merlin's spells were at their advantage, he had still lost nearly 40 knights. Upon thinking about this, Merlin could not help but worry about old Wilson. The security at Castellan's mansion would be way tighter than this. Up to thousands of city defense troop knights were all stationed around Castellan's mansion. Even if old Wilson's heavy armored knights were incredible, they would still sustain a lot of damage. Quickly, to the city gate." Merlin immediately brought the remaining knights to the city gate. After sending Macy, big-breasted Madam, and the butler into the carriage, Merlin turned around and said to Pratt, "Uncle Pratt, you stay here and protect Macy and Madam. I'm a little worried about father's situation, so I want to go to Castellan's mansion immediately." Pratt thought about it for a while. When he recalled Merlin's identity as a spellcaster, he thought Merlin's safety should be guaranteed, so he nodded. "Young Master Merlin, please be at ease. I'll definitely protect young lady and Madam." Merlin did not know how to ride a horse, so he asked a knight to bring him to Castellan's mansion. When he was about to leave, Macy popped her head out of the carriage and said hurriedly to him, "Merlin, what use do you have by going there? Father is protected by the heavy armored knights. He must be fine. You'll only cause trouble for father if you go." "Cause trouble?" Merlin looked strangely at Macy, only realizing that Macy and the others did not know of his identity as a spellcaster. Thus, his mouth quirked into a smile as he pointed to the city gate nonchalantly. Boom! A fireball crashed onto the city gate. A hole was burnt through the gate, which was already crumbling in the first place. Then, ignoring Macy's shock, Merlin let his knight bring him to Castellan's mansion. Macy and Gut stared at the huge hole on the thick-walled gate, wide-mouthed. They could not utter a word for a long while. In Castellan's mansion, old Wilson strode toward Augustin step by step, the aura around his hole being pressed onto everyone like a heavy rock. "Imposing aura, are you coming close to become a third-level elemental swordsman?" Augustin asked with a bitter smile after he felt old Wilson's shapeless, imposing air. Only third-level elemental swordsmen and above could possibly understand aura and use the element's aura to suppress his enemy. "Wilson, what's going to happen? Even if you return today, the church will replace the royal family. It's what the current situation is heading to. Returning here today only will give your life away." "Augustin, you don't have to be courteous. We're both second-level elemental swordsmen. Why should we be afraid of him?" Baron Vingelt quickly unsheathed his sword, and his whole body emitted an earthy yellow light. This was the light of earth element. He was a second-level earth swordsman. Earth swordsmen specialized in defense. It would take a large amount of effort for a third-level elemental swordsman to defeat a second-level earth swordsman. Thus, Baron Vingelt was not afraid of old Wilson. He held his sword with both hands and blocked right in front of old Wilson. Old Wilson was covered in flames. After seeing Baron Vingelt, a hint of mock flashed across his eyes. Flame cleave. Old Wilson moved. An undecorated sword slashed right at Baron Vingelt straight from top to down as Baron Vingelt prepared himself. The earthy yellow on him was already at its thickest. Bang! Vingelt stared at old Wilson in disbelief. In just one swing, old Wilson had blasted him off. He fell on the ground. He had no chance to strike back at all. Baron Vingelt and old Wilson had fought for numerous years. It was his first time feeling so hopeless like now. "You're too weak, Vingelt. You're not worthy of becoming my opponent." Old Wilson simply spared a glance at Baron Vingelt, who was on the floor now. Then, without minding him, old Wilson turned his gaze to the Castellan. Augustin was his opponent. Chapter 49 Battle of Spellcaster's Eye. Chapter 49 Battle of Spellcaster's Eye. Old Wilson placed his gaze on Augustin. Augustin also raised his head as he sensed old Wilson's violent aura. He took a glance at Baron Vingelt indifferently, then showed a dejected expression. He said in a low voice, "Wilson, I'm not your opponent." Ordestin was very clear that old Wilson could injure Vingalt, who specialized in defense, badly with one hit. Ordestin could not do it because he was far behind old Wilson. Right at this time, sounds of footsteps could be heard from the outside. Some knights rushed in rapidly. They were the knights brought by old Wilson. Other heavy-armored knights were still fighting with the knights from City Defense Troop. A knight approached old Wilson's side quickly and said, "Sir Baron, more and more knights from City Defense Troop have gathered outside. We should leave as soon as possible." Old Wilson understood well that Castellan's mansion was not her place to stay long, but before that, he would not let Ordestin go easily. "Ordestin, you collude with the church, trying to put me to death now. I'm giving you a chance. Pick up your sword and fight with me in a proper match. Defeat me, then I'll spare your life," old Wilson said. Ordestin and he had always been said as the strongest people in Blackwater City, but they had never fought in a match before. However, old Wilson had absolute confidence in himself. Ordestin took a glance at old Wilson and said coldly, "Wilson, if you don't leave now, you may never leave again." "Har har. Ordestin, who can stop me? You were your City Defense Troop." Old Wilson's aura gradually increased and indistinctly suppressed Ordestin. His sword also shone a sharp flame. "Pick up your sword, Ordestin." Standing in front of Ordestin, old Wilson's muscular body was just like a large piece of shadow hovering over Ordestin. Old Wilson did not hesitate at all. He swung his sword and slashed at his opponent. Furious flame rubbed against the air, causing a sizzling sound. The move was horrendous. Ordestin seemed a little pale. He had to move, so he quickly picked up his sword, and raging flame burst out of his sword. Just like old Wilson, he was a fire swordsman. Bang! Both, who was named the strongest in Blackwater City back then, had now engaged in a battle. The ferocious flames intertwined and dispersed directly. Meanwhile, Ordestin took a few steps back. His sword was, in fact, covered with cracks and could not stand any hit anymore. Old Wilson remained unmoved. The outcome had been decided. "Ordestin, you're also too weak. Back in those years, you're filled with boundless enthusiasm. In these years, you've put aside your cultivation for the position of Castellan. You've disappointed me." Old Wilson shook his head and was greatly disappointed. In those times, Ordestin and he were named the strongest people in Blackwater City, both equal in power. However, 10 years had gone by. Ordestin was no way stronger than old Wilson. Die! Old Wilson had no plan to let Ordestin go. He raised his sword up high, and the flame on the sword burnt even more ferociously, emitting scorching heat. The knights around him all felt the heat. Ordestin could not block this hit no matter how. The sword slashed toward Ordestin quickly, and the aura suppressed him. This Castellan, who used to be in high spirits, did not even have the courage to raise his sword now. He simply closed his eyes in silence, waiting for the moment of death to arrive. Bang! A dull noise was heard. Old Wilson's expression changed slightly. His sword had not killed Ordestin. Instead, a bright, white light had blocked in front of Ordestin. It was this light that had caused old Wilson to take a few steps back. The heavy, black armor he wore also let out a creaking noise. Apparently, the impact of the force was too great. "Who is it?" Old Wilson looked in front in an alert. Behind Ordestin, a middle-aged man had appeared since some time ago. He wore a white robe that had silver-crossed swords sewn on it. Wizard Jason. Ordestin saw the white-robed man and was elated. He had almost forgotten that Wizard Jason from the church was around. Augustin did not know Wizard Jason well. He only knew slightly that Wizard Jason was a person who had a special power and could easily defeat an elemental swordsman. Even the evil heretic that appeared in Blackwater City back then could not win against Wizard Jason. Thus, as soon as Wizard Jason had arrived, Augustin was extremely excited, as if he had caught hold of a life-saving straw. "A wizard," from the Inquisitor Old Wilson's tone sounded serious. He saw the silvery crossed swords on Wizard Jason's white robe. He was rather familiar with this logo. When he was in the slaughterhouse, he saw many people in the same sort of clothes. They were all wizards from the most mysterious Inquisitor in Church of Light. The wizards of the church were the ones who could fight the strong spellcasters from the kingdom of Black Moon. The white light earlier should be the spell cast by Wizard Jason. "Baron Wilson, you're the one who has survived the slaughterhouse. You should be aware of how strong we, the church, are. Put down your weapon. If you have a sincere heart and believe in the God of Light willingly, then you're still a God's child." Wizard Jason's expression was calm. His whole being was filled with a friendly aura, causing others to feel that he was extremely kind and sincere. "God will not instigate you to commit these foolish acts." Old Wilson raised his sword again, and his aura became even stronger. The raging flames appeared as if they were about to blast through the critical point. Old Wilson had already reached the peak of second level fire swordsman and could possibly go into third level any time. Wizard Jason shook his head slightly. With his indifferent tone, he said calmly, "Wilson, your soul has fallen. If you oppose God, your soul may never be at rest." After saying that, Wizard Jason reached out his pale hands and thick white light was emitted from his body. He chanted softly. Swoosh! Bundles of light crashed toward Old Wilson at an incredible speed. Old Wilson was not able to attend to everything at all. Moreover, these white bundles had a strong impact. Every time they hit Old Wilson's black armor, the armor with great defensive ability would let out creaking noises. This indicated that even the strong armor could not stand Wizard Jason's spell attack and would break anytime. Once the armor crumbled, Old Wilson had no way of blocking Wizard Jason's strong spell, no matter how excellent his physical attribute was. Only in an instant, Old Wilson, who had an advantage earlier, was in a dangerous situation now. After Wizard Jason had appeared, the situation had quickly gone dire. Chapter 50 Battle of Spellcasters IA. Chapter 50 Battle of Spellcasters Roman 2. It was very quiet in the street near Castellan's mansion in Blackwater City. Usually, this place would be very crowded. However, sometimes some people would stick their heads out of their house and look at the direction of Castellan's mansion. They were observing the situation. The yelling sounds that came from Castellan's mansion and the bloody stench spread in the air had halted them from going out. Suddenly, a horse dashed past them. Looking at its direction, it was heading toward Castellan's mansion. On the horse were Merlin and the young knight, Yeags. "Yeags, are you afraid?" Merlin suddenly asked the young knight. Yeags' face was bright red from the cold, but his gaze faintly highlighted his determination. He shook his head. "Young Master Merlin, to be honest, in the territory, I was scared when I faced so many robbers. However, after looking at Sir Baron and his heavy-armored knights, I suddenly became fearless. With Sir Baron and the invincible heavy-armored knights around, we'll always win." Merlin smiled. This young knight had been deeply captured by the heavy-armored knights. He now only wished to join them and become one of them. You'll become one of the heavy-armored knights and even a great knight in the future. Merlin could see the courage, determination, and persistence from this young knight's eyes. If he lived this time, he would become someone great. The young knight rode very quickly. They could already see Castellan's mansion from far away. Young Master Merlin, it seems like Sir Baron has already moved. The city defense troop cannot defend against the heavy armored knights. The young knight saw the bodies lying around by the roadside. They were all the knights from city defense troop, and rarely would they see the bodies of heavy armored knights led by old Wilson. Merlin had to exclaim in his heart. Old Wilson had proven himself to be a strong soldier who survived the slaughterhouse. The heavy armored knights he trained, albeit only 200 of them, had won numerous times under old Wilson's command. No matter if they were dealing with the guardian swordsmen of the church who were disguised as robbers in the territory or attacking the city defense troop at Castellan's mansion, the heavy armored knights had always gotten the better of the situation. "Follow the direction of these bodies," Merlin said in a low voice. He knew that these bodies must be killed by the heavy armored knights. Following the direction of these bodies would surely get him to old Wilson. Merlin and the young knight kept dashing toward Castellan's mansion. Gradually, the bodies on the ground increased. They could faintly hear the killing sound. "Young Master Merlin, look at that. It's the heavy armored knights, but they seem to be trapped," Yeags yelled loudly, and Merlin also raised his head. He saw many knights from city defense troop gathered in front of the castle. They formed a large circle and had encircled the heavy armored knights led by old Wilson. "Get in there. Farther must be in there." Looking at this situation, Merlin became worried about old Wilson's situation. The young knight did not care about anything else. He simply controlled his horse and ran toward the encirclement. In the hall, old Wilson was in imminent danger. The white light in Wizard Jason's hands appeared one after another. Like zero-level spells, Wizard Jason could cast this spell continuously for many times without wasting a lot of magic power. However, even if it was a zero-level spell, it was not something old Wilson could defend against. Kachak. Finally, after receiving the attack for more than 10 times, old Wilson's armor finally could no longer withstand the attack. Cracks began to appear on the armor. Just like spider webs, the cracks spread out in an instant. Finally, the whole armor crumbled to the ground into pieces. Old Wilson was pale as he took a few steps back. He glared in an alert at Wizard Jason. After seeing that old Wilson's armor had crumbled, Wizard Jason showed a smile on his face. He said in a low voice, "It's the end." Swoosh! 3 bundles of white light were shot directly at old Wilson at an incredible speed. Without the protection of the armor, if any light was to hit old Wilson, the strong impact would be enough to kill him. Old Wilson seemed slightly ferocious. With a yell, the clothes he had on him all seemed to burst open due to the flexing of his muscle, showing his extremely strong body. Old Wilson was near 2 meters in height. Now that his muscle was flexed, his whole being had become taller than 2 meters. Also, he was surrounded by a sort of raging air, expressed strongly in the flames of his sword which burnt furiously. The air even became distorted due to the intense burning. Old Wilson was fighting with his life now, displaying his strongest force, his horrifying physical attributes, and his elemental force that had almost broken through to 3rd level were comparable to Angus, the elemental swordsman who was near to 4th level in the territory. However, old Wilson did not hold any hope when he faced Wizard Jason's fierce spell attack. Explode! Suddenly, a fist-like fireball flew into the hall, leaving smoke in the air. Following an indifferent voice outside of the door, the fireball exploded. The scorching fireball spread throughout the hall, and the terrifying explosion had directly destroyed Wizard Jason's spell. The 3 bundles of white light were immediately engulfed in the fire. The sudden change had caused everyone to be in shock and at a loss. However, old Wilson seemed to have guessed what was happening, and he immediately stepped backward, his eyes staring outside of the hall. As expected, a familiar figure slowly appeared in the hall. Merlin. Old Wilson took a deep breath and yelled with mixed emotion. His tone was full of happiness after surviving a disaster. If Merlin was late by a little, he was afraid he had already been killed. Wizard Jason squinted his eyes. When he had a clear look at Merlin's face, he could not maintain his calm expression anymore. He almost yelled in surprise, "It's you." Wizard Jason had obviously recognized Merlin. After Wizard Jason had killed Old Man Ether, he had checked Merlin with his own spell, but he did not find anything odd. However, the fireball that Merlin cast had clearly indicated his identity as a spell caster. This had caused Wizard Jason, the one who had checked Merlin himself, to take on a ghastly expression. "Wizard Jason, we've met again." Merlin was a little surprised as well. He did not think he would meet Wizard Jason once again. During Wizard Jason's battle with Old Man Ether, he had realized the strength of a spellcaster, so he had a deep impression about Wizard Jason. Now, Merlin had become a spellcaster himself who was even stronger than Old Man Ether. Merlin was not the same as before when he met Wizard Jason again. His stare toward Wizard Jason had also revealed his great confidence. The spellcasters simply stared at each other in silence. The atmosphere was tense as the battle would be triggered at any moment. Chapter 51 Battle of Spellcasters AI. Chapter 51 Battle of Spellcasters Roman 3. Till him. Without saying anything further, both moved. Swoosh! Wizard Jason's white robe moved without the presence of wind. Bundles of holy light were shot from his hands as if they were raindrops, and 5 pillars of light flew out in the blink of an eye. These 5 pillars of light were the zeroval spell Holy Light Bolt released by Wizard Jason. Every holy light bolt had immense strength. Even Old Wilson's specially tailored armor could not defend against Holy Light Bolt's multiple attacks. Merlin also refused to admit being inferior. His mind power suddenly stimulated the fireball's spell model in his awareness. Suddenly, 5 fist-like fireballs floated beside him. Though Merlin's fingers simply pointed, and the fireballs directly clashed into Wizard Jason's Holy Light Bolt. In red and white, both zeroval spells began to clash. Bang, bang, bang. The clashing sounds resembled the rumbling of thunder, causing everyone in the hall to temporarily lose their hearing. The terrifying thing was the flame and holy light that dispersed in all directions after the clash of spells. They had destroyed everything they met directly, almost as if they could do it easily. In a short while, the whole hall was in a mess. Wooden debris was scattered all around the floor, and even the bluestone bricks had turned charred black. "Though, we can't stay here any longer," Old Wilson said in a deep voice and waved his hands and brought his knights out from the hall quickly. Augustin, Vingelt, and others were the same. They had quickly gone out of the hall. If they were slightly touched by the remaining force of the spells, they would have to pay a heavy price. In the blink of an eye, the whole hall had been vacated. Only Merlin and Wizard Jason were still facing each other. "Your spell is even stronger than the evil heretic." Wizard Jason had an aghast expression. Merlin and he had only tested each other earlier. Through the clash earlier, Wizard Jason found that Merlin's magic power was greatly powerful. It was even about the same as Old Man Ether back then, so he was extremely shocked by this fact. Wizard Jason, where's your first-level spell? If you don't cast your first-level spell now, I'm afraid you don't have the chance to do so anymore. Merlin appeared calm. He knew Wizard Jason was a true first-level spell caster. Old Man Ether had died from Wizard Jason's first-level spell back then. Thus, Merlin was very cautious against Wizard Jason's first-level spell. First-level spell heretic. Even a zero-level spell is enough to deal with you. Wizard Jason shot him a haughty look. A thicker white light began to emit from his body. This was a sight that light element was rapidly gathering in him. Merlin's expression changed. As a first-level spellcaster, Wizard Jason was obviously stronger than Merlin in terms of recovery speed of magic power and mind power. If it was a duel that would exhaust magic power like this, Merlin would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Merlin naturally wanted to finish the battle as quickly as possible. Frost. Merlin suddenly cast Frost, the second spell he had grasped recently. Kachak, kachak. Almost as soon as Merlin's voice dropped, a chilly wind directly engulfed Wizard Jason. Ice crystals instantaneously appeared on Wizard Jason's body, completely freezing his lower half body. This sort of binding-type spell, albeit not strong in power, had a strong binding ability. Merlin even cast Frost 3 times to secure the bind on Wizard Jason. 3 frosts were already the limit Merlin had of casting normal frost. Of course, after 3 frosts, Merlin still had a chance of casting a large frost. However, in the current situation, 3 frosts were enough to bind Wizard's spell. He did not need to waste his precious large frost. After binding Wizard Jason, Merlin pointed at Wizard Jason with both hands and performed his strongest spell, Large Fireball. Boom! A gigantic fireball appeared out of nowhere, emitting scorching heat as if distorting the air. Merlin had almost cast Frost and Large Fireball at once, so Wizard Jason had changed his expression as soon as he realized he was bound. Explode! Merlin showed a slight smile. Wizard Jason did not even have the chance to cast his first-level spell. The body of a spellcaster was usually weaker, only slightly stronger than normies. Facing the large fireball, which was way stronger than the normal zero-level spell, Wizard Jason had no way of blocking it. Boom! The gigantic fireball exploded. Terrifying flame engulfed Wizard Jason's body. The whole hall was filled with ferocious flame. The inside of the gigantic fireball released by the large fireball was not stable to begin with, so its impact could cover about 10 meters in radius once exploded. Even Merlin had to retreat from the hall hurriedly. A scorching fiery air came straight at him and almost pushed him out of the hall. Kachak! Cracks that resembled spider webs began to appear on the sturdy white walls in the hall. They were formed from the direct impact of the explosion of Merlin's large fireball. Everyone was gawking at the hall with a wide mouth. That furiously burning flame was like the flame of a death god. Everyone felt a chill down their spine looking at it. 2 strong evil heretic having similar strength with the church wizard. He's simply too strong. Castellan Augustin sneaked a glance at Merlin. The strength Merlin and Wizard Jason showed had gone far beyond his understanding. With such terrifying strength, even thousands of knights could not stop Merlin alone. The flame in the hall slowly disappeared. Merlin, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, had changed his expression suddenly. Others might not be able to see the situation in the hall, but Merlin's mind power could see it clearly. He could faintly sense that the light element was still gathering rapidly in the hall. A gust of chilly wind blew from outside the castle, blowing away the dust in the hall. A figure stood before everyone's sight once again. Not dead. The dust had already dissipated in the hall, so everyone could clearly see Wizard Jason. The ice crystals on him were already gone since long ago. The crazy explosion just now seemed to have no effect on Wizard Jason at all. Even his white robe did not have a speck of dust on it. Chapter 52 Battle of Spellcasters If. Chapter 52 Battle of Spellcasters Roman 4. Wizard Jason did not die. Instead, he strode out of the hall step by step, glaring deadly at Merlin with a dark expression. Merlin was also observing Wizard Jason. He noticed that a translucent light shield had surrounded Wizard Jason's body. It kept absorbing light element from the outside. Spell scroll on top of that. It far exceeds formidable spell, Merlin murmured in a low voice. He could sense that translucent light shield on Wizard Jason was also a spell. Moreover, it was a high-level spell. It was not something Wizard Jason could cast. The only explanation for this was that Wizard Jason had a spell scroll on him. When Merlin had surprised him by casting Frost and Large Fireball, Wizard Jason felt that he was threatened, thus he took out the scroll and initiated the spell in the scroll. After Wizard Jason strode out of the hall, he seemed to have heard Merlin's murmur. He showed a hint of a smile as he said, "That's right. I have a spell scroll with me." The spell in the scroll is a purely defensive type second-level spell, Holy Light Ring. Lowly heretic, your plan did not work on me. Now it's your turn. Receive your judgment. Merlin squinted his eyes. A thick white light appeared from Wizard Jason's body. The raging light element was gathering, causing a sense of danger in Merlin's heart. He knew Wizard Jason was about to cast his formidable spell. Holy Light Adjudication as expected, Wizard Jason shouted while holding his palms together, as if he was praying. As soon as his voice dropped, pillars of white light quickly formed and blotted out the sky. Glimmering white light seemed to have covered up the sun in the sky. This was the formidable spell that had crushed all of Old Man Ether's hope. The spell had not formed itself completely. Merlin had already felt a large pressure on him. There was no wind before, but along with the release of the spell Holy Light Adjudication, gusts of wind came straight at him, almost causing Merlin unable to open his eyes. "Formidable spell, come at me," Merlin yelled. His mind power stimulated the spell model in his awareness in a frenzy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Balls of fire kept flying out of Merlin's hands, trying to stop the large piece of white light, but to no avail. Numerous fireballs were drowned by the white light, vanished forever. In Merlin's mind, he thought of the scene where Old Man Ether had cast fireball to burn himself into ashes. Maybe that showed how hopeless Old Man Ether was when he faced Holy Light Adjudication. Large fireball, Merlin yelled and cast fireball in a frenzy. When the gray frame had turned red, he cast large fireball without hesitation. The gigantic fireball appeared once more, but this time, Merlin was using large fireball to block Wizard Jason's formidable spell. Boom! The gigantic fireball exploded again, and the violent impact had caused Holy Light Adjudication to halt a little. Merlin's fireball could be cast to nearly 20 times continuously. In such a life-and-death situation, he could not mind other things anymore. He simply cast fireball without stopping. Regardless of normal fireball or large fireball, he shot them at Wizard Jason crazily. Outside of the castle, many nobles and knights were staring at the large piece of white screen in the sky and Merlin's raindrops-like fireball. They all seemed slightly pale. No matter if it was Wizard Jason's spell or Merlin's spell, it was not something any of them could defend against. Those were two forces with chasm-like differences. They had shaken everyone's heart. Merlin, hanging on old Wilson, held his palm together. His muscular chest was heaving up and down, showing how nervous he was on the inside. Young Master Merlin, please hang on. Young Yags was also rooting for Merlin in his heart. Everyone knew that the battle of two strong spellcasters had entered its most crucial stage. Boom! Finally, white light was ferociously blasted upon Merlin's body like heavy hammers. The endless flames burning in the air were blocking the impact of holy light on Merlin. Merlin felt an overwhelming brute force was pressed on his chest. Then an unbearable pain exploded in his chest. Kachak! His bone was broken. Merlin finally could not hold on any longer. His body was blasted backward and fell to the ground. Hee. I've blocked it still. What about Forcible spell, huh? Merlin, who fell to the ground, supported himself with one hand and stood up in difficulty. Some of his ribs were broken by the great force, causing him a burning pain. However, Merlin did not die. He had blocked Wizard Jason's Forcible spell. Even Old Man Ether had not achieved this. Wizard Jason squinted his eyes. After seeing Merlin had stood up in shivers, his expression was calm and indifferent when he said, "Cunning heretic, you're very lucky. You didn't die, but you won't be so lucky next time." Wizard Jason planned to cast Holy Light Adjudication once again. Merlin pressed the area where his ribs had broken lightly with his hands. This could lighten his pain slightly. The reason he did not die was that, other than the large fireball had blocked a part of the impact of Holy Light Adjudication, Merlin had a physical attribute that was comparable to a Forcible elemental swordsman. Strong physical attributes had allowed Merlin to bear a part of the shock given off by Holy Light Adjudication. Hee. Wizard Jason, you have no more chance. Everything is over. Merlin looked at Wizard Jason, who was about to cast a spell. His gaze faintly revealed a sign of madness. Large Frost! Merlin shouted. Almost exhausting the last magic power in the Frost's spell model, he had cast a Large Frost. Kachak! The effect of Large Frost was far greater than a normal frost. Its binding ability was also remarkable. Even if Wizard Jason was prepared for that, he was still bound and would not be able to get out of it in a short amount of time. However, Wizard Jason did not panic at all. He looked at the translucent light shield beside him. Since he was very confident with second level spell Holy Light Ring, he simply sneered. HMPH. Lowly heretic, stop the useless struggle. Holy Light Ring is not something you can defeat. Is it? Holy Light Ring is the second level spell. Merlin's mouth suddenly quirked into a strange smile. In front of his chest, an ancient-looking pendant had appeared since some time ago. Let's see if it can block 10 large fireballs. After he said that, Merlin's mind power immediately initiated Bell Pendant. In an instant, 10 gigantic fireballs that emitted terrifying, scorching heat flew toward Wizard Jason. Chapter 53 Departure I. Chapter 53 Departure I. 10 gigantic fireballs flew toward Wizard Jason in the blink of an eye. Even with the protection of Holy Light Ring, Wizard Jason's expression changed greatly. Merlin was a little pale. His mind power was greatly exhausted. For a feat like that, he had already exhausted half of his mind power. With his current mind power, controlling 10 gigantic fireballs was nonetheless putting too much on his plate. However, these gigantic fireballs did not need Merlin's control much. After the fireballs had flown behind Wizard Jason, he only needed to detonate the unstable fireballs directly with his mind power. Vroom! The fireballs exploded and endless flames drowned Wizard Jason's body instantly. The flicking flame hissed around, sweeping small rocks and dust from the ground and formed a mushroom-shaped flame in the air. The knights and nobles took a few steps back. They stared in horror at the raging, terrifying flame. Even for Merlin, it was his first time casting 10 large fireballs, so he could not predict how terrifying its effect would be. However, Merlin would not let down his guard, so he stared in an alert at the center of the explosion. A gust of wind blew away all the dust. Merlin was pale, one of his hands pressed lightly on his injured stomach. His chest was heaving rapidly. It was easy to see how seriously exhausted his mind power was after casting 10 large fireballs from Bell Pendant at once. If he did not have an excellent physical attribute, he could not have held on any longer and fell on the ground by now. At the center of the explosion earlier, Wizard Jason's figure appeared. However, the holy light ring which surrounded Wizard Jason had completely disappeared. His white robe had been turned into ashes. Meanwhile, Wizard Jason had been charred. He fell on the ground and his face was beyond recognition. Finally dead Merlin smiled. Just when he felt relieved, he could not hang on any longer and lost consciousness. Augustin's eyes were bright red. His whole being was giving out a scary aura. He seemed just like a beast that had human flesh. Thus, even though this was the perfect timing to kill Merlin, Augustin and the injured Baron Vinkelt did not dare to make any rash move. Merlin. Old Wilson approached Merlin and lightly held him up. Merlin had not lost his consciousness completely at this moment. It was just that the damage on his mind power was too great, so he temporarily passed out. Farther, don't worry. Uncle Pratt is waiting at the city gate. We should leave Blackwater City quickly, Merlin said between large mouthfuls of breaths. He was not sure if the church had only sent Jason. If there were other wizards, Merlin could not cast the spell in his current situation even if Bell Pendant still had 8 large fireballs left. Therefore, they must depart from Blackwater City immediately. Old Wilson nodded and helped Merlin up. Then, his gaze lightly scanned Castellan, Augustin, and Vinkelt. Besides them, many city defense troop knights had gathered. Even if old Wilson had his strong heavy-armored knights, it was still impossible to kill them in a short amount of time. If they stayed any longer in Blackwater City, they would be in more danger. Let's go, old Wilson ordered. Many heavy-armored knights quickly dashed out of Castellan's mansion. Augustin and Vinkelt did not stop them this time. Along with old Wilson, some nobles also left the place quickly. There were still some nobles who decided to stay after thinking for a long time. After all, they could not give up their family's business in Blackwater City, so they were prepared to surrender to the church. Augustin, you're just letting Wilson go like that, injured Baron Vinkelt questioned Augustin loudly while standing up in difficulty. Swish! Augustin stared at Vinkelt sharply with a cold aura surrounding him. Baron Vinkelt, you're too ambitious. Wilson should have killed you just now. However, I can help Wilson one more time. Augustin let out a sneer, then he raised his sword. What are you doing? Vinkelt's expression changed and took a few steps backward in a struggle. Die! Scorching flames burst out from Augustin's sword and slashed toward Vinkelt. Since Baron Vinkelt was heavily injured, he could not make any effective block at all. Tursk! The ferocious flame gulped Baron Vinkelt's body. When the sword was pulled out, it was still tainted with red blood. Augustin shot his gaze at the other nobles. With his eyes squinted, he said calmly, You saw it just now. Baron Vingult and Wizard Jason are killed by the Wilson father and son. The nobles all exchanged glances and nodded all at once. At the city gate, Merlin was placed lightly into the carriage by old Wilson. Old Wilson's gaze was very gentle. Only when he was treating Merlin, old Wilson would have such gentle gaze. In the carriage were also Macy and big-breasted Madame. Macy and the others immediately panicked when they saw Merlin's weak situation. Old Wilson also asked in a heavy tone, "Merlin, how are you doing?" Merlin struggled to sit up and leaned against the carriage. He shook his head slightly. "Father, I'm fine. We must leave Blackwater City as soon as possible. We can't waste any minute." Merlin reminded old Wilson again that it was dangerous to stay in Blackwater City. They must leave now. Old Wilson nodded. Then he said to big-breasted Madame and Macy, "Merlin is injured. You take care of him." After that, he jumped off the carriage and began to gather his knights. He was preparing to leave Blackwater City. "Merlin, you're leaving Blackwater City?" Fatty Gut's voice rang outside the carriage. Merlin quickly called Macy to pull the curtain open. After seeing Gut, Merlin nodded. "Gut, we must leave Blackwater City. The Kingdom of Light no longer exists now. You can come with me and leave Blackwater City, maybe even leave the Kingdom of Light." Merlin truly wanted to help Gut. If Gut was willing to do so, he would bring Gut together. Hearing Merlin's words, Gut shook his head slightly. "I don't have to leave. No matter who's the one in control of the kingdom, they won't be able to survive without businessmen. So, he'll be fine." Gut clearly knew that with his status, he should not be in any danger in Blackwater City. Both did not say anything further. The air fell into silence. Old Wilson had gathered the knights. He had lost 30 heavy-armored knights, so he was left with 170 of them. He also had lost more normal knights. There were only 500 knights under old Wilson's command now. Along with old Wilson's order, the unit began to depart from Blackwater City. Merlin kept looking out of the carriage. Gut's figure became smaller gradually until it was completely out of Merlin's sight. "Merlin, will we be able to return to this place?" Macy suddenly asked after a long silence. "Yes, we'll definitely return to this place." Merlin took a deep breath. As he stared at the faraway Blackwater City, his tone was full of determination. Chapter 54 Departure AI. Chapter 54 Departure Roman 2. In his territory, old Wilson had arranged many knights to stay on guard outside the castle. It was already midnight and it was pitch black all around. Only the castle was still brightly lit. Old Wilson had changed into another silvery armor and was carefully wiping his sword. He did not raise his head when he listened to his territory knight's report in the hall. During the time old Wilson was gone, there was no robber attack in the territory. It seemed the robbers they defeated last time had collapsed and were no longer a threat to the territory. Merlin leaned against the chair. Some colors had returned to his face and it was not as pale as before as he meditated and recovered his mind power during his journey in the carriage. "It seems the ribs are not broken. They are probably only dislocated." Merlin's left hand was pressing lightly on the ribs area. This was the injury he sustained when he battled with Wizard Jason. He originally thought his ribs were broken. Without a few months' rest, his injuries would not recover. However, when Merlin checked his injuries carefully earlier, he found that his ribs were only dislocated and were not broken, and this was easier to solve. "Uncle Pratt, my ribs are dislocated. Please help me to correct it." Pratt was stunned and immediately came forward to help Merlin to correct his ribs. However, old Wilson stood up and rushed to Merlin's side. He said in a low voice, "Let me do it." "Merlin, which part is dislocated?" Merlin pointed to the area in which the pain was felt most. Old Wilson nodded and pressed both of his hands there. Kachak! A crisp sound could be heard clearly. Merlin broke out in cold sweat and endured the intense pain silently. After that, old Wilson moved his palms. Merlin's injured part seemed much better except for a little redness. "Phew!" Merlin heaved a long sigh. He stood up slowly and stretched a little. Even though he was still in pain, a slight exercise would not be a hindrance to him. At this crucial stage, it was good news for everyone that Merlin could still move. "Merlin, are you all right?" Old Wilson appeared extremely concerned. "Yes, I still have some minor injuries, but it doesn't matter. Farther, we should discuss where should we go now." Merlin pointed out the most serious issue about their next course of action. Grand City must have been controlled by the church already. Although Blackwater City might be slightly better, Wizard Jason was killed by Merlin. The church's force had faced a great loss, but Merlin and old Wilson did not dare to stay in Blackwater City. If the church at Grand City had realized the situation, then old Wilson and Merlin's situation would become greatly dangerous. Thus, the first thing they must confirm was the current situation of the whole Kingdom of Light. However, both old Wilson and Merlin did not receive any news, so they could not analyze their current predicament at all. The atmosphere was tense as if a huge rock was placed in everyone's heart. Right at this time, Macy suddenly spoke. "Gut once said that the church has controlled most parts of the Kingdom of Light." Merlin nodded silently. His guess was, in fact, the same. The church had prepared for such a long time. They had to in an advantageous position now. If the royal family of light could not stop the church, then the whole Kingdom of Light would fall into chaos. After a long time, old Wilson's voice became hoarse as he said, "It seems the royal family cannot stop the church. There's no place in the whole Kingdom of Light for us to live in." "Merlin, what's your plan?" old Wilson asked and turned his gaze toward Merlin. Old Wilson's attitude directly indicated Merlin's status in the Wilson family. Merlin thought for a while and raised his head. He met old Wilson's gaze and answered, "The church has tremendous strength, and it has prepared for so many years to replace the royal family of light. Becoming the actual ruler of the Kingdom of Light is almost a fact now. Thus, we can't stay in the Kingdom of Light any longer. We can only go east, over the border, and enter the Kingdom of Blackmoon." After Merlin had finished his words, the whole hall fell silent. To a foreign country, Macy was the one who spoke. She looked confused. Merlin just realized that he was still different to everyone else in Wilson family. He did not care if he was in the Kingdom of Light or the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Maybe due to his identity as a spellcaster, he hoped to stay in the Kingdom of Blackmoon. There was no limitation set on spellcaster there. Furthermore, a spellcaster had a high status in the Kingdom of Blackmoon. The eastern countries, represented by the Kingdom of Blackmoon, were the sanctuary for all spellcasters. If Merlin went to the Kingdom of Blackmoon, not only he could hide from the church's chase, but he could also attain stronger spells and become a stronger spellcaster. However, Macy, the butler, big-breasted Madam, General Pratt, even old Wilson had lived in the Kingdom of Light all their lives. Even if they were not deeply involved in the church, they were greatly influenced by some thoughts of the church. In their hearts, the Kingdom of Blackmoon was a foreign country which was horrifying and dark. Old Wilson did not speak, but his expression kept changing. Obviously, he was considering Merlin's suggestion. In the Wilson family, there was no one who understood the kingdom of Black Moon more than old Wilson. After all, old Wilson had participated in the war against the kingdom of Black Moon and had even survived from the cruelest slaughterhouse. Telling him to go to an opposing country gave the largest impact to old Wilson. This made him more indecisive than ever. "Sir Baron." A knight suddenly crashed into the hall from outside of the castle. This knight lowered his head and kneeled before reporting to old Wilson respectfully, "Sir Baron, there's a large number of knights outside. They seem to come straight toward the castle. Could it be that the church has come here?" Old Wilson's expression changed drastically. This reporting knight shook his head slightly and said, "Due to the dark sky, we can't see clearly who those are. I come here for Sir Baron's order. Let's go and take a look." Old Wilson also could not sit still. He immediately picked up the sword he had wiped clean and followed the knight outside. "I hope it's not the church," Merlin murmured in a low voice. He had a ghastly look on him. Merlin knew clearly that if it was the church, he could not escape from a battle his mind power had just barely recovered by half. There were also only 8 large fireballs in the bell pendant. Once he met another Percival spellcaster like Wizard Jason, Merlin had no confidence to kill him again. Walking after old Wilson, Merlin quickly left the castle. Chapter 55 Departure AI. Chapter 55 Departure Roman 3. In the dark night, the sounds of horses' neighs became clearer as time passed. Just from the sound, there were at least a few hundreds of knights. Old Wilson was already outside the castle. Many knights had lit their torches to light up 100 meters away from the castle, but they still did not have a clear view of the knights in front of them. "Line up. Prepare for battle." Old Wilson unsheathed his sword and jumped onto a black warhorse. He glared in front with flashing eyes. Once he confirmed that the knights were from the church, old Wilson would not hesitate to lead nearly 500 knights and charge forward. Soon, the noises became nearer and clearer as it was utterly quiet outside the castle. Only the breathing sounds of the war horses could be heard at times. Merlin stood against the chilly wind and held his coat tighter around him. His mind power slowly extended forward to observe the uninvited guests in the dark. "Har har, Wilson, it's me, Parman." From far away, a roaring laughter came through the night. The nervous old Wilson was finally relieved when he heard this voice. "Baron Parman, I thought it's the church. Why have you come to my territory?" As the knights approached them, old Wilson finally had a clear look at the crowd. It was surprisingly one of the rare nobles of Blackwater City, Baron Parman, who was old Wilson's good friend. Baron Parman wore a black armor and held a sword in his hands. He looked exhausted and seemed to have gone through a harsh journey. "Wilson, the influence of the Church of Light is great. I'm afraid the whole Kingdom of Light will be under its control in the future. I don't want to serve the Church, so I've come to discuss with you." "Har har. I've brought all members of the Parman family to seek refuge with you, Wilson. You mustn't say no." As expected, behind Baron Parman, there were many carriages carrying ladies and madams in the Parman family. "Let's talk when we get in." Old Wilson took a glance at the team behind Baron Parman. Just from this, he had a basic judgment of what he would do. There were at least 700 knights with Baron Parman. Even though their combat ability was less than the heavy-armored knights, they were a substantial combat force. Both entered a wide hall and Baron Parman immediately recognized Merlin. He nodded slightly and had a satisfied expression. "Merlin, come and meet Baron Parman," old Wilson said to Merlin. Merlin went forward and performed a standard noble's etiquette to Baron Parman. Then he retreated to one side. Meanwhile, Baron Parman was observing Merlin from top to bottom as he nodded and said, "Good job. I saw Merlin's performance today. Spellcaster, Wilson, can you still recall how we felt when we first saw the spellcasters from the Kingdom of Blackmoon back then?" Baron Parman had participated in the war against Eastern heretics during that time. However, he had quickly returned to Blackwater City and inherited the Baron's family title. Even though he had spent a short time in battle, Baron Parman had also seen the strong spellcasters of the Kingdom of Blackmoon destroying completely a tough military fortress as easily as breathing. Those indescribable power left a deep impression on Baron Parman. Thus, those who had participated in the war against the East would not take the word heretic mentioned by the Church seriously. From their point of view, the so-called heretics were only normies who had obtained stronger power than others. The Kingdom of Light had this sort of power as well, but it was controlled by the Church. Normies had no chance of meeting these special people at all. After Baron Parman finished observing Merlin, his expression turned grim. He said in a heavy tone, "Wilson, what's your plan now?" Old Wilson hesitated for a while, then shot a gaze at Merlin. He said softly, "Merlin and I were discussing it earlier. We've made a primary decision. That is to go east and into the Kingdom of Blackmoon." Hearing these words, Baron Parman, in fact, showed a hint of elation. "Good, Wilson, that's what I thought too. We can only go east. Your heavy armored knights are very tough. From here to the Kingdom of Blackmoon, the journey is harsh. If you meet a large number of robbers during the journey, your heavy armored knights and the knights of Parman family that I brought should be sufficient to ensure our safety to the Kingdom of Blackmoon." Old Wilson nodded. Joined by Baron Parman, albeit their speed would be slowed down, he would be able to organize a unit of 1,500 knights from their tough armed forces. With many knights around, even if they meet robbers during their journey, they would still be safe. Finally, Old Wilson had made his decision and agreed to Merlin's suggestion. They would go east into the Kingdom of Blackmoon. With that decision, Old Wilson quickly put his mind into action. The migration of the whole family must not be taken lightly. Some things must be brought with them, so they would need a few hours' time to prepare even if they were doing it at lightning speed. "Merlin," Baron Parman called him out with a smile. After a long journey, Baron Parman was obviously exhausted, but as soon as he had arrived in Old Wilson's territory, he had relaxed his nerves. Although he was still tired, he was still clear-headed. Baron Parman came in front of Merlin and said, "Merlin, I haven't seen you in a few months. I can't believe your change is so great, right? You haven't seen Avril for a few months as well. She's right in the carriage. Let me call her and you two have a good talk together." Merlin paused slightly. When Baron Parman mentioned Avril, a familiar memory popped up in his mind. Avril, fiancé Merlin suddenly took on an odd expression. Light City was the capital of the Kingdom of Light. The extravagant palace and the Church of Light headquarters all sat in Light City. However, the booming Light City, which was usually surrounded by a cacophony of noise, had now become an ocean of blood. In every street, large or small, intense fights had broken out. "Cries, the royal family is finished. Its influence is done. Bring your little brother and leave Light City. Out of the city I've prepared 2,000 knights for you. They'll protect you during your journey. Go as far as you can to preserve the bloodline of the royal family." In the darkness, the Prince of the Kingdom of Light, Frederick, exhorted two teenagers of around 17 years old softly. His tone was filled with helplessness. The princess of the royal family named Carise quickly said, "Uncle Frederick, aren't you coming with us?" Prince Frederick took a glance at the dark sky and shook his head. "No, I'm not. Otherwise, none of us can leave. Right, take this ring. Remember, take care of it. It's a shame that both you and Benin don't have the spellcaster quality. Otherwise, with this ring, you can go to the dark magic region in the kingdom of Black Moon and become a spellcaster's apprentice." Frederick seemed to care about this ring deeply. He handed it to Carise with much reluctance. "Quickly go. Don't think of revenge. If any of your later generations has the spellcaster quality, pass this ring to him and ask him to go to the dark magic region. Only when he goes there, he'll become a great spellcaster." After saying that, Prince Frederick waved his hands and indicated the guards beside him to bring Carise away. Boom! Just when Carise and the others left Light City, a terrifying white light exploded. The bright light almost engulfed the entire Light City. "Uncle Frederick," Carise mumbled softly. Holding both her hands tight, she wiped the tears off her face and turned around. She followed the guards and quickly disappeared into the night. Chapter 56 Members of the Royal Family I. Chapter 56 Members of the Royal Family I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. All right, everyone. Take a rest. Right after they walked out of the woods, Old Wilson lit the large unit to take a break. Since there was a small river in front, they could replenish the water of the unit. Old Wilson had merged his forces with Baron Parman's team, barely organizing a unit of 1,400 knights. The unit was led jointly by Old Wilson and Baron Parman. If the family members and servants were added, the whole unit consisted of approximately 3,000 people. Such a large unit could only advance slowly. However, the church seemed to be busy with controlling the entire Kingdom of Light. Thus, they did not chase after Old Wilson and his group. Save for seeing some individual knights of the church, they had not met any large group of church knights. This had allowed the unit to carry on for 10 days safely. Now, they were already close to the border of the Kingdom of Black Moon. In the carriage, Merlin also opened his eyes. There was only Merlin in this carriage. Macy and big-breasted Madame had already moved to the carriage of the ladies in Baron Parman's team. After 10 days, Merlin's injuries had healed completely, and there was also an enhancement of his mind power. The magic power accumulated by his frost was also enough to cast the spell for about 7 times. As time passed by, the magic power in frost would become richer. However, the largest benefit Merlin had attained this time was not the magic power. It was the combination of spells. From the battle with Wizard Jason, Merlin became greatly familiar with the combination of spells. If it was fireball or frost alone, it would not have brought about a big impact to the outcome. However, once those spells were used in a combo, their power could be increased in multiple times directly. However, this was far from enough. Although he had gained a lot, at the same time, Merlin also realized his own weakness, which was his slow speed. If his speed was fast enough, Merlin could have effectively dodged Wizard Jason's spells even if they were first-level spells. Since he was too slow, Merlin could only choose to take the hit directly. He was almost killed by Wizard Jason. Thus, during these 10 days of rest, Merlin had already confirmed the overall type of his third spell model. It was a supportive spell. On top of that, it was also a speed spell. If he had such a spell, Merlin could cast the spell on himself and increase his speed greatly. Combined with fireball and frost, his power would elevate rapidly. The spell manual of Old Man Ether once introduced that the spell would not be better simply because it was powerful. The best spell was one that was most suitable to the spellcaster's condition. However, Merlin did not have a speed spell currently. He only had a whirlwind now that was recorded in Old Man Ether's spell manual. This spell, however, is an attack-type spell, not the speed spell Merlin was looking for. For an entrance-level spellcaster like Merlin, it was enough to only have Fireball as the attack-type spell. He would not need to worry about his offensive force. If he added Whirlwind to that, it would only seem unnecessary, considering his overall power would not increase much. Therefore, Merlin did not plan to use the Whirlwind recorded in the spell manual temporarily. Only until he found a more suitable spell in the future would Merlin consider constructing the third spell model. Merlin pulled the curtain open and jumped off the carriage. He came to the river, wanting to move around a little. At the river, Merlin saw Macy chatting with a young girl. The young girl was tall and had a long, blonde hair that was pulled into a ponytail. Her hair softly swayed, giving off a youthful aura. However, it was the girl's face that had attracted Merlin. Although he was looking from afar, Merlin could still have a clear view of her face. That was a sort of beauty beyond words. Or maybe the word exquisite would be suitable. The young girl looked exquisite, much like a porcelain doll without a floor. Even Jir, whom Merlin thought as the most beautiful girl, could not compare with this girl. Merlin's gaze had gotten Macy and the young girl's attention as well. The young girl slightly nodded to Merlin from afar, then returned to the carriage with Macy. Avril, it doesn't seem bad to have such a fiancé. Merlin thought about it. He had guessed the girl's identity before. She should be Avril, who was engaged with him since a long while ago. After such a long time, this was Merlin's first time seeing his supposed fiancée in person. At least, just from the looks, Avril seemed decent. Right at this time, old Wilson came to him from afar. He took a glance at Macy and Avril and flashed a smile as well. He said, "Merlin, Avril and you have reached the age to get married. After this, when we have settled down in the kingdom of Black Moon, Baron Parman and I will organize the wedding for you." Merlin smiled. "Farther, you don't have to rush." However, Merlin's smile immediately stiffened. He looked behind old Wilson suddenly and said, "Farther, there's a large team of knights behind us." This time, it was not only Merlin who had noticed this. Everyone had noticed the team of knights as they caused too large of a commotion. The rumbling sound persisted for a while. Even a slightly experienced knight would know there were at least up to thousands of knights dashing behind him. Unorganized sounds of horses came from the woods behind them. The sounds were becoming clearer and clearer, indicating that the team was about to approach old Wilson and his unit. Formation, prepare for battle. Old Wilson immediately unsheathed his sword and, together with Baron Parman, led thousands of knights to quickly protect the unit. Just like a barrier, the knights blocked in front of the others. The women and servants who were resting all returned to the carriage in panic. They carefully stuck their heads out to watch from afar. Merlin also came to the front. When he saw old Wilson's grim expression, Merlin said in a low voice, "Father, let me go in front. I'll try to see who we're dealing with." Old Wilson knew Merlin had recovered from his injuries and was a strong spellcaster. He knew there would not be any problem. Yet, he still advised Merlin, "Merlin, you can go have a look. If it's the church, don't do anything rash. After all, they outnumber us a lot. You can't defend against them alone." Merlin nodded and strongly agreed to old Wilson's words. He was simply an intranscellable spellcaster now. He was far from the being able to destroy a military fortress as effortlessly as breathing. If it was to scare off thousands of knights, perhaps Merlin could still do it. However, if he was to defend against thousands of knights all by himself, Merlin had no way of doing it. Farther, please be rest assured, I won't do anything rash, Merlin said in a low voice. After promising old Wilson, he carefully snuck into the thick woods. Chapter 57 Members of the Royal Family Chapter 57 Members of the Royal Family Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. There were vines all over the quiet forest in the mountains. The trees were growing densely together. Such a complex terrain proved difficult for the knights to move through. A troop of knights charged directly into the forest, alarming the birds in the trees. Everyone in this troop of knights was wearing a set of bright and neat armor. Carved on the armor was a strange bird formed by flames. They were led by 2 young people, 1 male and 1 female. Sister, we should be able to reach the kingdom of Black Moon safely, right? The young man leading them had a very frail body. There was also an extreme expression of fear on his face. Don't worry, Benin, we'll definitely be fine, Princess Karais reassured Benin. Although she was also merely 17 years of age, she had already seen the slaughters of the royal family with her own eyes, and the situation had not boded well with Prince Frederick either. In addition to that, she had been on a wild run for over 1,000 miles and had experienced countless hardships before she had finally escaped. Therefore, Princess Karais had already become very strong. In fact, the true control over the entire troop was in her hands. This was extremely difficult for a princess who was merely 17 years old and had led a normal life of luxury and privilege. Commander Mance, how many of us are left? With a grim face, Karais asked in a deep, quiet voice. A burly man, who had been following Karais closely, came forward in a hurry to give his report. Princess Karais, we've charged out from Light City all the way and encountered a few troops of the Church's knights who possess rather more powerful capabilities, so our losses have been greater. So far, we only have 800 knights left. Unexpectedly, they only had 800 knights left. Karais's heart tightened slightly. She knew very clearly that Uncle Frederick had given them more than 2,000 knights, and these knights formed the most elite army troops in the entire Kingdom of Light, the Knights of the Firebird Legion. However, even such elite knights had suffered losses amounting to almost 60% of their number. That was enough to show how difficult their journey had been. Karais lowered her head and saw a ring, as black as ink, in her hand. She caressed it with her fingers gently as determination appeared on her face. Uncle Frederick will definitely survive. Following which, Karais gave orders to the troop to increase their speed. They were not allowed to stop and had to hurry to the Kingdom of Black Moon as soon as they could. Otherwise, no one could tell whether the people of the Church were behind them in a relentless pursuit. Rustle. The noises of the densely packed tree branches moving caused old Wilson to be on immediate alert. However, when he saw the figure in front of him clearly, he let out a soft sigh and quickly went up to receive it. Merlin, what did you see? Is it the people of the Church? Old Wilson's greatest worry right then was that the great horde of masters from the Church had caught up from behind. Merlin shook his head. There was a hint of doubt on his face as he relayed everything he had seen in the woods in detail to old Wilson. Farther, these knights look really tired. They must just been through an intense battle and slaughter. They don't look like they're from the Church. Perhaps they are also aristocrats who aren't willing to depend on the church. Merlin guessed that these people were also some aristocrats in the Kingdom of Light, and their positions were definitely not low. Just by looking at the excellent equipment of the knights, it was likely that only old Wilson's heavy-armored knights could dare say that they would win against this other party. Did you just say that there's a small bird made of flames carved on the front of those knights' armor? Old Wilson's expression was very grave. He was extremely serious. Merlin nodded. He would not have mistaken such details. The fiery bird on those other people had looked rather similar to the phoenix from Merlin's previous life, so he could remember it very well. A small bird made of flames, that must be the Firebird Baron Parman. I'm afraid you've also guessed it. That's the Firebird Legion, one of the 4 great legions under the direct control of the royal family of light. Those knights should be the knights of the Firebird Legion, and the people being protected by them are most probably the later generation of the royal family. Old Wilson's tone of voice was very solemn. His expression seemed rather agitated. Merlin knew that old Wilson had been a military man before. Due to the accumulation of his achievements in war, he had finally been conferred the title of an aristocrat by the royal family. Old Wilson had turned from a commoner into an aristocrat who owned territories and all sorts of special rights. Therefore, Old Wilson still possessed a certain loyalty towards the royal family of light. This was also why the church had directly given orders to eliminate Old Wilson back then. In fact, Old Wilson was not the only one. The church had immediately gotten rid of all the aristocrats who had been conferred their titles by the royal family based on their accumulation of war achievements. They would not try to rope them in. This was because those who had been conferred their titles of aristocracy based on their accumulation of war achievements had gratitude in their hearts and were extremely loyal to the royal family. Most of them were unwilling to betray the royal family. Merlin did not feel much for the royal family. Even Baron Parman, who had inherited his position as an aristocrat, was not really that loyal to the royal family. He merely felt pure hatred for the actions of the church. Therefore, Merlin and Baron Parman exchanged looks when they saw old Wilson's agitated expression, and revealed a hint of a wry smile at the same time. They both knew what old Wilson was thinking about. Farther, we still can't be sure now that they are the people of the royal family. After all, the church has prepared for so long this time, and even more so, has gathered terrifying forces against the royal family. They'd absolutely not allow a single member of the royal family to escape, so we should still remain vigilant. In a tactful manner, Merlin advised old Wilson not to act rashly. However, old Wilson immediately waved his hand and said, as resolute as steel, "People escorted by the Firebird Legion are definitely the members of the royal family. Back then, when I was conferred my title by the royal family and became a baron, I'd personally being received by Prince Frederick, and the highest-ranking commanding officer of the Firebird Legion is Prince Frederick. But Merlin, what you've said is rational as well. So let's just stay put for the moment. Based on what you've said just now, all the members of the Firebird Legion should be very tired now. Perhaps they'd just been through a battle against the church earlier on, and they really need help now. Well, wait here, and after we see the members of the Firebird Legion, I'll be able to tell for myself whether they are the real deal." After hearing old Wilson's determined words, Merlin felt a slight headache. Old Wilson had a very resolute attitude if he really was to confirm that this other party was the members of the royal family. He was afraid that old Wilson would definitely offer them a helping hand. In that case, this team of theirs would be in even greater danger. The members of the royal family would surely be the focus of the church. If old Wilson were to make a rash decision in the heat of the moment and follow those members of the royal family, the entire team's safe arrival into the kingdom of Black Moon would become questionable. Baron Parman also knew old Wilson's stubborn attitude very well. All he could do was say, in a helpless manner, "Then all right, we'll wait here. But we cannot be unprepared. Let's be on alert and ensure that nothing goes wrong." Therefore, under old Wilson's orders, the entire troop rested and reorganized themselves there. However, his 200 heavy armor knights were set at the very front, ready to charge at any time. Chapter 58 Her Highness the Princess I. Chapter 58 Her Highness the Princess I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Coming, Merlin said in a soft voice. He was able to know about any movements in the mountain forest due to the outward radiation of his mind power. His voice fell when, as expected, there were bursts of rustling noises coming from within the forest. Very soon, a few hundred knights darted out from the forest. Although these excellently equipped knights had traces of exhaustion upon their faces that they could not hide, they were immediately on alert when they saw the knights led by old Wilson. Every one of them drew out their greatswords, making the atmosphere turn fierce immediately. Only knights like these were the true elites. They had experienced numerous battles and slaughters, so they were able to face any situation that arose out of the blue. "Princess, your highness, be careful, there are traps." The burly Commander Mance was extremely vigilant. He immediately commanded the weary troop of knights to assemble into a charging formation quickly, all the while glaring like a tiger at old Wilson and the heavy armored knights behind him. These knights of the Firebird Legion were the most elite amongst the elite, therefore they could naturally perceive how powerful old Wilson's heavy armored knights were with just one glance. With that, they did not dare to underestimate them. Both parties immediately stood facing each other. They errant enemies. Princess Karais slowly walked out from the midst of the crowd. She was also wearing an armor, with her long, golden tresses bunched up behind her head. They had already become somewhat withered and yellow, perhaps because she had not cleaned or washed them for a long period of time. Although Princess Karais's face looked exhausted, her voice was still very steady and firm. "Who are you people?" Princess Karais swept a cool glance over old Wilson, Baron Palman, Merlin, and the others, before letting her eyes set upon old Wilson. This was not because Princess Karais had some brilliant insight. Instead, it was because old Wilson was just too unique. It was impossible for him not to attract the attention of others. Old Wilson was almost 2 meters tall, with a stout and strong body. There were traces of blood stains all over the armor on his body, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura like that of a wild beast. Anyone would feel a sense of danger upon laying their eyes on old Wilson. Swoosh! Suddenly Commander Mance, who was next to Princess Karais, drew out his greatsword. An earthy, yellow light began to flash from the blade of the sword. That represented the earth element. Mance was a powerful third-level earth swordsman, and was much stronger than Baron Vingelt of Blackwater City. It was obvious that Commander Mance had felt old Wilson's dangerous aura. Therefore, it was natural that he did not behave indifferently when he saw how old Wilson, who kept on walking forward in such a direct manner. "Stand still," Commander Mance bellowed, his sharp eyes fixed directly onto old Wilson. No mistake about it, they are indeed the Knights of the Firebird Legion. Old Wilson halted his footsteps and took a deep breath, before kneeling down before Princess Karais and placing his right hand upon his chest lightly. This was an extremely solemn decorum for an aristocrat. Baron Wilson Layman of Blackwater City, I offer my sincerest regards to your highness. May I know which highness is before me now? This great salutation by old Wilson immediately loosened up the tensed atmosphere between the two parties. Baron, watching old Wilson, who was down on one knee, Princess Karais could feel the loyalty, determination, courage, and righteousness in old Wilson's eyes. This was a standard knight, a knight who was loyal to the royal family. There had been simply too few of such knights the moment the church had launched their attack. Most of them had thrown down their weapons and believed in the church. Baron Wilson, please rise. I'm the 6th princess of the royal family, Karais, and this is the 7th prince, Benin. Karais was very satisfied with old Wilson. In addition, old Wilson's actions earlier had caused her heart to warm up slightly. It seemed that there were still many who were loyal to the royal family in the entire Kingdom of Light. So, it's your highness, the 6th princess. Back when I had been conferred the title of a baron and personally received by Prince Frederick, the commander of the highest position in the Firebird Legion had been Prince Frederick. I wonder how the prince is now. Old Wilson seemed to have received some favors from Prince Frederick back then, so he was extremely grateful to the prince. Uncle Frederick. Princess Karais's expression darkened. She then shook her head, sighing softly as she spoke. I'm afraid Uncle Frederick had been put in a really bad situation because he wanted to cover and protect Benin and me when we left. Hearing the news that tragedy had probably befallen Prince Frederick, old Wilson's expression darkened slightly. In actual fact, he was not surprised. As the commander-in-chief of the Firebird Legion, Prince Frederick would definitely have received a heavy blow from the church. The chances of him being able to survive were slim to none. Your Highness, how many members of the royal family have managed to escape? Merlin suddenly stepped forward and asked. His eyes did not stop flashing as he fixed his stare tightly upon Princess Karais. Members of the royal family Benin and I have been lucky enough to escape until here. As for the other members of the royal family, perhaps a few have been able to escape as well. Karais spoke in a tone that showed how unconfident she was. She had seen the horrifying white curtain of light that had covered the sky over Light City back then. There had been a destructive force within it. Under such a power, practically no one would have been able to escape. Perhaps only the two of them, Benin and herself, were left of the entire royal family of light. Your Highness. Hearing how Karais divulged such confidential matters before everyone, Commander Mance could not help but shake his head. Karais was still too young, after all. There were many things that she had not given full consideration to yet. How could she speak out about such private issues so easily? Was she not attacking the prestige of the royal family by doing this? If people were to know that only a few members of the royal family had been lucky enough to escape, then would their situation become extremely precarious. Having been given a reminder by Commander Mance, Karais came to her senses. She looked at Merlin, her eyes flashing with a hint of fury. Merlin ignored Karais's fury, however. He lowered his head slightly and murmured in a thoughtful manner, "Looks like the royal family of light is completely hopeless now. With only a few of them left, they can't pose a threat to the church at all." Merlin had no inherent sense of respect toward the royal family. In Merlin's eyes, the so-called princess and prince before him were not different from other ordinary people. In fact, it was even because of the special identities they held, they would be in a very dangerous position. Old Wilson frowned. In a deep voice, he said, "Merlin, You mustn't be rude to the princess." After reproaching Merlin, old Wilson stood up and gave a slight bow. He spoke in a grave tone. "Your Highness, my knights are ready to serve you." "Farther." "Wilson, are you mad?" Merlin and Baron Parman shouted at the same time. There was a great anxiety on their faces. Baron Parman walked over to old Wilson's side in great strides, suppressing his voice to speak. "Wilson, have you really gone mad? Let's not even talk about the fact that the identities of these people are unclear. The so-called titles of princess and prince are just one-sided terms, and even if they really are members of the royal family, the church would definitely be focusing on them greatly under the current situation. Aren't we just looking for trouble if we stay with them?" Merlin advised him as well, saying, "Farther, Baron Parman is right. We can even provide them with some food and drinking water, but we absolutely cannot be with them. The entire fate of the Wilson family rests with you, Farther. You must not act rashly." No matter how Merlin and Baron Parman tried to persuade him, there was not the slightest bit of change in old Wilson's expression. Merlin, who was familiar with old Wilson, knew that this was his decision, and it would not be easily changed. Chapter 59 Her Highness the Princess I. Chapter 59 Her Highness the Princess Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Princess Corais could not help but be slightly stunned to see old Wilson taking the initiative to offer his allegiance. Throughout this journey, she had already seen the betrayal of too many aristocrats and had even encountered the hindrances of some who had pledged their dependence upon the church. However, old Wilson's expression was very solemn. The etiquette with which he treated Princess Corais was also the most honorable amongst the aristocrats, enough to prove old Wilson's attitude. Furthermore, there were also many knights behind old Wilson, especially the small number of heavy-armored knights. With one look, she could tell that they were the most elite amongst the elite. To gain old Wilson's allegiance would be to gain the allegiance of so many knights. This was an exceedingly great help to the fleeing Corais, as well as the others. Nevertheless, just as Princess Corais was about to agree, Commander Mance, who was next to her, took a step forward and said in a soft voice, "Your Highness, our main focus now is to escape from the Kingdom of Light, so we cannot be too slow. This Wilson is merely a baron, and even if he has 100 or 2 heavy-armored knights with strong fighting capabilities, how can he be compared to our knights of the Firebird Legion? If we bring these people, they'll undoubtedly become a burden. Look at their convoy, there are womenfolk, goods, and materials. Surely, they'll be slow, and that's a great disadvantage to us, especially when it's very likely that there are still people from the church chasing us from behind. Your Highness, please reconsider." Commander Mance's words caused Princess Corais, who had been in an extremely good mood, to immediately fall silent. Indeed, setting old Wilson himself aside, he might be a strong elemental swordsman, and with his 200 heavy-armored knights, they might have great combat power. Nevertheless, 200 heavy-armored knights were not all that Wilson had. He also had even more ordinary knights, some womenfolk who had no fighting capabilities at all, and heavy goods and materials. If they were to bring all these with them, the speed of the entire troop would definitely slow down. If there was a great horde of knights from the church chasing after them, then they would be in a very dangerous situation. A hint of hesitation appeared on Princess Corais's face. Although she had gone through many hardships during the past few days, she was still far too young. There were many decisions that had to be made by Commander Mance. Commander Mance's words impacted Princess Corais greatly. Princess Corais was somewhat unable to make a decision. Commander Mance gave old Wilson a cold glance, before saying in a low voice, "Your Highness, our Knights of the Firebird Legion possess extraordinary combat power. I believe your Highness has already seen it. We're definitely capable of protecting your Highness and His Highness the Prince very well, and we will arrive in the Kingdom of Black Moon safely. As for the others, we should do our best to not risk having new problems and complicating the situation." Princess Karais could sense a hint of unhappiness in Commander Mance's words from his tone of voice. At the moment, Princess Karais and Prince Benin needed the protection of the Firebird Legion, which was under the leadership of Commander Mance. Therefore, on the issue of old Wilson, she could not afford to create any more conflicts between herself and Commander Mance. Thus, after a moment of hesitating, as she murmured to herself, Princess Karais made her decision. "Baron Wilson, you are an upright, courageous and loyal aristocrat, but we still have to hurry on, and if we bring all of you along, our objectives will become tremendous. It'd be really dangerous instead. So, we should still go our separate ways." Princess Karais sighed softly as she spoke, following which, she left the place slowly, leading the Knights of the Firebird Legion, who, seeing Princess Karais leave with her men, Merlin let out a long sigh of relief instead. The other party not accepting old Wilson's allegiance had saved Merlin from having to talk a lot. "Wilson, get up." Fave left. Baron Parman came to old Wilson's side. Seeing that old Wilson was still kneeling on the ground with one knee, he shook his head helplessly and spoke to him as such. Old Wilson stood up slowly. He turned around to watch the backs of the Firebird Legion Knights as they left, with a complicated expression on his face. A long time elapsed before old Wilson finally opened his mouth to speak. He said in an inexplicable manner, "Back then, Prince Frederick had pointed out my mistakes during training. Without him, there would be no Wilson layman on the battlefield, and I'd have most probably died in the slaughterhouse." Merlin and Baron Parman exchanged looks. It turned out that there was the existence of this reason as well. Old Wilson had never mentioned it in the past. Prince Frederick had given old Wilson an exceedingly great help in the past. Perhaps, to Prince Frederick, it had cost him little to no effort at all. Perhaps he had never even remembered giving pointers to a quiet and nameless knight, but old Wilson remembered it deep in his heart. Because of that, he had not even hesitated in pledging his allegiance to the royal family when they were in their most dangerous condition. "Let's go. We might be safer following them from behind." Old Wilson had recovered the side of them that was merciless and decisive, moving quickly and vigorously. Merlin nodded. Old Wilson was right. They would be safer indeed if they followed after the Knights of the Firebird Legion. At least, if any problems were to occur in front, the Firebird Legion would solve them one by one. They would practically be clearing off obstacles for old Wilson's convoy. After all, on their path of escape, danger did not come merely in the form of the church, but also as bandits that existed everywhere. Did you take a good look? Is it really the Firebird Legion, one of the 4 great armies of the Kingdom of Light? A man with strange patterns drawn on his face asked in a low voice. "Big boss, we've already looked at them clearly. The armor they're wearing is indeed the standard armor of the Firebird Legion." 3 men wearing clothing made out of rough cloth answered in soft voices, with traces of excitement upon their faces. "Not bad." The man with the strange patterns drawn on his face was the big boss of this band of people. He nodded slightly and stood up from the ground. Rubbing the black armor on his body lightly, he said with a cold smirk, "The royal family of light has direct command over the Firebird Legion. Now that the kingdom of light is in chaos, the ones who can afford the protection of the Firebird Legion Knights must be the members of the royal family. This is a fattened goat. Members of the royal family will definitely have loads of wealth on them. All we have to do is take them down, and we, the Hurricane Bandits, will be able to buy sophisticated armor and sharp weapons. By then, we could even take advantage of this disorderly situation in the Kingdom of Light and attack a few cities. We won't have to be stuck here anymore. There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the big boss. Not only was he the leader of the Hurricane Bandits, but was also a bandit chief who possessed extremely wild ambitions. He even dreamt of being able to take over a few cities one day. Now, the best chance had come. These members of the royal family, who might be bringing with them immeasurable treasure, currently had the protection of merely a few hundred knights. This was an opportunity gifted to them by the heavens. But, Big Boss, there seems to be a gigantic convoy behind this Firebird Legion, with approximately 1,000 or more knights. The few bandits hesitated for a moment before reporting the truth. Big Boss did not care, however. He smirked as he said, "Those are merely some small aristocrats fleeing for their lives. We've already encountered quite a few of such small aristocrats over the past few days. They've been living lives in comfort and prestige, and their knights no longer know what bloodshed in battle is. There is no more fighting blood in their bodies. Well, just scare them casually, and they'll run off pathetically. How about this? Third Commander and Fourth Commander, the both of you lead 1,500 brothers to go and deal with this convoy. Remember, kill all the men and bring all the women back." The strange patterns on Big Boss' face glinted dimly with light, the color of blood, causing his expression to look exceptionally savage. Chapter 60: The Strange Bandit's Eye. Chapter 60: The Strange Bandit's Eye. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. In the carriage, Merlin observed the two spell models within his awareness. The magic power accumulated by the spell model of the fireball was already very deep and rich. Merlin made a rough estimation that he could unleash approximately 25 normal fireballs. Such a magic power was already immensely rich and thick. Old Man Ether's spell manual had mentioned that a typical spellcaster would only have just enough magic power to unleash 30 spells, after accumulating it for a long time. By now, though, Merlin had only been constructing his spell models for 2 or 3 months, but he was already coming close to achieving an accumulation that a typical spellcaster would need several years to attain. In the midst of all that, the spell models that Merlin was using the Matrix to construct were the best spell models chosen from 180,000 spell models. Naturally, they would be better than the spell models of a typical spellcaster. At least the spell models in Merlin's awareness were definitely far from being limited to merely 30 ordinary spells. The accumulation of the Frost's magic power was not too slow either. He could already unleash 7 or 8 spells by now. However, compared with how vigorously fast the increase of his magic power was, Merlin's mind power was growing at a lethargic pace. The speed at which his mind power could increase was severely limited because he was relying only on a beginner meditation spell. If he were to follow such a pace and undergo cultivation step by step, at least half a year would be necessary for Merlin's mind power to reach a level where it could support a third spell model. Half a year might not be considered slow to the average spellcaster, but Merlin had taken only 2 or 3 months to transform himself from a normie into a powerful spellcaster. Therefore, half a year could already be deemed an immensely long and arduous period of time for Merlin. Other than the slow growth of his mind power, there was also the problem of how scarce spells were. Merlin was no longer considering Old Man Ether's whirlwind, but it was still an absurdly tedious task to find a suitable spell. A brilliant meditation spell and a suitable zeroval spell. Those were the two things that Merlin lacked now, therefore he really hoped to be able to reach the kingdom of Black Moon sooner. That place was the holy land of spellcasters, so perhaps it would be easier to find some advanced meditation spells and zeroval spells there. And why have we stopped? Merlin frowned. He felt the carriage jolt slightly, as though it had been halted in a rather hasty way. Thus he pulled the curtains in the carriage aside and looked out. "Master Merlin, there are bandits attacking us." Moss had a very calm and steady expression. He did not seem to be panicking. Moreover, when Merlin saw the bandits in front of them, he could not help but reveal a hint of an odd look on his face. All he could see in front of the convoy was a group of people wearing colorful outfits. Their attires were not uniform. Most of them had only rough linen over their entire bodies, while some of them had it slightly better, having put on some broken and old pieces of light armor. Their weapons were also laughable and embarrassing. Most of them only had a wooden stick in their hands. "These men are bandits." Merlin recalled the encounter with a guardian swordsman from the church who had disguised themselves as bandits back in the Wilson territory. They had been disciplined and well trained, with excellent equipment. Perhaps those could not be considered bandits anymore, but a true army troop. Perhaps only these people before his eyes could be considered real bandits. There were more than 1,000 of these bandits. Merlin could see very clearly that not a single one of these bandits looked frightened of the team of knights led by old Wilson. Instead, a look of uncontrollable greed was flashing through their eyes. Merlin looked at the heavy armored knights who had been practically armed up to their teeth, and then at the bandits with a variety of colorful outfits and irregular weapons. He could not help but feel rather speechless. "Moss, could it be that we seem very weak?" The moment Merlin's voice fell, old Wilson's heavy armored knights had already prepared themselves by changing into a charging formation. All they were waiting for was a single command from old Wilson, and they would charge right up into those bandits and shred them into pieces. "Commander Mance, there are bandits. What do we do?" Princess Karais had a very grave expression. The bandits who had appeared in front of them were densely packed. She was afraid that there were 2,000 or 3,000 of them. Commander Mance, however, did not feel that there was anything to be worried about. He said loftily, "Your Highness, mere bandits are nothing. Even if there were more of them, they are just a motley crowd. I can crush this band of bandits just by leading 600 Firebird Knights." Princess Karais could only depend on Commander Mance now, so she nodded and said, "All right, Commander Mance. Lead 600 knights and defeat those bandits utterly." Very quickly, Commander Mance headed 600 knights and prepared their assault formation. In a deafening voice, he roared, "Charge!" Immediately, smoke and dust flew up everywhere as 600 knights charged towards the bandits in front of them like a ferocious tiger rushing down a mountain. Commander Mance led his men into a charge. His entire body exuded a rich, earthy yellow light as he wielded his greatsword tightly. There were no bandits who could rival him, no matter where he went. Just as Commander Mance felt that this band of bandits would be defeated and scattered after a few more assaults, the bandits suddenly spread out. A dozen or so excellently equipped knights rushed out straight away from behind them, surrounding Commander Mance all at once. Commander Mance did not panic. He stared coldly at these dozen or so people as a realization dawned on him. Although these people were coming at him menacingly, there did not seem to be any elemental or inside their bodies. This proved that these knights were not elemental swordsmen. Bandits. Commander Mance aimed at one of the knights and raised his greatsword high up into the air. The earthy yellow light from the blade enveloped the whole of Commander Mance's body. Although Earth swordsmen specialized in defense, he had already reached the level of a third-level elemental swordsman, so his powers were still exceedingly great. Even the typical second-level elemental swordsman would not be able to block his attack, not to mention these bandits who were not even elemental swordsmen. Bang! Commander Mance's greatsword struck an iron sword brutally. The powerful reactionary force almost caused his greatsword to slip out of his hands. In some disbelief, Commander Mance stared at the bandit in front of him. As always, there was no fluctuation of the elements. The bandit before him, with strange patterns drawn on his face, had unexpectedly blocked his attack without employing the use of any elements. How is this possible? Commander Mance was still in shock, but the bandit with the strange patterns on his face had already begun laughing maliciously. There's nothing that's impossible. Charge! Every one of the dozen or so knights who had surrounded Commander Mance drew their greatswords out and charged towards him in a frenzied attack. All of them did not seem inferior at all to a second-level elemental swordsman, but none of them had the aura of any elements upon their bodies. In other words, they were able to rival a second-level elemental swordsman by relying purely on the energy in their bodies. If only one had appeared, then perhaps he could be deemed extraordinarily gifted, and it would be a special situation. However, more than a dozen of them appearing at the same time was definitely not a coincidence. Just like Commander Mance, the 600 Firebird Knights were also facing extremely fearsome bandits. There might not be anything special about their training, and there was not much to say about their coordination, but every one of them seemed competent enough to rival a first-level elemental swordsman. How terrifying was the accumulative power of a few hundred first-level elemental swordsmen. Therefore, no matter how elite the Firebird Knights were, they had still been plunged into a difficult battle now. There was the danger of them being eliminated at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the motley crew that they had thought was incapable of withstanding a single blow was currently besieging Commander Mance and the Firebird Knights. The tables had turned. The Firebird Legion was now in a precarious situation. Princess Karais, who was observing the battle from afar, had an anxious and uneasy expression on her face. She was also somewhat confused as to how the great and mighty Commander Mance, as well as the elite Firebird Legion, could not even defeat a motley crew of bandits. Chapter 61 The Strange Bandits Chapter 61 The Strange Bandits Roman 2 Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation Ban. The heavy armored knights led by Old Wilson began to charge. Although there were barely 200 of them, the momentum and power with that they charged seemed capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas, causing some degree of panic to arise in the midst of those bandits in front of them. In the name of the knight's glory, charge! Close to 200 heavy armored knights roared in one voice. This slogan had already become the soul of the heavy armored knights. Amidst the great roars of the slogans, the heavy armored knights led by Old Wilson charged towards the bandits like a black mudslide. Their force was unstoppable. Numerous bandits were immediately thrown into the air just through a light contact. The power of the heavy armored knights had long been verified in Blackwater City. The typical knights were not at all comparable to them, so what more this motley crew of bandits? Even though there were many bandits, this rabble was immediately scattered by the assault of the heavy armored knights. It was just as Merlin had expected. Countless bandits were trampled alive under the hooves of the horses, emitting bursts of wretched screams as they died. Damn it! These weak and despicable aristocrats dare to come at us. The leader of the bandits saw how the heavy-armored knights continuously charged into and attacked the groups of bandits. They were invincible. There was no resistance that could come into contact with them, and a hint of fury had appeared on their faces. Thus, the two leaders brought the 50 knights behind them in a direct rush toward Old Wilson and the heavy-armored knights. There were only 50 knights. In addition, they were wearing merely thin and light armor on their bodies. To charge at Old Wilson and the heavy-armored knights like this would be having a death wish. It caused people to feel rather unbelievable. Although Old Wilson thought that it was strange, he did not hesitate at all. He commanded the heavy-armored knights to move into their assault formation, and immediately dashed toward those 50 somewhat exceptional bandits. The two teams of knights soon collided with each other. Immediately, Old Wilson engaged one of the leaders in a fight. Flame cleave. Old Wilson had already reached the critical point of becoming a third-level elemental swordsman. Just a little more, and he would be a third-level elemental swordsman. Furthermore, being naturally endowed with a great strength, the power and might of his entire body was infinitely close to that of a fourth-level elemental swordsman. At the moment, Old Wilson had only used half of his strength, but even so, it was still very difficult for a typical second-level elemental swordsman to block him. However, although there was no elemental fluctuation on the bodies of these two bandit chiefs, they could easily defend against Old Wilson's attack just by relying on their physical strength. Old Wilson's attack had not been the only thing that stopped. Not only had about 200 heavy-armored knights dashing in together for the attack failed to cause a destructive blow to those bandits, they had also broken a few heavy-armored knights. No, something's wrong. Merlin's face changed slightly after seeing those 50 bandits from afar. Those 50 knights were exceptionally special, although there was no elemental fluctuation on their bodies, which meant that they were not elemental swordsmen. Their physical attributes were such that they could rival those first-level elemental swordsmen. Even if these 50 bandits who could equal first-level elemental swordsmen had never gone through training and were not moving in coordination, all they had to do was gather together to unleash an unimaginable result. Even the undefeatable heavy-armored knights were at a disadvantage after encountering these special bandits. Merlin was not worried about Old Merlin. He knew Old Merlin's capabilities extremely well. If he were to strike in full force, those two bandit chiefs would be no match for him at all. However, if time were to be dragged on, then the losses of the heavy-armored knights would definitely reach a huge number. These heavy-armored knights were Old Wilson's blood and sweat, produced after more than 10 years. Losing any one of them would cause him unbearable heartache. Therefore, Merlin attacked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Clusters of fireball flew out. Every fireball hit a bandit accurately due to the fact that the bandits and the heavy-armored knights were all entangled together. He could not make the fireballs explode. All he could do was to fix his aim and eliminate them one by one. However, although that was all he did, Merlin had cleared out 5 bandits in just a blink of the eye. His mind power had grown greater, whereas his power of control over the spells had become stronger. Therefore, as long as it was within 100 meters of him, which was the area enveloped by his mind power, Merlin was able to control his spells with excellent accuracy. It's a spell caster, run fast, we're done for. Report to Big Boss quickly that there's a spell caster. The two leaders amongst the bandits had already seen signs of danger flashing everywhere under the hands of Old Wilson, and had merely been hanging on despite the difficulty. Now that they had seen Merlin appearing, the hopelessness in their hearts grew even more. Immediately, they wanted to flee. For many years, they had forcibly occupied the vast buffer zones in between the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light. Therefore, they were extremely well-versed with those mysterious and powerful spellcasters in the Kingdom of Black Moon. They knew that, with a spellcaster like Merlin around, they did not stand a chance to attain victory at all. However, it was already too late for them to escape now. Frost. Merlin had long fixed his eyes on those two bandits. Seeing that they had the opportunity to escape, he immediately unleashed his frost. Crack, crack. The ice crystals hardened, freezing the two bandit chiefs directly. Even if they had physical attributes that rivaled those of a second-level elemental swordsman, it was completely impossible for them to break free from Merlin's frost. Bang! Old Wilson swung his blade down, chopping one of the bandit chiefs into two halves. Fresh blood spurted onto the ground. Seeing that Old Wilson was about to kill the other bandit chief, Merlin hurriedly came to his side and said in a low voice, "Father, leave this man, he can be of use." Old Wilson nodded before turning around and charging toward the other bandits. There had originally been 50 bandits. After Merlin had killed 5 in an instant, and seeing him overcome the 2 leaders, some of them began to flee from the battlefield. Then, Old Wilson, who had been pulled out from the crowd, charged and killed more of them. Only 20 or so were left of the 50 bandits whose capabilities equaled those of the first-level elemental swordsman. They escaped in a pathetic manner. Old Wilson regrouped the heavy-armored knights and did a head count, only to announce that they had lost 15 heavy-armored knights in this battle. The original sum of 185 heavy-armored knights had now been decreased to 170. Old Wilson felt great heartache at such a heavy loss. Back when he had led the heavy-armored knights into battle against the guardian swordsmen of the church who had disguised themselves as bandits and attacked the city defense troop knights of Blackwater City, there had only been a total loss of 15 knights. Right now, fighting against mere bandits, a motley crew had unexpectedly caused such heavy losses to the heavy-armored knights. Old Wilson's face was dark and heavy. His eyes continuously sized up the body of the bandit chief, like a wild beast selecting its victim. This caused the bandit chief to be panic-stricken. Thus, the bandit chief turned his sights onto Merlin. In a slightly panicked manner, he said, "Great, honorable wizard, what do you wish to ask?" The bandit chief knew very well, in his heart, that the only person who could let him live now was the mysterious and powerful spell-caster before his eyes. Chapter 62 Big Boss I. Chapter 62 Big Boss I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin fixed his eyes on the bandit chief in front of his eyes. This other person's body was not bulky, neither did he look strong and mighty. It seemed that his physical attributes would not have been considered exceptional. However, the truth of the matter was that this bandit's physical attributes were comparable to that of a second-level elemental swordsman. This was very abnormal. Furthermore, there were also 50 bandit knights whose physical quality were similar to that of first-level elemental swordsmen, which was even more extraordinary. You're not an elemental swordsman, so how can you possess such great power that isn't inferior to that of an elemental swordsman? Merlin asked him directly. Old Wilson, who was standing beside him, nodded subconsciously as well. It was evident that he was also very interested in the question. The expression of the bandit chief changed slightly. His lips squirmed as though he wanted to speak, but he did not make a sound for a long time. Crack! A cluster of ice crystals immediately appeared again on the body of the bandit chief. The ice crystals enveloped him at an extremely fast pace, practically freezing his entire body. All that was left as his bald head. As a binding spell, the power of the frost was not great. It was far weaker than a fireball, but still easy enough for the purposes of handling a mere bandit chief like this. Feeling the ice crystals on his body as though it could continue spreading onto his head, the chief bandit could no longer be silent. He could only yell out, "Great Wizard, please stop. I say our physical attributes are exceptional due to Big Boss." Big Boss. Merlin did not continue to unleash the frost. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and said to the bandit chief, "Talk about your Big Boss condition in detail." The face of the bandit chief was already rather pale. His body was trembling, and although his physical attributes were exceptional, Merlin's frost caused temperatures to plunge extremely low. Being frozen for a long period of time would still injure him. Big Boss came here 3 years ago. Back then, 2nd Commander, 4th Commander and I were small-time bandits in this region, with hundreds of bandits under us. Our power was extremely small and weak. Big Boss found us and defeated all of us utterly before becoming our Big Boss. Then, he taught us a strange posture. We cultivated according to this strange posture daily, and the quality of our physique improved very quickly. Then, Big Boss led us and annexed a few great groups of bandits successively. As his force swelled up, he formed the Hurricane Bandits with 3,000–4,000 bandits. After that, Big Boss picked 500 young bandits and taught them a strange posture. They practiced every day, and now practically everyone can rival a first-level elemental swordsman. With such power, Big Boss' greed and ambitious heart grew as well. He was no longer satisfied with being a bandit. He even wished to take advantage of this chaotic situation in the Kingdom of Light now and conquer a few cities, but because the numbers of our men have expanded greatly, you've also seen how our pieces of equipment, like weaponry and armor, are lagging behind. This time, we've encountered a few members of the royal family who only have a few hundred knights as protectors, so Big Boss has brought men to go rob those members of the royal family. He ordered us to come and block you, so that you wouldn't ruin Big Boss' plans. By the time the bandit chief had finished speaking, his entire body was already shaking. His enunciation had become somewhat poor. There were no changes to Merlin's expression, but there was a great shock in his heart. A strange posture that was able to strengthen the physical attributes of a normie quickly, to the point where one could rival an elemental swordsman. Everything about all of this was so similar to the mysterious relief sculpture he had obtained before. Merlin only had one piece of the relief sculpture, but after practicing the posture on the relief sculpture, his physical attributes were now already comparable to that of a first-level elemental swordsman. The physical attributes of these bandits can already rival those of a second-level elemental swordsman. That bandit chief, how strong can he be? As strong as a third-level, or even a fourth-level elemental swordsman? Numerous ideas turned in Merlin's head. If that Big Boss had really obtained a relief sculpture, then he should have at least 3 of them with him. The postures on those relief sculptures were really frightening indeed. Merlin had never given them much thought before this, but now, he had seen the mysterious Big Boss passing out knowledge on the postures on the relief sculpture. All he had to do was to pass on one posture, and within a few months, he would be able to quickly create large numbers of powerful fighters who could rival first-level elemental swordsmen. The battle just now had said it all. A lot of old Wilson's heart and effort had been spent on his heavy armored knights. Practically half of the taxes collected within the territory had been used on those heavy armored knights. Furthermore, they had needed to undergo training often before achieving the fighting capabilities they had now. However, although the combat power of those heavy armored knights now could be deemed terrifying, they had unexpectedly been caught at a disadvantage after encountering those bandits who had been without the slightest bit of cooperation amongst each other. If Merlin and old Wilson had not been so overwhelmingly strong and valiant, he was afraid that those heavy armored knights would have been defeated by a mere band of 50 bandits. The terrible aspect of the mysterious relief sculpture was manifested therein. Moreover, that mysterious big boss had 500 of such bandits heeding his commands. Many thoughts passed through Merlin's mind in the blink of an eye. Old Wilson beside him, however, did not think so much. All he heard from the bandit's mouth was the news of the big boss going up against the members of the royal family. Merlin, Princess Karise, and the others might be in danger. I want to bring the heavy armored knights and go rescue them. This time, Merlin did not stop him. He knew that old Wilson had a lot of gratitude in his heart towards Prince Frederick. Although Princess Karise had rejected old Wilson's allegiance before, old Wilson would not leave them to die now that the princess and the others were in danger. Nevertheless, this was a good thing as well. Old Wilson would not have any ties with the royal family anymore if he could rescue them once. Farther, you go first, I'll catch up after you. Light flashed through Merlin's eyes. The mysterious big boss was his target. A look of despair could already be seen in Commander Mance's eyes. His entire body had been shaken so much that he was numb despite the fact that he was a third-level earth swordsman. This man before him, with the strange patterns drawn on his face and a name called Big Boss, was just too powerful. Every time the other person brought his greatsword crashing down, it had contained terrible power. That body, which did not look burly at all, seemed to be filled with the strength of a ferocious beast, causing Commander Mance to feel like he could not withstand it. An elemental swordsman at the peak of the third level. Commander Mance was aghast. This other person was able to rival a third level elemental swordsman at his peak, just by relying on the strength of his body. He had never even heard of such a thing, what more seen it. Moreover, this mighty commander was not the only thing that was horrifying. There were also the densely packed bandits around them. Every single one of them seemed to be on par with first-level elemental swordsmen, and judging by their numbers, there were about 400-500 of them. 400-500 first-level elemental swordsmen. Such a terrifying number was difficult for Commander Mance to imagine. Even the Firebird Legion, one of the 4 great armies of the Kingdom of Light, had only been able to gather 1,000 first-level elemental swordsmen during their peak. Just like that, this bunch of bandits with broken weapons, who did not even have armor, this motley crew was able to rival half of the Firebird Legion. Bang! With another heavy blow, Commander Mance was shaken and thrown off by a powerful force. He fell heavily to the ground before struggling to stand up, but his internal organs were in such pain that he felt as though they were on fire. Serious injuries had already been inflicted upon him. As for the 600 Firebird Knights, they had long been swallowed up in the sea of people. Surrounded and attacked by the bandits, half of them had been injured and killed. Now, less than 300 of them were left. Were finished. Commander Mance closed his eyes in pain. He had never thought that he would die in the hands of a gang of bandits. Princess Karise's face was already a shade of ghastly white as she watched the battle from afar. Her entire body was trembling due to fear. The situation had rapidly worsened. She had not expected that a bunch of bandits who had seemed so weak that they would not be able to withstand a blow would be so fierce. She saw how the 600 Firebird Knights, the entire army led by Commander Mance, were about to be completely annihilated. Princess Karise no longer had a choice. It had also been difficult for her to imagine how tragic it was to fall at the hands of bandits. Deputy Commander Wayne, prepare for battle, for the honor of the Firebird. There was a complicated mix of expressions on Princess Karise's face. She drew out her silver greatsword as well, ready to fight to the death. Swoosh! The remaining 200 Firebird Knights pulled out the greatswords in their hands as well and raised them up high with solemnity upon their faces. In the name of the Knight's glory, charge! In the name of the Knight's glory, charge! All of a sudden, Princess Karise and the others heard a deafening sound rumbling from behind them. Something that seemed like a black mudslide came crashing down from the mountain slope. Chapter 63 Big Boss AI. Chapter 63 Big Boss Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The black mudslide was a group of knights dressed in heavy armor. Princess Karise was slightly stunned before recalling the identities of these heavy armored knights. They are Baron Wilson's heavy armored knights. I never thought that he'd still lead his knights to come and rescue us after I rejected Baron Wilson's allegiance. Still, it's no use, these bandits aren't ordinary bandits. Baron Wilson's heavy armored knights are definitely no match for them as well. Deputy Commander Wayne, prepare to charge up there with Baron Wilson, rush in and kill the bandits together. Princess Karise was somewhat moved, and rueful old Wilson taking action at such a time as this was enough to prove his loyalty to the royal family. However, Princess Karise did not know that this was not due to old Wilson's loyalty to the royal family, but his gratitude towards Prince Frederick. This would be the last time old Wilson stretched out a helping hand. The heavy armored knights led by old Wilson dove down the slope of the hill. They were an unstoppable force, immediately rushing in for the skill and leaving a blood trail behind. Numerous bandits were slaughtered by the heavy armored knights. After all, with the exception of the bandits who possessed extraordinary physical attributes, the rest were just a motley crew formed by a bunch of normies gathering together at best. Even an ordinary knight would be able to kill them easily. Old Wilson was completely enveloped by the flames. His gigantic stature was like a small giant with every strike of his sword, followed by immeasurable amounts of flames. 3 to 5 bandits would lose their lives at old Wilson's hands. Because of that, old Wilson soon reached the place where Commander Mance was being surrounded. He fixed his eyes on the great commander who had strange patterns drawn on his face. Where are my third and fourth brothers? When the big commander saw old Wilson, he immediately guessed his identity and knew that he was the small aristocrat that he had instructed the third and fourth commanders to block. They're already dead, old Wilson answered coldly. There was a great aura of power around his body that went toward the big boss of the bandits oppressively. This was an ability that only 4th-level elemental swordsmen possessed. Although old Wilson was merely a 2nd-level fire swordsman, he was able to reach the peak of a 3rd-level elemental swordsman by coupling with the extraordinary strength he had been gifted with. Thus, he also possessed some imposing aura of oppression. HMPH, I underestimated you, but out of everything that you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have come here to die. With a sharp flash of light in his eyes, the big boss pushed back with both his legs forcefully. Bang! It felt as though the entire surface of the ground was shaking. Using the force from that one kick, Big Boss's entire body crashed toward old Wilson with a whiz, like a cannonball fired from cannon. Flame cleave. Old Wilson let out a roar. The armor all over his body began to emit creaking noises. He was utilizing his power to the maximum, which caused his muscles to swell up. His armor was being spread open. When Old Wilson engaged in battle, his body would practically be pulled up by a lot in a forceful manner. He was almost 2 meters tall and could inflict a great psychological shock on people just by standing still. This was the real extraordinary gift, the real unlimited power, unlike Big Boss, who still retained the physique of a normie even though he possessed great, superhuman strength. The two men wielded their greatswords. In the blink of an eye, they brandished and moved them over a dozen times. Collisions between the blades emitted ear-piercing sounds. Crack! Both their greatswords shattered at the same time, breaking into few pieces as the blades were no longer able to withstand the terrible power of the other party. The two men were then left fighting barehanded, coming at each other in a series of crazy attacks. Every punch unleashed by Old Wilson was shrouded in flames like a god of fire. His force was unstoppable. On the other hand, Big Boss did not seem to be imposing or powerful, but he was exceedingly fast and his strength was great. The two of them clashed like a rock going against a rock. He was not at all inferior to Old Wilson. "Har, that's fun, let's go again." Old Wilson let out a great roar. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent who could go against his pure power and be equally matched, like two hard objects colliding against each other. His will to fight was raised up high, ignoring everything else. He and Big Boss got embroiled in battle. Everywhere the two of them passed through, both bandits and heavy-armored knights were either wounded or killed if they came into contact with them slightly. Therefore, everyone hurriedly backed off from wherever they were fighting. Although Old Wilson and Big Boss battle was difficult to finish, his heavy-armored knights were no match at all for those bandits who had practiced the special posture. There were 400 to 500 of those bandits, with extremely powerful capabilities. By now, they had surrounded the heavy-armored knights once more. If there was no other solution, the heavy-armored knights would soon be completely destroyed. The moment the heavy-armored knights were annihilated, it would not be of any use even if Old Wilson was an equal match to the Big Boss of the bandits. On a hill far away, Merlin stood in front of a horse carriage as he observed the battle at the foot of the hill carefully. The focus of his attention was the Big Boss of the bandits, who was fighting Old Wilson in a battle that was difficult to win to either side. As expected, there's no elemental aura whatsoever. It's entirely the strength of his body. The mysterious relief sculptures must be on him. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had sensed that the fiery aura on Old Wilson's body seemed to have weakened a great deal in a very short period of time, causing the power of Old Wilson's attacks to be weaker than before. When it comes to depletion, Farther still needs to rely on the fire-attributed elements in his body that he has accumulated over days and months. He won't be able to persist for long at all, attacking in such a crazy manner. As for Big Boss, the strength in his body seems to be endless. Merlin understood. If the two were to continue fighting, Old Wilson's defeat would be inevitable. By then, Merlin finally decided to strike. He had had some concerns previously if the Big Boss of the bandits was a 4th-level elemental swordsman or higher, then it would cost Merlin some trouble to defeat this other party. However, he had now discovered that the Big Boss of the bandits was more or less at the same level as Old Wilson. His overall strength could rival that of a 3rd-level elemental swordsman, which made him much easier to fight. Thus Merlin struck. Merlin slowly walked down the slope of the hill alone, directly into the midst of the bandits. When some of the bandits saw Merlin, they immediately brandished their greatswords and swung them down without hesitation. Crack, crack. Before one of the bandits could bring his greatswords down, his entire body was already frozen in place. Still maintaining the pose of a man brandishing his greatsword, he was unmoving, looking like an ice sculpture that was true to life. Merlin's footsteps did not falter. He walked into the midst of the bandits as before. Not only that, several bandits were mysteriously frozen into ice sculptures wherever he went. It was extremely strange. This weird situation caused many bandits to exchange looks. They did not dare to charge at Merlin again. In his heart, Merlin was clear that he had just unleashed 6 frost in just an instant, moments ago. He was lucky that the spell model for the frost had accumulated a lot of magic power over a period of time. Only because of that, Merlin could squander them so recklessly. Although it looked like he had spent his magic power lavishly, the effect was superb. At least, no more bandits dared to rush at Merlin. A spellcaster, Big Boss had also noticed Merlin. After clashing forcefully against Old Wilson once more, he speedily retreated and increased the distance between him and Old Wilson, fixing his eyes upon Merlin vigilantly. Chapter 64 Deal I. Chapter 64 Deal I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Stop. Princess Karais, who previously wanted to rush toward the bandits, was shocked at Merlin's appearance, as well as the sight of all those bandits that were frozen into ice sculptures. Immediately, she commanded the team to stop moving forward. A spellcaster, Princess Karais muttered in a low voice. Being the royal princess, she had a certain understanding of both spellcasters from the Kingdom of Black Moon and wizards from the Church of Light. Moreover, there were still some spellcasters hidden secretly among the royal family, such as Prince Frederick. Princess Karais stroked the black ring on her finger gently. Prince Frederick was a powerful spellcaster. He, whose identity remained hidden among the royal family, possessed a terrifying power. It was also because of Prince Frederick's hindrance that Princess Karais and the others were able to escape Light City safely. Because of the Church of Light, spellcasters from the Kingdom of Black Moon had been proclaimed as an evil heretic, an embodiment of terror, evil, and despicableness. However, here they were at the border between the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light. These bandits had encountered some powerful spellcasters, hence they were no strangers to the latter. Most bandits stopped what they were doing, their faces full of fear as they looked at the ice sculptures around Merlin. The Big Boss was still silently withdrawing, but Merlin, who has been paying attention, would never allow the other party to leave. Hence, in small, quick steps he approached the Big Boss. Big Boss frowned, his face full of dread for what might happen. He said in a low voice, "Honorable spellcaster, I don't know that you are among this troop. I am terribly sorry if I've offended you. Leave with my people immediately." "Leave, you think so?" Merlin took his time to approach the Big Boss. Big Boss' expression changed, and suddenly he waved his hand in an exaggerated move. Immediately, several bandits rushed to his front. Still, he did not dare to loosen down. He asked in a deep voice, "Honorable spellcaster, I don't know what is the relationship between you and these people, but once I order my men to attack, I am afraid that apart from you, the whole troop will not survive. Try it, then, and see if you stand a chance." Merlin's calm eyes suddenly turned sharp. Frost. A group of ice crystals appeared on the body of the Big Boss as a dozen more bandits gathered in front of him simultaneously. Their physical qualities rivaled even Percival elemental swordsmen. Farther, now! Merlin shouted aloud. With a fierce wave of hands, he sent 3 balls of fire that flew quickly at bandits. When the fireballs blasted, strong flames burned continuously. The bandits immediately fell into chaos. Old Wilson, who grasped the meaning of Merlin's call, quickly shouted. He resembled a humanoid beast as he waved his greatsword and rushed toward the big boss. Bang, bang, bang. The frightening old Wilson, whose strength was infinitely close to the level of a 4th-level elemental swordsman, forcefully threw off several bandits who guarded in front of their big boss. Cracks. Unbelievably, the ice crystal frozen on Big Boss cracked. His face was filled rapidly with redness. There were also bloodshot in his eyes. He shouted in a twisted grimace, "Har har, you can't ground me." Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, he had underestimated his opponent. A common beginner elementary swordsman could never have broken out of Merlin's frost. However, like old Wilson, the big boss was infinitely close to the existence of a 4th-level elemental swordsman. Ordinary frost could limit his movement only for a while. Big Boss struggled forcefully to shatter the ice crystal on his body. Immediately he turned around, prepared to run frantically to the opposite direction. Large frost. Merlin did not hesitate to release the large frost, which was several times stronger than ordinary frost. Big Boss had just lifted 1 foot when, almost instantaneously, he was covered by ice crystals. His whole body was completely frozen by thick ice crystals except for his head. Break at once. Big Boss screamed hysterically. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and his muscles seemed to expand to their limits. He had exhausted all his strength, wanting to break free from the ice crystals on his body. However, no matter how hard he tried, the ice crystals on his body showed no sign of rupture. Swoosh! Merlin accelerated and sent out more fireballs, one after another. Despite this requiring a large consumption of magic power, they blasted around Big Boss to prevent other bandits from coming forward to rescue. Farther, we want him alive, Merlin blurted as he noticed old Wilson approaching the Big Boss. He was afraid old Wilson would lose control and kill the target. Old Wilson came to the side of Big Boss, who was frozen into ice crystals. He sneered and kicked the man in Merlin's direction. Swoosh! A fireball emitting a horribly high heat appeared in front of the Big Boss instantly. Merlin's mouth curled upward into a smile. He looked at old Wilson, who was still slashing the bandits, and said calmly, "Big Boss, I think your men should stop the attack." Big Boss' expression kept shifting like the clouds. As he felt the scorching temperature of the fireball floating in the space, he knew that he had no choice but to scream aloud. "Stop fighting at once. Second Commander, order the men to retreat." These bandits dared not defy the command of their Big Boss, and gradually retreated backward. Although they did not move too far back, all the while keeping their glares at old Wilson and others fiercely. There were thousands of bandits, not including those fierce bandits whose bodies were comparable to those of the first-level elemental swordsmen. If they gathered and attacked, perhaps it would turn out as the Big Boss had mentioned earlier, that no one would be spared other than Merlin. Farther, take him to the carriage. Merlin let old Wilson brought Big Boss to the carriage. The latter was frozen by the large frost. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to break free in a short time. Old Wilson then raised Big Boss and threw him into the carriage directly. Merlin followed closely and got into the carriage, while old Wilson gathered the remaining black-armored knights and stood facing the thousands of bandits located not far away. In the carriage, Merlin did not rush to speak. Instead, he just looked at Big Boss quietly. The latter could not help and finally broke the silence with a sneer. "You don't dare to kill me either. If I die, my men will tear you all into pieces." Merlin shook his head and smiled playfully. He said in a calm tone, "It seems that you still don't understand the current situation. Your immediate man, that leader, is not content with his lot. Perhaps he wishes for your death even more so than myself." The expression of the Big Boss changed and fell gradually. After what seemed like a long time, the Big Boss finally asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" Big Boss eventually understood that this mysterious spellcaster in front of him was hoping to obtain something from him. Chapter 65 Deal I. Chapter 65 Deal Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin gave a slight smile before gently opening his palm, revealing a relief sculpture in his hand. Shivers went down Big Boss' spine as he stared at the relief sculpture in Merlin's hand. The shocked look on Big Boss' face already told Merlin the answer. With that, he asked nonchalantly, "You should know this relief sculpture." Big Boss finally recovered from his surprise after a long time. His expression eased down when he looked at Merlin again. Before, he had no idea what Merlin's purpose was. Now that he knew Merlin only wanted the relief sculpture, it set his mind at rest. At the very least, Merlin would not cause him harm until he obtained his goal. "I didn't expect you to also have a relief sculpture. I assume you've noticed the strange posture on it." Big Boss stopped speaking for a while as he scanned Merlin up and down with his eyes. However, one's physical state would not change significantly even after practicing the posture on mysterious relief sculpture. Therefore, Big Boss was not able to figure out Merlin's physical quality. "I do have these relief sculptures. 3 of them. I've them kept in a secret place. If you let me go, I can exchange one of mine with yours." Big Boss collected himself and began to bargain with Merlin. Merlin shook his head and said in his usual calm voice, "I never thought of killing you. To do that will end up with your bandits killing my entire troop. A battle that even I can't win. My invitation to you over here was only to make a deal." As soon as his voice ended, several fireballs appeared within Merlin's hands. They began to float around Big Boss. The high heat emitted gradually melted the ice crystals that trapped the man. Frozen ice crystals quickly turned into water droplets. Big Boss stretched himself slightly. It seemed he was not very much affected by it. However, he did not leave. Instead, he continued sitting opposite Merlin. His eager eyes glanced at the relief sculpture in Merlin's hands from time to time. He was dreaded to obtain that relief sculpture in Merlin's hands, as it could enhance his physical quality. "I want all 3 of your relief sculptures," Merlin announced eventually. His unexpected request astounded Big Boss, who later sneered, "Honorable spellcaster, although you've just let me go, and my life is in your hands at any time, but don't you think your request to exchange a relief sculpture with 3 of mine is rather ridiculous?" Big Boss clenched his fist, and his whole body went on the alert. He would definitely go all out if Merlin wanted to start a fight again. "I can make you a spellcaster," Merlin said softly. However, these words, which carried the weight of feathers, landed like a deafening thunder in Big Boss' ears. He felt as if he has been struck by the lightning. "What did you say?" "I can make you a spellcaster," Merlin repeated himself. The composed Big Boss just seconds ago was already shaking slightly. His fists were still clenched tightly, as he could not restrain his inner excitement. "My name is Gulliver Keene," Big Boss suddenly stood up. His face was a little flushed because of his boiling excitement. "You've got yourself a deal." Big Boss Gulliver Keen agreed to Merlin's conditions without any hesitation. Keen also expressed his sincerity to Merlin by immediately revealing his real name. A spellcaster mastered extraordinary power. Keen was definitely clear about this. He who loitered actively on the border of the kingdom of Blackmoon all these years had surely heard numerous rumors about the spellcasters. At the moment, even though his physical quality has reached the terrifying peak of third-level elemental swordsman with the help of these 3 mysterious relief sculptures, he was still easily subdued by Merlin. This also further proved the power of a spellcaster. Being able to become a spellcaster was something Keen would have never imagined. Now he was being offered such an opportunity only at the cost of exchanging 3 relief sculptures. He had long memorized those postures on the 3 relief sculptures in his mind. In fact, they were of not much use to him anymore. Spellcaster. Keen stood up, wanting to say something, but felt slightly embarrassed as he realized he did not know Merlin's name. Wilson Merlin. Merlin finished his sentence. "Merlin, my 3 reliefs are kept hidden in a secret place. Do you want to go with me, or wait here as I pick them up?" Big Boss Keen turned around to ask after he jumped off the carriage. Merlin thought for a moment before replying, "I'll go with you." Keen smiled. Of course, he knew that Merlin still had some concerns. Besides, he would not dare to have any extraordinary behavior if Merlin followed along. "All right, let's go." Keen nodded and led the way at the front. He waved slightly at the second commander of the bandits. The man hesitated for a second, but eventually came forward with a few other bandits. "Merlin, what are you doing?" Old Wilson frowned and asked in a puzzled tone as he noticed Merlin was actually letting the bandits' leader off. Merlin could not explain in detail. Hence, he brushed him off with a simple reply, "Father, this is a misunderstanding. I will first leave with Keen and explain to you in detail when I get back." After that, Moss hopped on the carriage behind Big Boss Keen and slowly drove to the bandits. Merlin has not yet learned to ride horses. In the process of fleeing, Merlin had felt a lot of inconvenience because of this. He secretly made up his mind that he must learn how to ride after settling down in the kingdom of Blackmoon. "Stop right there." Merlin drew the curtain at the sound of that angry yell. Prince Benin from Firebird Knights was blocking himself in front of Big Boss Gulliver Keen. His face was filled with rage. He pointed a finger at Keen and shouted, "You despicable bandits want to leave now after killing so many of my knights." Deputy Commander Wayne, kill these mean and shameless bandits immediately. Big Boss Keen glanced at Merlin and noticed that Merlin's expression had not changed. He could not help but sneer. What an idiot. He then ignored Prince Benin and quickly returned to the bandits. Merlin also shook his head helplessly. He shifted his attention to Princess Karais. Prince Benin was still a naive child who knew nothing, but Princess Karais should be well aware that Big Boss Keen was a captive of Merlin's, not of the royal family. Princess Karais bit her lip tightly. She knew that Merlin had definitely reached an agreement with the bandits' leader without taking the royal family into consideration. At the thought of this, Princess Karais took a deep breath and gradually calmed her mind. She was not Prince Benin. It was clear that their current situation was actually extremely dangerous. Their troops of 800 Firebird Knights was only left with 400. Besides, many of them were wounded, so there was not much combat power. Hence, their priority now should be to settle down in the kingdom of Black Moon as soon as possible. Baron Wilson, thank you very much for saving us. However, we'll not stay any longer as we have a long journey ahead of us. Please forgive us. Princess Karais bit her lip again as she suppressed her anger. She did not look at Merlin at all, but took the remaining Firebird Knights and left quickly. It's good for them to leave, as it means one less trouble for me. Merlin glanced at old Wilson. He did not care much about the departure of Princess Karais and others. Merlin was glad that they had taken the initiative to leave because that meant he did not have to worry about old Wilson insisting in escorting the royal members to the kingdom of Black Moon. Therefore, Merlin ordered Moss to move the carriage. They followed closely behind a large number of bandits and gradually drifted away to the distance. Chapter 66 Deal AI. Chapter 66 Deal Roman 3. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin sat in the carriage. Although his eyes were closed, his mind power was expanded out there, inspecting Big Boss Keen's every move. Once the other party made any strange movement, Merlin was definite that man would be killed in an instant. However, he had already lured him with the temptation of becoming a spellcaster, something he believed Keen would never refuse. Moreover, Keen did have the qualifications to become a spellcaster. Merlin had long realized that anyone who was able to see the strange postures on those mysterious relief sculptures possessed extraordinary mind power than other people, and that was one of the most important conditions for becoming a spellcaster. As long as one's mind power reached the required qualifications for becoming a spellcaster, the person could try constructing spell model in their awareness with mind power. Once successful, the person could then become a spellcaster. Big Boss Keen possessed such qualifications. His mind power was actually even greater than Merlin's before he turned into a spellcaster. Using a spell model in exchange for 3 mysterious relief sculptures, coupled with the possibility of resolving a crisis for the entire troop, the deal was indeed worthy. Otherwise, even if Merlin could kill Big Boss Keen, he could not handle the thousands of bandits left behind, especially those bandits to whom Keen had taught the strange postures on the relief sculptures. They were more powerful than old Wilson's knights and were difficult to deal with. Brief moments later, the bandits arrived at a massive valley surrounded by mountains and water. Its environment was very suitable for living. There were several simple wooden houses in the valley, as well as numerous caves of different sizes. Old people, women, and children shuffled around the valley. The whole valley appeared like a thriving little village. As the many bandits returned to the valley, many women stepped forward and looked at the crowd to see if their husbands were well. This was nothing like a bandit's lair. It resembled more like a peaceful, quiet village. What do you think it took me 5 years to build it? Keen revealed a hint of pride in his face as they looked at the busy scene under the valley. Not bad. Those elite bandits and knights have physical qualities comparable to First-level elemental swordsmen. Was it you who taught them the posture on the relief sculptures? Merlin had high regards to those 400 or 500 extraordinary bandits, whose physical qualities were on par to that of a first-level elemental swordsman. Even the Firebird Legion at its peak had no more than 1,000 elemental swordsmen greater than the first level. Keen looked at Merlin, his eyes showing deep emotion as he whispered, "That's right, I've carefully selected these people. I only taught them one set of posture, hence they can just cultivate to the level of a first-level elemental swordsman. On the other hand, those who are more talented and more loyal, I will teach them 2 sets of posture, so that their physical qualities rival a second-level element swordsman. It's with their force that the hurricane bandits run wild in this area. No other bandits gang is able to compete with us. Merlin nodded. These rabbles not equipped with many armors were invincible in this area by relying on just those 500 bandits endowed with a force comparable to first-level elemental swordsmen. Even a heavy armored knight troop specifically trained by old Wilson could not stand as their opponent. Do you know the origins of the relief sculptures you obtained? Merlin continued asking. Keen frowned and shook his head. I retrieved these relief sculptures by chance. I only know they're probably relics from the Molter Empire. I don't know the specifics. The Molter Empire had always remained a mystery. It unified the whole continent, but was later overturned within a night. It seemed that no one knew the reason for the collapse of this huge empire. Moreover, more ideas developed in Merlin's mind now that he saw these relief sculptures and the 500 powerful bandits. These relief sculptures were the product of the Molter Empire. If every ordinary soldier of the Molter Empire had practiced the postures of those relief sculptures and possessed the strength of first-level elemental swordsmen, second-level elemental swordsmen, and even third-level elemental swordsmen, they would have thousands of soldiers comparable to the powerful elemental swordsmen. With such an army, it was not unbelievable that the Molter Empire could unify the entire continent. However, why would a strong empire that was too mighty to even imagine being overturned in a short period of time? There were even many historical rumors that mentioned the Molter Empire collapsed almost overnight. What actually happened? What kind of force had led to the collapse of the Molter Empire overnight? Come with me. The relief sculptures are stored in the place I live. Merlin shook his head slightly, as if to dismiss the doubts and puzzles about the collapse of the Molter Empire from his mind, and followed behind Keen closely. Keen lived in a massive cave. There were traces of artificial excavation in it. The exterior environment looked peaceful and quiet, with no one around. It seemed that Keen has made some arrangements for the place to receive only Merlin and Keen. Please take a seat. After Merlin sat down, Keen turned around and entered a room in the cave. It took him a while to reappear, but when he did, he was holding 3 relief sculptures in his hands. Keen put the relief sculptures on the stone table, allowing Merlin to examine them. Sure enough, they are the same type of relief sculptures. A hint of sparkle flashed across Merlin's eyes. He picked up one of the relief sculptures and gently stroked it with his hand. His vision became blurred and was covered with an illusion. Only to his eyes, some strange postures began to surface on the relief sculptures. They appeared quite different from the postures that Merlin had practiced before. This time, he did not dwell too long in the illusion. With Merlin's current mind power, he was able to regain consciousness from the illusion at any time. As part of the deal, this relief sculpture is for you. Merlin also handed his relief sculpture over to Keen. Keen narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was not anxious to pick up the relief sculpture on the table. Instead, he looked at Merlin with eager eyes. Merlin, you mentioned that you can make me a spellcaster. Obtaining another relief sculpture would allow Keen the strength to cross a big realm to be on par to compete with a 4th-level elemental swordsman. His strength would multiply, but that seemed to be less alluring than the idea of him becoming a spellcaster. The key to becoming a spellcaster relies on mind power and spell model. You already equip sufficient mind power. As for the spell model, Merlin trailed off for a while and finally took out the Whirlwind's spell model from Old Man Etha's spell manual. He spoke without much interest. Here's Whirlwind's spell model. It's only a 0-level spell. If you can construct the spell model into the awareness, then you can become a spell caster. Spell model. Keen's eyes were glued to the spell model on the table. Even his voice trembled a little because of overwhelming excitement. Chapter 67 The Kingdom of Black Moon Eye. Chapter 67 The Kingdom of Black Moon Eye. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Swoosh! A whirlwind appeared out of thin air. Some dust and gravel were caught into it, whistling and rotating constantly. Big Boss Keen beamed with joy. This was his first time casting a spell. The whirlwind dissipated quickly as Keen was so overwhelmed with excitement that he did not control his mind power carefully. However, he did not care. He could practice slowly in the future as long as the spell model did not collapse in his awareness. Not bad. You've gotten hold of the basics of whirlwind. You're now an entrance-level spell caster. You only need to increase your mind power continuously and practice on more zero-level spells to enhance your strength, Merlin said with indifference. He had spent a day here explaining to Keen the general knowledge of a spell caster and certain aspects that needed more attention. Then, he successfully helped Keen to construct Whirlwind's spell model in his awareness. It's time for me to leave. Merlin stood up after seeing that Keen had completely mastered Whirlwind. The deal between them was completed and both parties had benefited tremendously. Keen looked at Merlin and thought for a while before offering, "I'll send you a team as an escort if you're going to the Kingdom of Black Moon. You'll not encounter any more bandits along the way with the presence of the Hurricane Bandits." Merlin nodded in agreement. Although they could definitely take down common bandits with the strength of Old Wilson's knight, encountering great numbers of bandits along the journey would be troublesome anyhow. Naturally, it would be better if they could avoid the problem altogether. Later, the team of 20 knights sent by Keen waved the flags of Hurricane Bandits proudly in the air, and made their loud departure as they escorted Merlin out from the valley. Farther, will Merlin be in danger? Macy was practicing her swordsmanship. She wiped the sweat off her face and asked in a low voice. After the unexpected change of events in Blackwater City, Macy truly felt how weak she was, hence she was impatient and spent all her time in practicing her swordsmanship. However, the more eager she was, the lesser amount of fire elements were absorbed into her body. Naturally, Old Wilson understood Macy's anxiety, but right now he was not able to teach Macy properly. He could only wait until they settled down in the Kingdom of Black Moon before he could direct Macy's cultivation in the right direction. "Wilson, is Merlin going to be okay?" Baron Parman also asked with slight concern. Old Wilson's expression was unchanged as he replied calmly, "There should be no problem. There's nothing we can do but wait. If Merlin still has not returned tomorrow." Before his words were finished, the knight in charge of the vigil rushed forward to report, "Lord Baron, young Master Merlin is back." Sure enough, when Old Wilson looked to the said direction, Moss was slowly bringing the carriage to a stop, though behind the carriage were 20 bandits. Merlin alighted from the carriage, looking the same as before he left. Old Wilson quickly came to Merlin and murmured as he looked at the 20 bandits, "Merlin, what are these bandits doing here?" Merlin did not answer, but whispered back, "Farther, I'll give you a detailed explanation regarding this." Later, Merlin asked for Commander Pratt. He and a dozen knights were ordered to surround the carriage so no one would come forward to disrupt. Inside the carriage, the expression on Old Wilson's face grew even more concerned. He knew that it must be some matter of great importance since Merlin was being so cautious. "Merlin, what actually happened?" Old Wilson, who had always maintained a composed manner, finally felt uncertain about this. Merlin took out 3 relief sculptures from his arms and placed them in front of old Wilson. He then asked in a hoarse voice, "Father, don't you ever wonder how those bandits become so strong? Their physical qualities rival those of formidable elemental swordsmen, and the leader of the bandits is even powerful enough to stand as equal with you." Old Wilson was confused regarding this matter for a long while, but he did not know what the specific reason was. Now that Merlin mentioned, an idea flashed in his mind as his eyes swept past the 3 relief sculptures in front of him. Is it because of these relief sculptures? Old Wilson asked in confusion. He picked up the relief sculptures, turned them over and examined for a while, but found nothing special. Farther, an average person can't discover the secrets of these relief sculptures. Only people with strong innate mind power can realize the mystery. Each piece of these relief sculptures contains a set of strange postures. Practicing these postures with perseverance will increase one's physical quality to rival even the elemental swordsman. As soon as Merlin's voice faded, old Wilson's face changed. Only now did he know these small relief sculptures in front of him had such a huge effect. If one piece of relief sculpture meant the possibility of becoming a formidable elemental swordsman, then 2 pieces, 3 pieces, or even more, coupled with a pure body strength, could make one completely comparable to those powerful elemental swordsmen. The value contained in these relief sculptures was priceless. It might cause an immediate uproar if the news was leaked. Old Wilson was an excellent soldier. Naturally, he realized the military value of these relief sculptures. These relief sculptures belong to those bandits. Old Wilson could not resist his curiosity. Merlin nodded in reply. Yes, I exchanged these relief sculptures with the bandits with a spell model. It was a fair deal. The people outside are the bandits instructed by their leader to handle the small bandits we might encounter along the way. They can guarantee us a smooth and pleasant journey to the kingdom of Blackmoon. Old Wilson said nothing, but sat there as if in a trance. Even though he had experienced numerous peculiar things in his life, this was the first time he heard of such a magical thing in the world. Elemental swordsmen constituted the foundation of a kingdom. They represented the pillar strength. However, it was not simple to cultivate an elemental swordsman. Natural-born talents were fundamental. Without an elemental affinity, one could never be an elemental swordsman. However, the postures on this mysterious relief sculptures did not require any elemental affinity. Any ordinary people, like Big Boss Keen of the Bandits, could practice it. In a short period of time, he managed to train 500 bandits who were equally strong in strength as formidable elemental swordsmen. His men made a clean sweep of all the bandits in this area and eventually became a tremendous force. These are all thanks to the mysterious relief sculptures. If such powerful relief sculptures were passed on, those elemental swordsmen would no longer be the backbone of the army, and the entire continent might encounter a massive change. These relief sculptures might bring forth an intimidating change. It was no wonder Merlin was being extra cautious. Merlin, always bring these relief sculptures with you. Never pass them on to others, and never mention this again. Old Wilson finally spoke after a long time. A smile washed over Merlin's face, and he nodded. Farther, be rest assured, I'm well aware of the importance of these relief sculptures. That's why I'm going to pass all these relief sculptures, a total of 4 sets of postures, to you. Farther, after settling down in the kingdom of Blackmoon, you can choose whomever you want to pass on these 4 set of postures to. Merlin had high expectations. When old Wilson mastered these 4 postures, with his natural innate talents, his strength would increase to an unbelievably strong level. This could ensure Wilson House would not decline when the time comes for Merlin to leave the family. Chapter 68 The Kingdom of Black Moon I. Chapter 68 The Kingdom of Black Moon Roman II. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Raven's Castle, located in the Kingdom of Black Moon, was an enormous military fortress. The population used to be scarce, but recently, Raven's Castle was visited by many people. These were the people who escaped from the Kingdom of Light. Some were refugees, some were businessmen. Some were small aristocrats. All of them wanted to make their way into Raven's Castle. That was because Raven's Castle was the only entrance leading to the Kingdom of Black Moon. Otherwise, they would have to go through thousands of miles of deserted mountains. The deserted mountains contained with them all sorts of dangers. Almost no one had crossed the barren mountains to get into the Kingdom of Black Moon. Therefore, the deserted mountains became a natural barrier between the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light. However, it was not easy to enter the Kingdom of Black Moon through Raven's Castle either. Everyone must pay the required amount of gold coins before they were allowed to pass through. On the other hand, those dressed in ruin and had not enough gold coins were denied entry and held up outside. These refugees either returned to the Kingdom of Light or waited endlessly for the day Raven's Castle might grant free entry for all until they eventually died in front of Raven's Castle. Hey, look, there's a troop of knights with numerous horse carriages. Hee, there's even heavy armored knights. Seems like they're from an affluent house. We can definitely rip them off with a huge deal later. Some of the guards in Raven's Castle noticed a huge fleet in the distance dressed in bright, shiny armors that came with numerous carriages. From experience, they knew they could rip this other wealthy family off for passing through Raven's Castle. The troop approached Raven's Castle in a steady motion. It was headed by a sturdy middle-aged man who frowned at the sight of Raven's Castle and waved for the troop to stop. Farther, why did you stop? Merlin jumped off from the carriage and walked to the side of old Wilson. The troop that the guards were eyeing on was indeed old Wilson's troop of nearly 2,000 people. After spending 3 to 4 days of long journey, they finally arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Black Moon. The bandits that escorted Merlin had left. According to the information they provided, the only way to enter the Kingdom of Black Moon was through Raven's Castle. Merlin noticed a fortress not far away and assumed that must be Raven's Castle that the bandits mentioned. As long as they passed through Raven's Castle, they would be finally safe, and no longer have to worry about the pursuit from the Church of Light. Old Wilson pointed at Raven's Castle and said in a deep voice, "Merlin, we must remove our armors and weapons in order to enter Raven's Castle. We're a large troop, and our combat power will be drastically reduced without weapons and armor. We'll be in a difficult situation if something unfortunate happens." Merlin looked toward the direction of old Wilson's finger and noticed that, indeed, several knights were removing their armor and weapons before entering Raven's Castle. It was not difficult to understand. The Kingdom of Black Moon would never allow a large number of armed personnel to pass through Raven's Castle. They would be inflicting troubles on themselves if these people were sent by the church. Farther, we certainly can't have our large troop bring in armor and weapons. We have no choice but to unload them first, and then find another way upon entering Raven's Castle. Merlin thought for a moment, but could not come up with a better solution. They had to bear patiently for the better good. "Well, Merlin, Baron Parman, The three of us can go ahead first. Therefore, old Wilson urged Pratt to look after the troop. Along with Baron Parman and Merlin, the group of three headed for Raven's castle to get a hold of the situation. The castle guards that have long noticed Merlin and the others immediately barred them aside, then announced in a cold tone, "Leave the horse, remove your armors and weapons, and then pay 10 gold coins for each person as entrance fee." Old Wilson and Baron Parman's face fell simultaneously. To remove armor and weapons was not impossible, even if the whole troop of nearly 2,000 people had to pay the fees of 20,000 gold coins in total. That was also not a problem to the wealthy Wilson family and Parman family. However, to leave behind the horses that exceeded their limit. Without horses, how should they ride their carriages were they supposed to let the ladies travel on foot? Besides, without the horses, this massive troop consisted of 2,000 people would move extremely slow, not to mention the problems and tricky situation that would arise along the route. That idea made Merlin frown. Even the horses, but why did that knight that passed through earlier didn't leave his horse behind? Baron Parman tried to press down the boiling anger beneath his skin and asked in a hoarse voice. Those guards threw a sideways glance at Baron Parman and sneered. He was alone. Besides, he's an elemental swordsman, so he's allowed to keep the horse. You mean, elemental swordsmen can keep their horse? A guard shifted his attention to Merlin and nodded. That's right. Not only elemental swordsmen can keep their horse, they can enter right through Raven's castle in their armors and weapons. Merlin and old Wilson exchanged glances and nodded slightly at each other. Perhaps the Kingdom of Black Moon was trying to encourage the influx of elemental swordsmen from the Kingdom of Light. After all, the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light was still in hostility. If they could attract more elemental swordsmen, which were the opposition's strongest military force, that would definitely deal a blow to the Kingdom of Light. The only thing was, even if old Wilson and the others would be grant entry, not every person among the 2,000 people were elemental swordsmen. We can leave behind armors and weapons. Even the gold coins are not our problem, but can we keep the horses? We have a massive troop, after all. Without horses, we'll encounter many difficulties even if we manage to pass through Raven's castle, Merlin said to the guards in Raven's castle calmly. The guards looked at the huge fleet stopped in the distance, and the corners of their mouths curled up into smiles. They also pressed down their voice. Actually, you can keep your horses, though at the price of 60 gold coins per horse. You can bring your horses along by paying 60 gold coins per person. What 60 gold coins? Old Wilson's expression changed immediately. Simultaneously, imposing aura and sparks of flames appeared around his body. If they had to pay the insane amount of 60 gold coins per person, that would mean a total of 120,000 gold coins for the troop of nearly 2,000 people. Although the Parman family and the Wilson family were wealthy, 120,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure far exceeded their family properties. What are you doing? Want to attack the fortress? Old Wilson's natural burly build was already intimidating. As he released the imposing aura, the guards of Raven's castle immediately became nervous. Therefore, on top of Raven's castle, a team of guards appeared within seconds, densely packed around the entire fortress. The heavy crossbows in their hands aiming accurately at old Wilson, Merlin, and the others. In an instant, the atmosphere in the air tensed up. Merlin looked up at the guards on the fortress, and his face revealed a slight sense of helplessness. A military fortress as such was itself a terrifying war machine. Although old Wilson once said that powerful spellcaster could destroy a military fortress alone, Merlin still had not possessed such ability for now. Even he could not handle if these many arrows shoot across the sky. Chapter 69 The Kingdom of Black Moon AI. Chapter 69 The Kingdom of Black Moon Roman 3. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The guards in front of Raven's castle sneered as they saw Merlin and others stand there motionless. This is Raven's castle, the kingdom of Black Moon. Yesterday, there were even some people that came claiming to be royal prince and princess. In the end, they still paid us gold coins obediently just to pass through here. Either leave the horse or pay the gold coins. There is no other choice. Old Wilson and Baron Parman were furious. They stared hard at these guards, but they were still rational enough to not start a fight. In front of such a military fortress, let alone 1,000 knights, even tens of thousands of well-equipped, well-trained knights were unlikely to succeed in taking down this heavily guarded military fortress. Merlin was reduced to no options, so he whispered to old Wilson, "Farther, let's go back to the troop for a more comprehensive discussion." Hence, old Wilson and the others returned to the troop. Merlin took the lead and spoke, "We're never going to surrender the horses. It seems that Princess Karais and her troops have also paid the required gold coins to the guards so they could bring their horses through Raven's castle. If there is no other way, we have no choice but to work hard to gather 120,000 gold coins." After a while, old Wilson whispered, "I've spent almost all of the taxes collected from my territory on the heavy armor knight troop. Right now, Wilson family can only contribute 40,000 gold coins at most." Merlin frowned slightly. The entire Wilson family's income was supported only by the taxation on the territory, and almost half of the taxes had been used by old Wilson to train the heavy armor knight troop. Hence, several years down the road, the wealth of the Wilson family was left with only a small amount. "Baron Parman, how much can you contribute?" Merlin looked at Baron Parman, who later forced a smile. "I can contribute slightly more, but only 60,000 gold coins at most." It's still far away from 120,000 gold coins. The gap of 20,000 gold coins was indeed not a small amount. What should we do? Merlin was really out of ideas. 20,000 gold coins were not a small number. Besides, even if they managed to gather the required amount, how were they going to support the daily life after nearly 2,000 people after arriving at the Kingdom of Black Moon? On the other side of the coin, they only needed to pay 20,000 gold coins if they surrendered the horses. However, without horses, the traveling speed of the large troop would be unimaginably slow and might possibly cause numerous other incidents to arise later. Forcing their way through Raven's castle was an even more whimsical idea. Even tens of thousands of elite knights were not necessarily strong enough to break through a terrifying military fortress such as Raven's castle, let alone their troop of 1,000 knights. If there is really no other way, I might have to return along the same path we came from, and finally exchange some gold coins with Keen using another spell model. Merlin felt extremely helpless. Since he arrived in this world, he had never been worried about money. Never had he expected to fall to the point where he had to exchange a spell model with bandits for some gold coins. "Don't worry, you guys should wait here for a few days while I go back to the bandits." Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly before he could finish his sentence. He noticed a large number of knights appearing outside of Raven's castle. There was about 1,000 of them, well equipped, gradually moving towards Raven's castle. After seeing these knights, those guards in Raven's castle hurriedly went forward to greet them respectfully. "Dear my lord, Lady Countess just sent someone to ask about your lordship. It seems like an urgency that requires your lordship to head back quickly." All right. The troop was headed by a count, which seemed like an important figure of Raven's castle. These guards, who treated the count with utmost respect, immediately opened the gates of the fortress. "Maybe there is a way." Merlin's eyes lit up as he said to old Wilson and Baron Parman, "Wait here for a minute. I will come back soon. Hopefully with a solution to our obstacle." After saying that, Merlin walked straight toward the big number of knights. "Honorable Count, my lord." A strong-built count dressed in bright, shiny armor turned his head around at the direction of the unfamiliar voice. He then frowned and asked, "Who are you?" It was Merlin. He raised his head fearlessly at the count who had just spoken. "Honorable Count, I'm Wilson Merlin, who had just escaped from the Kingdom of Light with my family. However, we've encountered a little trouble at Raven's castle. If my lord will be so generous to lend us a helping hand, in return, my lord will have me as your friend. A friendship with a fallen nobleman who's on the flee." The count laughed immediately as he looked at old Wilson and other people in the distance. Small aristocrats like Merlin that tried to escape from the Kingdom of Light were so common recently that he had already become accustomed to them. "Yes, that's right, a friendship with a spellcaster." Merlin rested his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, but on his face was still his usual composed, calm look. "Spellcaster." The smile on the count's face froze in an instant. Then, the expression turned into something strange and undecipherable, as if it was an emotion filled with disbelief and absurdity. Click. Merlin smiled faintly, then extended his finger and pointed toward the count's hand. The big sword in the count's hand was immediately frozen by a thick layer of ice crystals in the blink of an eye. The knights around the count became nervous. An earthy yellow-colored light even flashed around several knights. Those were the light of earth elements. The strong aura clearly revealed they were earth swordsmen that reached the peak of third level. "Relax, Commander Bane. This is a respected spellcaster." Lord Count recollected his thoughts and ordered his knights to stop. Then, he looked at Merlin with a smile on his face and announced aloud, "Dear spellcaster, welcome to Raven's Castle in the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Unexpectedly, in a barbaric kingdom like the Kingdom of Light, there exists also spellcaster who pursues true knowledge." After a pause, the count turned to look at old Wilson in the distance and somehow guessed what was going on. "Wizard Merlin, I, Beckons Fuman, sincerely invite you and your family to be a guest in my residence." "I'm grateful, my lord, for the invitation." Merlin finally felt slightly relieved. Before he came to the Kingdom of Blackmoon, he knew that this was the holy land of spellcasters. Numerous spellcasters lived in the Eastern Realm represented by the Kingdom of Blackmoon. It was only in this land where people were respectful and tolerant to spellcasters could they give birth to tremendously powerful spellcasters. Judging from the attitude of Count Fuman, Merlin roughly guessed that spellcasters were indeed well respected in the Kingdom of Blackmoon. They were able to enjoy all kinds of privileges that, even in a sense, their identity almost equivalent to a noble title. With a nod of approval of Count Fuman, the guards of Raven's castle naturally did not dare to trouble Merlin and others anymore. Therefore, after old Wilson and the others removed most of their weapons and armors, they followed behind Fuman's knights and finally passed through Raven's castle successfully. Chapter 70 Plans I. Chapter 70 Plans I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin and the rest of the troop followed Count Fuman's knights through Raven's castle into a small town inhabited only by soldiers. This site, which was built specially to provide supply for Raven's castle, had war supplies scattered everywhere. The legendary heretic kingdom, the barbaric, evil, and the horrible kingdom of Black Moon was now in front of Merlin and the others. Old Wilson, who had remained silent, appeared solemn, but Merlin noticed from his gaze that the complex surges of emotions must have emerged in his heart. After all, Old Wilson had once participated in the extremely difficult and cruel slaughterhouse battle and fought against the heretics of the kingdom of Blackmoon for several years. However, here he was now embarking on a journey to the heretic land. It was not surprising for him to experience feelings of uncertainty and change in the heart. Apart from Old Wilson, the others, such as Macy, Big-Breasted Madam, and Avril, were curious and found everything exciting and interesting. They drew their curtains to check out the new environment eagerly. Count Fuman's knights gradually began to leave after returning to the small town. When they finally arrived at a white castle, there were only 100 guards left with the count. Commander Bane, please help Wizard Merlin's family to settle down. Count Fuman nodded slightly at Merlin with a smile. Wizard Merlin, that's my castle in front. Please come in. Old Wilson suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Merlin, will you be safe? Farther, we're at the kingdom of Black Moon, the holy land of spellcasters. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen to me. You should all go to rest, and we'll start planning for the next step when I return. Merlin followed Count Fuman into the castle after reassuring Old Wilson. There were many knights in Count Fuman's castle, making the atmosphere rather tense and murderous. Merlin explored the surrounding with his mind power and noticed there were more powerful knights watching his every move in the dark. However, what confused Merlin was that he did not sense any other spellcaster's mind power around. Old Wilson once mentioned that spellcasters regularly stationed in some military fortresses at the Kingdom of Blackmoon, but Merlin did not find any spellcasters since he entered Count Fuman's castle. He followed Count Fuman into the Grand Hall, and soon the warmth from the fireplace filled the entire hall. Count Fuman took off his heavy armor and sat on a wooden chair with ease. He waved at Merlin and said, "Be my guest, Wizard Merlin. Please take a seat." As soon as Merlin sat down, the maidservants in the castle brought in small cups of viscous soup. Some black leaves and pieces of strange objects looked like fish scales floated on the surface. Soon, a scent of fish filled the warm air. Count Fuman smiled as he picked up the cup. "Wizard Merlin, try Raven's Castle's specialty, the icefish soup." Count Fuman tilted his head backward and gulped down the soup in one gulp. He heaved a sigh of relief, though his face showed an unsatisfying pleasure. Merlin was not interested in such a strange-looking soup, but he could not help to be curious when he saw Count Fuman's indulgence in it. Hence, his curiosity made him take the cup and sip on it. The first taste of the icefish soup was slightly sour, but the aftertaste was an unexpected burst of sweetness on the tip of the tongue. When the fish soup went down the throat, a warm feeling quickly rose and spread rapidly in his entire body. It tasted so good that one could not help but felt comfortable. Merlin finished the soup in the cup with his eyes closed. Finally, he expressed his admiration. "Not bad at all. This icefish soup is really wonderful." Naturally, there was a massive difference in the cuisine of a foreign country. Count Fuman felt his body warmed up after drinking the icefish soup. Then, He asked casually. Wizard Merlin, I can only imagine how difficult it must have been on your journey to Raven's Castle. What kind of plans do you have for the future? My plans? Merlin thought for a moment before replying. The main priority is to settle down before considering anything else. It was primordial to settle down in a foreign country and become familiar with the environment. A hint of brilliance flashed across Count Fuman's eyes. He suddenly lowered his voice and asked, Wizard Merlin, you should be a free wizard. Why don't you join me in Raven's Castle and station here? There must also be some powerful elemental swordsmen in your family who can also join Raven's Castle. I give you my word that your family will definitely have a comfortable life in Raven's Castle. Join the army, my dear Count Fuman. I'm really sorry. Right now, we only want to settle down in the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Moreover, we've just experienced some tough battles in the Kingdom of Light. Hence, my family and I do not wish to join the army at the moment. Almost immediately and without thorough consideration, Merlin rejected Count Fuman's offer. Due to his former identity, old Wilson certainly would not agree to join the army of the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Besides that, Merlin was thinking of expanding his force as a spellcaster in the Kingdom of Blackmoon, so it was impossible that he would bind himself to the army. In addition, the current unstable situation in the Kingdom of Light meant a war might break out anytime soon. If that happened, perhaps Raven's Castle would bear the brunt and face the chaos firsthand. Due to these reasons, and at a time like this, Merlin would not join Raven's Castle, the army of the Kingdom of Blackmoon. That's a shame. Count Fuman shrugged, his tone filled with regrets. My lord, Lady Countess wishes to see you immediately regarding an urgent matter. A maidservant dressed in grey hurried to the hall and whispered to Count Fuman. What happened? Count Fuman frowned and looked upstairs with a puzzled look on his face. Then he stood up and looked at Merlin in the eyes. Wizard Merlin, please be seated for a while. I'll return in a minute. Immediately, Count Fuman walked up to the second floor. In one of the rooms located on the second floor, a beautiful figure of a woman was pacing around the room anxiously, looking out of the door from time to time. Madam, what's the matter? Why the hurry? Count Fuman pushed open the door impatiently and noticed his countess pacing around the house looking uneasy. The countess was hesitant for a second, but eventually took a letter from the desk and handed it to Count Fuman. It's a letter from my brother, Selin. Take a look at it yourself. Count Selin, what happened to him? Count Fuman took the letter suspiciously and began reading the letter. Gradually, Count Fuman furrowed his brows and his face took on a ghastly expression with a hint of anger. Chapter 71 Plans A. Chapter 71 Plans Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. I can't agree to Count Selin's request. Count Fuman put down the letter and said coldly. There was even a trace of anger between his brows. The Countess' face sank. Fuman, my brother is in trouble. Isn't there a few spellcasters stationed in Raven's Castle? You're the supreme commander of Raven's Castle. You can easily deploy some of the spellcasters to his rescue, can't you? Count Fuman felt uneasy seeing his wife who has gotten irritated and explained helplessly. You've seen how those spellcasters regard me with little respect. Even though I'm the supreme commander of Raven's Castle, I've no actual power to deploy those spellcasters at all. There's nothing that I can do. The Countess stood up angrily and shouted hysterically, so y'all just watch in silence as my brother and his family is being killed. Count Fuman paced back and forth in the room. He appeared as if the burden of the world had been put on his shoulders. It's all right if you can't deploy spellcasters, but what about those 4th-level elemental swordsmen? I believe my brother will be very grateful for that too, the Countess proposed. Count Fuman shook his head again. The 4th-level and above elemental swordsmen were all commanders stationed in Raven's Castle who was responsible for important tasks. Even if he was the supreme commander of Raven's Castle, he could not abuse his power and randomly deploy them for private affairs. If you're not willing to help at all, I'll go live with my brother. The Countess was extremely enraged. She stood up immediately and began to pack her clothes. Hang on, give me a minute to think about it. Count Fuman realized his Countess was getting genuinely infuriated. He knew that he would not be able to live in peace if the matter was not resolved. Suddenly, Count Fuman stopped pacing and looked at his wife in surprise. I've got an idea. There's just a right candidate for this task. The Countess turned around with an astonished look on her face, but Count Fuman had already left for downstairs right away. Wizard Merlin, sorry to keep you waiting. Count Fuman apologized to Merlin as he returned to the hall. Right, since Wizard Merlin doesn't want to stay in Raven's Castle, what if I recommend you to another place? Perhaps Count Fuman was showing too much enthusiasm that it made Merlin felt strange. Just moments ago, Count Fuman was still persuading Merlin to join Raven's Castle, the army of the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Where's this place? Merlin asked politely, albeit feeling confused. Count Fuman replied almost a little too quickly. Prakash City. This place is very suitable for Wizard Merlin and your family to settle down. The city owner of Prakash City, Count Selin, is my wife's brother. I can write you a letter to bring to the Count of Prakash, and it'll assist you to avoid loads of troubles if you wish to settle down in Prakash City. Merlin stood up swiftly and bowed to Count Fuman. Merlin is extremely grateful for your help, my lord. Count Fuman smiled faintly. After a brief hesitation, he eventually said, the thing is, Wizard Merlin, Count Selin seems to be in a difficult situation recently. I don't know what kind of trouble specifically, but he had asked me to send some people over as assistants. However, there are too many responsibilities in Raven's Castle, and I really can't send anyone over, therefore. Count Fuman looked at Merlin in the eyes. Merlin pondered on that for a bit. The new journey in a foreign country like the Kingdom of Blackmoon was definitely not going to be all smooth and easy. He had to prove his worth and value to settle down here. Therefore, Merlin nodded. Merlin is willing to help if it's not too much trouble. Har, perfect. I'll write a letter at this instance for Wizard Merlin to bring to Count Selin when you arrive in Prakash City. Count Fuman appeared elated. With Merlin's help, he was finally able to solve this tricky matter. As soon as Merlin returned to the residence Count Fuman had prepared for them, Old Wilson immediately called upon Merlin and Baron Parman so the three of them could discuss their next move. Merlin, we can't stay in Raven's Castle forever. Where are we going next? Old Wilson asked in a hoarse voice. At the same time, Baron Parman also looked at Merlin deep in the eyes. Unknowingly, Merlin had become the backbone of the entire troop. Merlin took some time to reorganize the thoughts in his head. Farther, Baron Parman, the first thing we've to do is to settle down as we're not familiar with the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Both Baron Parman and Old Wilson nodded silently to show their agreement. Merlin continued speaking, seeing they were on the same page. Raven's Castle is a military fortress, hence we must join the army to settle down here. Earlier, in his residence, Count Fuman invited us to join Raven's Castle, but I've rejected his offer. We can't stay in Raven's Castle, so we've to find some other place to settle down. Fortunately, Count Fuman recommended us to Prakash City. The head of the city, Count Merlin, seems to be facing a little trouble and needs assistance from Count Fuman. Without better alternatives, Count Fuman thought of me. I accepted the offer eventually after some consideration. Prakash City should be our best choice if the problem isn't too difficult to deal with. I believe Count Merlin will take care of us because of Count Fuman, and that will assist us to adapt better if we decide to settle down in Prakash City. When Merlin finished speaking, smiles washed over the faces of Old Wilson and Baron Parman. Merlin noticed that the tense look on their faces eased down a little. Well, do as you said and depart for Prakash City tomorrow. Old Wilson and Baron Parman nodded in agreement to show their support for Merlin's suggestion. Merlin finally got a chance to rest after a long day. He heaved a sigh of relief when he was alone in his room. He inspected the spell models for Fireball and Frost in his awareness. Both seemed to be working well in accumulating magic power. The growth of mind power was not obvious as it could not be seen in a short time. Merlin's present strength had reached a bottleneck. He did not discover any new spells, and the strength of his mind power had not reached the level to support a third spell model. The only thing he could currently utilize to enhance his strength was 3 of those mysterious relief sculptures which he exchanged with the bandits' leader. Merlin quickly probed into the ring using mind power and took out all 3 relief sculptures hidden inside. If he could practice all those postures on the 3 relief sculptures, including the set of postures that Merlin had previously practiced, his physical quality could perhaps be increased to a level comparable to a 4th-level elemental swordsman. A 4th-level elemental swordsman was considered an intermediate elemental swordsman, where all physical aspects of the person would be significantly improved. Let's give it a try. Merlin selected a piece of relief sculpture at random. He concentrated completely to gather his mind power, and soon enough, a complete set of postures gradually emerged in front of Merlin's eyes. Chapter 72 Prakash City I. Chapter 72 Prakash City I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin had already woken up in the early morning. As soon as he woke up, he felt sticky all over his body, and there seemed to be an unbearable odor coming from him. I'm sweating again. It was winter now, so chilly wind whistled by, bringing rain and snow with it. Weather like this could not possibly make him sweat. Merlin touched his hands and back. He was covered in sweat. A smile slowly emerged on Merlin's face. He had not had this feeling for a long time. When Merlin had attained his first relief sculpture, he was covered in sweat every day he woke up since he had practiced the posture for many days continuously. It was only when Merlin's physical attribute had slowly increased that the posture of the sculpture no longer had any effect on Merlin. Even if Merlin kept on practicing the posture later, he would not sweat anymore, nor would he feel any change. Now, after Merlin had begun practicing the second mysterious posture, sweat had covered his body again. This showed that the posture of the sculpture was effective on Merlin. Once he persevered in the practice, his physical attribute would surely be enhanced in the future. After that, Merlin let the maid bring him a basin of hot water. He washed himself thoroughly before walking out of his room. Phew! The wind was whistling out there. A thin layer of crystal had already formed on some parts of the ground. He had to be extra cautious when he walked on it since he might slip. Har! Merlin faintly heard series of shouts nearby. He took a few steps forward and reached a wide yard. He saw Old Wilson, wearing his heavy armor and holding his sword. The sword was glimmering a terrifying flame. Old Wilson was practicing his sword now. He had already reached the peak of a second-level fire swordsman. He only needed a little more to become a third-level elemental swordsman. However, this also could take some time, so Old Wilson was not anxious about it. He was simply practicing his sword now. He controlled the flame well in his hands. With a slash, the whistling wind blew forward with flame, creating a strong impact. Merlin squinted his eyes and stared closely at Old Wilson's figure. He saw Old Wilson's muscular body suddenly expanded like a balloon. His swelling muscle almost made the armor burst. Swoosh! Old Wilson slashed forward, and the whistling sound of the wind was especially sharp to the ears. The quick speed was beyond comprehension. The more overwhelming thing was Old Wilson had not used any elemental force in his body. He was simply using the strength of his body. Farther has gotten stronger, Merlin murmured lowly. Seeing Old Wilson had paused, he strode forward. Merlin, the 3 postures you gave me are truly amazing. I've only been practicing for a few days, but I already felt my strength has increased at least twofold. Even if I don't use the elemental force, I can also fight against a third-level elemental swordsman. The condescending aura given off by Old Wilson was even more apparent. Even Merlin could feel it. Upon hearing Old Wilson's strength had increased by twofold, Merlin was still surprised. After all, when he practiced the posture of the sculpture, his physical attribute had changed slowly. In a couple of days, there would not be any apparent change at all. However, Old Wilson's change was great. All of this was related to the posture of the 3 sculptures Merlin gave to Old Wilson. Maybe Farther's physical attribute is already excellent. The better the physical attribute, the better the effect of practicing the posture. Merlin thought about it. According to this speed, the time when Old Wilson's strength became comparable to a 4th-level elemental swordsman would soon come. After a short while, General Pratt strode toward them in big steps and reported to Old Wilson, "Sir Baron, it's all ready. We can depart anytime." Old Wilson nodded and said to Merlin, "Let's go. The earlier we reach Prakash City, the earlier we can settle down." Merlin returned to Count Fuman's castle and bid him farewell. Count Fuman then took a few identity cards and letter for Count Selin. With these identity cards in hands, they could avoid many troubles during their journey. After bidding Count Fuman goodbye, Merlin then followed the large team and slowly left Raven's castle. After 3 days, the team had arrived in an ancient city. The walls of this city seemed antique. Some of the bricks were seriously weathered. A small gust of wind was able to bring a little grit away. Prakash, this should be Prakash City. Merlin raised his head to see the few words on the wall. These words were written in Malta language because the Kingdom of Black Moon claimed to have inherited the pride of the Malta Empire 3,600 years ago. Thus, they had even used the ancient Malta language as their own language. However, the Malta Empire had perished for 3,600 years, and the Kingdom of Black Moon was only established 800 years ago. Rather than inheriting the Malta Empire's pride, they were simply boasting their own name. "We're finally here." Old Wilson, Baron Parman, and the others showed elated faces. They had gone through a harsh journey, running away from the Kingdom of Light to here. They were full of fear every day and had finally arrived at their destination now. If everything went smoothly, Prakash City would be the home for the Wilson family and the Parman family. The team moved forward slowly until they reached the gate. A few fierce-looking guards blocked their way and said to old Wilson, "The castellan, Count Selin, has given orders. The gate is currently closed. Without identity cards, no one can enter Prakash City." "What's the matter? It's still all right yesterday. Why close it just like that? What happened?" "I heard something happened in Prakash City." Many businessmen and civilians were full of questions. The gate was usually opened and could be entered at will. Today, it was suddenly closed and identity card was needed to enter the city. They were only normal civilians. How could they have identity cards? Identity cards were an identification that could only be given out by some nobles and large business guilds. Old Wilson was also in front of the gate. He waved his hands to bring the team to a halt. Then he said to General Pratt, "Bring Merlin here." Soon, General Pratt brought Merlin to the gate. Upon seeing the tight security in front of the gate, Merlin frowned and said to old Wilson softly, "Father, don't worry. Count Fuman has given me some identity cards. Let me talk to them." Then he strode toward the guards and took an identity card out from his pocket. The guard looked at the identity card repeatedly and asked in uncertain, "Raven's Castle's identity card. Why do you people come to Prakash City from Raven's Castle? Were introduced to Prakash City by Count Fuman. Why is this identity card fake?" Merlin did not want to give any unnecessary explanation, so he asked the guard with furrowed brows. The guards heard that they were related to Count Fuman, then carefully inspected the identity card again. After ensuring nothing was wrong with it, he handed the card back to Merlin and said softly, "This is Count Selin's order. We have to carry it out strictly. All right, your identity card has been verified. You can enter." The guard waved his hands and the gate slowly opened. Old Wilson strode forward first and brought the huge team to enter Prakash City slowly. As opposed to old Wilson's excitement, Merlin was slightly worried. He looked back at the gate in tight security and murmured in a low voice, "Hopefully Count Selin is not in any deep trouble." Chapter 73 Prakash City A. Chapter 73 Prakash City Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Prakash City was a busy city. The bustling people all wore strange clothes. After seeing the large team led by old Wilson, many of them curiously gathered in groups, murmuring to each other. Old Wilson frowned. It would be difficult to settle down 2,000 people. A common location could not accommodate them at all. Farther, I think we should get some hotels and settle down temporarily. I'll go to Count Selin. With his help, I'm sure we can avoid many troubles in Prakash City. Merlin had a letter from Count Fuman with him. He should hand it to Count Selin as soon as possible so that it could be helpful for the Wilson family and the Parman family to settle down in Prakash City. Old Wilson nodded since they could only do that now. So, old Wilson sent General Pratt to book a few hotels in Prakash City and barely settled down his people. After that, Merlin walked toward Count Selin's castle alone. It was easy to find Count Selin's castle. After turning a few corners and walking toward the northwest direction, he could see a white, pointed castle. The castle took up a large space and was surrounded by greeneries. White walls encircled the castle and there were iron fences on the outer circle guarded by around 10 tall guards. Often, a team of knights could be seen inspecting in front of the castle. Everything seemed calm, but a nervous aura surrounded them. These knights were the same as the city defense troop in Blackwater City. They were Count Selin's private armed forces. In fact, the whole Prakash City was Count Selin's private land. During his journey from Raven's Castle to Prakash City, Merlin had a brief understanding of the overall situation in the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Even though the Kingdom of Blackmoon seemed like a huge kingdom, it was totally different from the Kingdom of Light by nature. The Kingdom of Blackmoon was formed by all the city-states. Prakash City was a city-state which was ruled by Count Selin. Once Count Selin was dead, his title would be inherited by others in the Capro family. Not even the king could intervene in this matter. Each city-state was the private land of a noble and the foundation of a huge family. The whole Kingdom of Blackmoon was formed by thousands of these city-states, both large and small. The royal family of the Kingdom of Blackmoon was the largest noble family in the kingdom. They ruled the largest city-state and thus were named as the ruler of the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Such a scattered system had existed for as long as 800 years without any serious problem. This fact had greatly puzzled Merlin. Merlin took the letter from Count Fewman from his pocket and walked toward Count Selin's castle. "Stand there." After seeing Merlin, the castle guards immediately became alert. Merlin said monotonously, "I came from Raven's castle. I have a letter from Count Fewman for Count Selin." These guards exchanged a glance, then their expressions softened. However, they did not let down their guards. They said in a low voice, "Give the letter to me and wait here for a moment." Merlin nodded slightly. His mind power sharply caught. Many gazes fell on him from the castle the moment he had arrived. This showed that the security in the castle was even tighter. Hidden guards were probably standing by all over the castle now. From such tight security, it seemed that Count Selin had involved himself in deep trouble. Otherwise, an honorable count, the ultimate ruler of Prakash City and the highest marshal of a city-state, would not be so cautious in his own castle. Just when the guard was about to enter the castle, a carriage came a halt in front of the castle. A sweet young girl alighted from the carriage. The girl was tall. Her medium-length blonde hair was lightly pulled into a ponytail, making her look cute and energetic. The young girl immediately saw Merlin as soon as she came down and asked, "You came from Raven's Castle?" Merlin nodded and the girl asked, "How's Aunt Shara doing?" Merlin frowned. He had not heard that name before. The young girl seemed to have thought of something and hit her forehead. She said frustratedly, "Aunt Shara is the Count's wife." "Oh, Count and Countess Fewman are well." The girl nodded, then said to the guard, "Give me the letter. I'm looking for my father anyway." "Of course, young Lady Shilly." The guard passed Merlin's letter to the girl. "Wait for a moment. I'll pass this letter to father. Later I want to ask about Aunt Shara's situation in Raven's Castle." Then, the girl walked toward the castle. "Have you found any suspicious person in the city?" Count Selin seemed to be burning with anger. His expression was dark. "Sir Count, there are too many people coming into and going out of Prakash City these days. We've not finished checking everyone, so we have not found anyone suspicious yet." A middle-aged man who wore silvery, light armor answered carefully. Count Selin was troubled lately, so he did not have a good temper. Many of his subordinates were scolded for no reason at all. "Rubbish Wizard Hill whom I ask you to look for. Have you found him?" "Yes, we've found Wizard Hill, but he has a condition. Sir Count must give him some Zygen flower," the man in silver armor said carefully. Count Selin frowned and said, "All right. Only spellcasters know the usage of Zygen flower anyway. If Wizard Hill is willing to come to the castle, we can give him more Zygen flower." After a small pause, Count Selin said hesitantly, "The letter sent to Raven's Castle should arrive already." Why haven't I received any reply? If Fumin can send some spellcasters to me, then our chance of winning will be bigger. Farther, it's just dealing with a conceited man. I alone can resolve the issue. Why do we need spellcasters? There was yet another muscular, young man in the hall. He wore a heavy armor and gave out a ferocious aura all over him, beaming with confidence. Count Selin nodded slightly and seemed greatly satisfied seeing this muscular, young man. He said monotonously, "Cook, our opponent this time is a mysterious yet powerful spellcaster. Even though you're a 5th-level elemental swordsman, no one knows how powerful this conceited guy is. It's safer if we have a spellcaster with us." Cook continued to say, seemingly unsatisfied, "Farther, you're being too cautious. I've once killed an Icelandic wolf. Am I not able to deal with a conceited guy? It's fine if that guy doesn't come. If he comes, I'll surely tear him to pieces." Looking at Cook's confident expression, Count Selin shook his head slightly and did not say anything. He was already satisfied that he had such an excellent son, but this matter could not be taken lightly. He had to be ready in all aspects. Brother, you're here, too." Suddenly, a lively girl with a ponytail walked into the hall. Chapter 74 Deep Trouble I. Chapter 74 Deep Trouble I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The young girl was full of energy and youthfulness, easily causing others to be fond of her. Different from the muscular and cruel-looking Cook, the young girl seemed sweet. Both did not look like siblings when they stood together. Count Selin, who had a serious look on him earlier, immediately softened his expression when he saw the girl. He said with a smile, "Shelley, Prakash City is not safe lately. You should stay more in the castle. I call your brother, Cook, to overcome the hurdle this time." The young girl, Shelley, stuck her tongue out. Acting cutely, she said sweetly, "Farther, I know that. I'll stay more in the castle after this." Cook took a glance at Shelley and showed a hint of her smile. When she was about to leave, Shelley suddenly said loudly, "Farther, brother, there's a man outside of the castle. He said he's from Raven's castle and has a letter from Count Fumin. He let me pass it to Farther." "From Raven's castle?" Cook, quickly get that person into the castle. Count Selin showed a hint of delight. He kept rubbing his hands as he mumbled to himself, "Finally here. He must be sent by Fumin." Count Selin got his man to deliver a letter to Count Fumin in Raven's castle, but many days had passed by. He had been hoping that Count Fumin could send some spellcasters to aid him. Finally, the aid he asked for had arrived, so he was naturally excited about it. Cook furrowed his eyebrows. Albeit unwilling, he still turned around and left. "You're the person from Raven's castle." The muscular Cook stared coldly at the young man in front of him. This man was simply too young, even younger than Cook. Count Fumin actually sent someone like this. Upon thinking about that, Cook's gaze became even more unfriendly. His tone turned cold. Merlin seemed overwhelmed. He sensed that the muscular man gave off a fierce aura around him. Without even getting close, Merlin already sensed the danger. The aura of this muscular man was even greater than old Wilson's. Merlin could hardly resist the urge of getting away from this man. He gave an extremely dangerous feeling to Merlin. "He's so strong. He must be an intermediate elemental swordsman. A 4th-level or 5th-level elemental swordsman." Thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. An intermediate elemental swordsman was different from a beginner elemental swordsman. It could be said that an intermediate elemental swordsman was overall much better than a beginner, that he could give off a huge condescending aura. Moreover, once a person had become an intermediate elemental swordsman, normal zero-level spells would not have much effect on him. Merlin could sense that his normal fireball and frost would not threaten this muscular man by the slightest bit. On top of that, in such a close distance, it could be disastrous for Merlin if the man attacked him. Therefore, Merlin had put his guards up high against this muscular man. "Yes, I'm from Raven's Castle. My name is Wilson Merlin." Cook ignored Merlin and said in a monotonous tone, "Let's go. Father wants to see you." Merlin suddenly understood everything. This tough, beast-like man was Count Selin's son. Right behind Cook, Merlin stepped into the castle. His mind power kept inspecting the situation around him. There were many hidden locations in the castle, and a few guards hid in these locations. Even walking behind Cook, their stare did not loosen up but stared at Merlin tightly. Merlin felt a little uncomfortable and furrowed his eyebrows, but he did not say anything. He followed Cook to a spacious hall. In the hall, Merlin saw the lively, beautiful girl named Shelley. Merlin nodded to her as an acknowledgement, then placed his gaze at a middle-aged man in the hall. This middle-aged man was holding a letter in his hands and appeared to have just finished reading it. He shot a complicated gaze at Merlin, faintly showing a hint of disappointment. Merlin immediately knew the identity of this middle-aged man, thus placed one of his hands in front of his chest and said respectfully, "Most Honorable Count Selin, Count Fuman of Raven's Castle send you his regards." Count Selin waved his hands and said, "Wizard Merlin, I've read Count Fuman's letter. You're not the wizard staying at Raven's Castle. Count Fuman introduced you to Prakash City to settle down. It's all right normally, but Prakash City is having some difficulties at the moment. I'm afraid." Hearing these words, Merlin nodded his head and said, "Before coming here, Count Fuman has briefly mentioned it to me. If it's not a huge problem, I'm willing to provide my aid to Count Selin." Count Selin nodded his head in satisfaction and replied, "All right. After this event, I'll think of a way to settle down the family of Wizard Merlin. I'm grateful toward Sir Count's kindness earlier. I saw that the security within Sir Count's castle is much tighter than the outside. The guards are all on an alert as well. What sort of trouble has Sir Count encountered?" Even though Merlin had promised to help, he still had to consider what sort of mess he was involved in. If it was too much of a problem that even he had no ability to help, he had to rethink the decision of staying in Prakash City. Merlin's words brought upon a silent air in the hall. Cook took a step forward and asked, "Farther, I haven't got the chance to ask as well. You called me back so hurriedly and even called for the return of the commanders of Prakash City. Who exactly is this conceited man to even make Farther be so cautious of him?" Merlin felt a little strange that even Count Selin's son did not know of the reason. Count Selin took a glance at Merlin and smiled bitterly. His voice went low and deep as he said, "Since Wizard Merlin has asked, I'll naturally tell you this matter. 5 years ago, I've dealt with Baron Nelson, who has betrayed Prakash City together with his family. However, for some reason, Nelson's son, Merlin, has escaped. Now, Merlin is back and he sent me a letter. He said that he'll kill me in my castle with his hands in 1 month's time. Now, there are only 5 days left to the time limit Merlin has said." Merlin did not mind a certain situation where Count Selin had purposely hidden from his explanation. As the highest marshal in Prakash City, he would not be soft-hearted to deal with his subordinate's betrayal. He must have used many unimaginable methods to do so. However, The old scores between Count Selin and Merlin were not something Merlin took note about. He wanted to know who Merlin was. Why did he have such confidence to threaten a count? Merlin set his gaze back to Count Selin. He believed that Count Selin had already gotten hold of all information about Merlin with his influence. Chapter 75 Deep Trouble I. Chapter 75 Deep Trouble Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Count Selin heaved a long sigh as if he was overwhelmed with emotions. He was the actual ruler of Prakash city, so it was natural for him to make many enemies. He was similar to old Wilson, where the latter had killed many people in his territory. However, having an enemy was one matter, but having a tough enemy was a different matter. Obviously, the fact that Merlin dared to seek revenge from Count Selin after a short period of 5 years surely indicated that he must have someone or something to rely on. I've investigated this thoroughly. After Merlin ran away, he experienced something and became a spellcaster. So, he thinks that he's strong and brave. That's why he sent the letter to threaten me. Count Selin appeared to be helpless. Little did he thought that dealing with a noble who betrayed him could bring him so much trouble in the end. Spellcaster. Merlin became serious. That explained why the security was so tight in the castle. It was a spellcaster who threatened Count Selin. Also, it appeared that Count Selin was extremely nervous. This spellcaster must have something up his sleeve. Even until now, Count Selin could not be sure how strong the opponent could be. He still had to wait for Merlin to show himself a few days later to be sure. Farther, don't worry. In 5 years, how strong can Merlin become if he dares to come? I'll kill him myself to save us trouble in the future. Cook stepped forward and declared in a low voice. He was extremely confident with his own ability. He was a 5th-level elemental swordsman and had even killed an Icelandic wolf. He was naturally unafraid of any threat. After Cook finished his words, he looked at Merlin. Although Merlin had noticed Cook's gaze, he did not put much thought into it. He was still analyzing Count Selin's words. This was indeed a great problem. Being silent for 5 years and bearing the family grudge, he would not return for revenge without having a certainty of success. If Merlin was involved in this matter, he might put himself in danger. However, many masters were still hiding outside of Count Selin's castle. Merlin carefully sensed that there were at least 10 4th-level elemental swordsmen. On top of other elemental swordsmen and the strong Cook, this was a great force. They should stand some chance to win against Merlin. Thus, after thinking about it for a while, Merlin had decided to stay in the castle and help Count Selin. If they were able to overcome this crisis, it would greatly help the Wilson family and the Parman family to settle in Prakash city. Count Selin, let me first excuse myself. After making the necessary arrangement with my family, I'll return to the castle. Count Selin nodded, then said to Cook, "Cook, send Wizard Merlin out." The young girl Shelley quickly replied, "Farther, let me send Wizard Merlin out." Without waiting for Count Selin's reply, she pulled Merlin out of the castle. After Merlin left, Count Selin shook his head and said, "Fuman still has not sent the spellcasters in Raven's castle. Those spellcasters are official first-level spellcasters and even high-level spellcasters. If I have those people with me, why will I still be afraid of this Merlin?" Cook let out a sneer. "Farther, it still depends on us to deal with Merlin. Let me arrange it. Spellcaster also has weaknesses. We can totally kill a beginner spellcaster with a strong crossbow. That's right. We still need to do this. Cook, I leave you in charge of this matter. Make all necessary arrangements inside and outside of the castle. Make sure not a corner is left unguarded. Once Merlin appears, kill him immediately at any cost. He. Please rest assured, Father. I'll let Merlin have a taste of despair once again. A hint of ferocity flashed across Cook's eyes. When Merlin returned to the hotel, he found that no one was there except General Pratt and a few knights who were waiting. Uncle Pratt, where has everyone go? Merlin recalled correctly that old Wilson had booked these few hotels. Pratt replied calmly, Young Master Merlin, Sir Baron asked me to wait for you here. Right after you left, Sir Baron found a deserted castle in the city. After sending people to ask about it, he found that it used to belong to a baron in Prakash city. The baron died afterward and his family has fallen. The castle became vacant then, ready to be sold. Sir Baron thought that if the family needs to settle down completely in Prakash city, well need a place to live. So, he spent 200,000 gold coins and bought the castle. Oh so quick, bring me there. Merlin had planned to help Count Selin to eliminate Merlin and raised some conditions to him. He wanted to let Count Selin map out a place in Prakash city for the Wilson family and the Parman family. However, if old Wilson had found the place himself, this was even better. Soon, following General Pratt, Merlin arrived at the castle old Wilson had found. This castle indeed appeared as if it had been deserted for a while. The walls outside of the castle had completely crumbled. Wilting grass covered the land within the castle. However, the butler had brought the people to start cleaning the grass and snow around the castle. This castle was huge, even bigger than Wilson Castle. It would not be too crowded for 2,000 people. Moreover, with the presence of the people, it made the cold, lonely castle appear livelier. Merlin came to the hall of the castle and saw old Wilson and Baron Parman ordering the servants. They were busying about the whole place, bringing many things from the carriage into the castle. Ladies like Macy, big-breasted Madame, and Avril were all full of smiles as well. They were filled with fear and worry while coming from Blackwater City, but now they could finally settle down in Prakash City. It was only natural for them to feel happy. Even old Wilson and Baron Parman were directing the servants. They felt much more relaxed now. Merlin, what do you think of this castle? Seeing Merlin, who was standing behind him, old Wilson asked in anticipation. Merlin scanned the place. Although the hall was covered in dust, it appeared from the decoration that the previous master of this castle was also a noble. The decoration had an elegant style. Moreover, the area of the castle was large and there were many rooms. Not only the Wilson family, all of them, and even the Parman family could fit in this place. To be able to buy such a castle in a foreign land was truly fortunate. Merlin nodded and said, "It's good. With a little time and some decorations, we can all settle in here." Old Wilson and Baron Parman were very satisfied with this castle. It definitely worth 200,000 gold coins. Until it was about time, old Wilson and Baron Parman called Merlin to the room upstairs, which was promptly cleaned just now. Old Wilson asked in a serious tone, "Merlin, after you met Count Selin, did you hear from him what sort of trouble he's in? Is there any danger?" Old Wilson and Baron Parman were concerned about the outcome of Merlin's meeting with Count Selin. If the danger was too great to handle and Merlin could not help Count Selin, it would obviously affect their plan to settle down in Prakash City. Chapter 76 Wizard Hill I. Chapter 76 Wizard Hill I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. It's not our big problem. Merlin thought about it and decided that it was best to first not talk about this matter. Old Wilson and the others were still indulged in the excitement of settling down. There was no need to let them worry over this matter. It's good if there's no problem. Old Wilson obviously became relaxed. In the next few days though, he'll probably stay in Count Sellen's castle to deal with the Count's trouble. After explaining to Old Wilson, Merlin returned to the room which was cleaned earlier. In the early morning, Merlin woke up and his body was covered in sweat as usual. After he continued to practice the posture of the sculpture, Merlin had felt that his physical attribute was improving slightly. Although it was not an obvious change, it was definitely improving. According to this speed, maybe in a few months' time, his physical attribute would be comparable to a second-level elemental swordsman. After changing his clothes, Merlin saw that Old Wilson was still resting. Surely the harsh journey all this while had exhausted Old Wilson. Now that they were settled down and he became relaxed, he could truly rest himself. Thus Merlin did not disturb Old Wilson and only spoke to General Pratt. He then strode toward Count Sellen's castle alone. The guards outside of the castle had obviously received orders from above, so they simply pulled the iron fence open respectfully after seeing Merlin. In the castle, the monitoring gazes yesterday were still there, but there was much less than yesterday. The guards hidden in the dark had apparently acknowledged Merlin's identity. In the hall, Cook was not in sight. Neither was the young girl, Shelley. Count Sellen was sitting right in front of the fireplace, and a black-robed old man was sitting across Count Sellen. Merlin habitually checked out the whole hall with his mind power, especially pausing his gaze at Count Sellen and the black-robed old man. With mind power, he could clearly see the thin wrinkles on the old man's face that resembled an old tree's skin. Although he seemed energetic, his face could not hide his age. Didn't anyone tell you that it's rude to check people out with mind power? Suddenly, a hoarse sound rang. Merlin jumped. The black-robed old man turned around. Large black iron rings hung on his ears and his skinny hands were pale white, but there were a few fingers which appeared completely charred. It was the old man speaking earlier. Obviously, the man was also a spellcaster, or else Merlin's mind power would not be found out. Wizard Merlin, let me introduce you. This is Wizard Hill. Upon seeing Merlin's arrival, Count Sellen stood up and introduced Merlin to the black-robed old man. More than 10 years ago, Wizard Hill has participated in that cruel slaughterhouse war against the Kingdom of Light. Slaughterhouse. Merlin frowned. The Slaughterhouse War was too infamous not because it had any crucial effect upon the countries involved, but because this war was simply too cruel, even exceeding both sides' expectation. At that time, regardless of the Kingdom of Light or the Kingdom of Black Moon, both had sent millions of soldiers into the Slaughterhouse War. No one knew how many wizards of the church and spellcasters of the Kingdom of Black Moon were lost in that war. A strong presence that could destroy a military fortress by himself would seldom lose his life in a battle. Just from this fact, it was sufficient to show how terrifying that war was. Those who were able to survive from the slaughterhouse, albeit only normal knights, were the best amongst the elite like Old Wilson. After he had returned from the slaughterhouse, Old Wilson was directly granted a noble's title. Moreover, the heavy-armored knights he trained were undoubtedly strong. Old Wilson was only a normal knight then. The black-robed old man had participated in that war as a spellcaster. Being able to survive that war, he must have his own specialties. Therefore, even if Merlin had not felt any terrifying presence from the black-robed old man, he still became alerted. He did not dare to look down upon the old man. He. What about the slaughterhouse now? Aren't I just an old man nearing his end? The black-robed old man's words were filled with a lonely tone. There must be many stories about him that were unknown to others. In a while, the muscular cook came into the hall. Cook took a glance at Merlin and the old man, then said in a low voice, "Father, I've already made all arrangements. If Merlin dares to come, I won't let him get away." Cook's face was beaming with confidence. 15 4th level elemental swordsmen, 68 3rd level elemental swordsmen, and up to hundreds of 2nd level elemental swordsmen coupled with special-made crossbow arrows. Tusk. Sir, you sure have put a lot of effort into this. The black-robed old man, Wizard Hill, suddenly said that. Everyone's expression changed slightly, especially Cook. He had not taken his gaze off Wizard Hill, giving off an enormous aura. If Count Sullen was not here, Cook would have attacked the old man by now. Merlin was also lost in shock. He was impressed by Count Sullen's great force. At the same time, he took greater notice of the old man in front of him. When Merlin's mind power scanned the old man, he only thought that the old man could be an entrance-level spellcaster. He was not clear about the old man's true strength. After all, he had not seen the old man fight in battle. However, the old man's mind power had reached such a horrifying stage. His mind power could cover the whole castle and even pinpoint Cook's location. Such strong mind power had even gone past any normal first-level spellcaster. With such mind power, he could totally become a first-level spellcaster, but for some reason unknown, the old man had not become one. Count Sullen felt a little awkward. The supposedly secretive arrangements were now out in the light due to the old man's words, but he soon calmed down. A smile appeared on his face as he asked the old man softly, "Wizard Hill, is there anything wrong with this arrangement?" The black-robed old man shot an emotionless look at Cook. As if he was not affected by Cook's ferocious aura at all, he said in a low voice with his cold tone, "There's naturally no problem with this arrangement, but to deal with Merlin, I'm afraid it's not so easy." "Oh, Wizard Hill knows about Merlin's ability." Count Sullen's eyes brightened and quickly asked. Currently, he only found out that Merlin was a spellcaster. He was not clear about Merlin's other information at all. Not only Count Sullen, Merlin also desperately wanted to know more information about Merlin since it was extremely disadvantageous to be unclear about the enemy. Chapter 77 Wizard Hill A. Chapter 77 Wizard Hill Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin's situation. I do know a little about it. The black-robed old man's voice was hoarse and let out a hollow laugh. The sound of it was sharp to the ears. Merlin belongs to the Abyss Fort. The old man lowered his head and said in a calm voice. His sharp gaze scanned Count Sullen's face and gave him a meaningful smile. The Abyss Fort. Count Sullen's face turned instantly pale. His whole body began to shiver uncontrollably. Although he had tried to hide it as best as he could, Merlin caught that sharply. How can he belong to the Abyss Fort? Count Sullen's eyebrows were furrowed and his face was slightly pumped red. Merlin looked at the muscular cook, who seemed confused as well. The latter obviously did not know what was the Abyss Fort which the old man spoke about was referring to. Wizard Hill, can you tell us about the Abyss Fort in detail? Merlin asked suddenly. From Count Selin's reaction, he faintly realized that there must be something with the Abyss Fort, or the usually calm Count Selin would not be so fretted. The black-robed old man looked at Merlin. His face that seemed like an old tree's skin showed a playful smile as spoke in a hoarse voice. The Abyss Fort is a strong spellcaster organization. I believe Sir Count has heard about it before. After a pause, the old man set his gaze tightly on Merlin and continued, Wizard Merlin, it seems you're the same as an old man like me. We're both free wizards, hee. Oh, free wizards. Free and without worries. It sounds free, but is it so? We're just a bunch of roaming wizards in the kingdom of Blackmoon. Other than roaming wizards, there are some strong spellcaster organizations. These organizations provide spells, some knowledge and experience of strong wizards regarding spell models, potions, class, alchemy class, and more. In short, joining a spellcaster organization provides the opportunity to become a strong spellcaster. It's totally different from us, the roaming wizards. Merlin listened attentively. He had become a spellcaster according to Old Man Ether's spell manual. He was not clear about the situation of spellcasters in the kingdom of Blackmoon. Now that he heard about the spellcaster organization from the old man, Merlin slowly began to grasp the overall organization of spellcasters in the kingdom of Blackmoon. The most spread out, or the largest in number, was these free wizards. They were not bound to any force and were free. However, on the other hand, they were mostly entrance-level spellcasters and were weak in strength because they did not possess a new spell model. Without strong spellcaster teaching knowledge and experience about spell model, many free wizards could not progress any further. They could only forever be entrance-level spellcasters. Therefore, free wizards were also known as roaming wizard. They were the most pitiable group of people amongst the spellcasters. The second was spellcaster organizations. These spellcaster organizations gathered all sort of strong spellcasters, and their influence was the greatest amongst others. They had many resources and could provide lessons for spellcasters. Thus, the spellcaster organizations basically had the largest force. Some large spellcaster organization even had the force greater than the whole kingdom. The third was the spellcasters in the army. These spellcasters were mostly roaming wizards. To attain some spell models or potions or casting tools, they had no choice but to join the army. After they served the army for a while, they could receive all sort of rewards. There were some spellcasters staying in Raven's castle. In fact, they were roaming wizards who have joined the army. In this case, Merlin belongs to the Abyss Fort. Merlin frowned. He raised his head and took a glance at Count Selin to find the latter was pale. His darting eyes showed restlessness in his heart. The black-robed old man nodded. With his hoarse voice, he continued, "That's right. Merlin belongs to the Abyss Fort, indeed he. He's a lucky one. It isn't easy to join a spellcaster organization even if the Abyss Fort is only a relatively small spellcaster organization. If he has no letter from the Abyss Fort or isn't valued by the core members of the Abyss Fort, he has no chance of joining the Abyss Fort." The old man did not hide his envy toward Merlin in his words. Maybe the old man wanted to join a spellcaster organization all this while, but he was unsuccessful. That was all. Wizard Hill, if we kill Merlin, will Abyss Fort support him in attacking us? Count Selin, who had been silent all this while, finally asked. This was the most important question. Would Abyss Fort attack them? This was related to Count Selin's attitude toward Merlin after this. It was extremely crucial. The black-robed old man nodded and said in a serious tone, "Merlin is only the son of a normal baron. What sort of letter does he have to join the Abyss Fort? Thus, he must be valued by the core members of the Abyss Fort. That's why he can join them. If we kill Merlin on purpose, we can't be sure that we won't anger the core members in the Abyss Fort." Suddenly, Merlin raised his head and a smile escaped him. If the strong spellcaster supporting Merlin would really attack them, then would Wizard Hill still accept Count Selen's invitation? Therefore, the black-robed old man surely knew some hidden facts. After seeing Merlin's smile, the old man also knew that Merlin had guessed it. He no longer hesitated and said directly, "Although the Abyss Fort is scary, Sir Count, the Abyss Fort is truly too far away from Prakash City. This place is not under the Abyss Fort's influence. Instead, it's under the force of the dark magic region. If a strong spellcaster from Abyss Fort dares to attack Prakash City, that will bring about a detrimental consequence. It can possibly cause a war between the dark magic region and the Abyss Fort. A war between spellcaster organizations, It's an outcome that no one can bear to have. Thus, Sir Count, even if killing Merlin can cause anger of a certain group of strong spellcasters from Abyss Fort, you don't have to worry about the spellcasters appearing in Prakash City." When he mentioned the war between spellcaster organizations, a hint of fear escaped from the black-robed old man's face. Phew! After hearing the old man's analysis, Count Selen heaved a sigh of relief. His face slowly became flushed again, and he smiled. "That's right. Even though the Abyss Fort is strong, Prakash City is under the influence of the dark magic region. Even if the dark magic region won't mind these little things, if strong spellcasters from the Abyss Fort come here, then the talks will be different." Upon thinking about this, a killing aura faintly leaked out of Count Selen's body. Chapter 78 Arrival I. Chapter 78 Arrival I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. So tired. The young girl Shelley was waving a huge sword that was not compatible with her figure. She waved her sword at full power each time, so beads of sweat appeared on Shelley's fair skin even on such a chilly winter day. After she was tired, Shelley put down her sword and took the hot towel from the maid. She wiped away her sweat lightly, then went beside Merlin. "After such a long time, you don't move at all. Are all spellcasters this way?" Shelley opened her eyes and stared curiously at Merlin. From the time she started practicing her sword, at least 3 to 4 hours had gone by. Merlin had sat there on the chair, eyes slightly squinting and unmoving. He made Shelley extremely curious about him. Merlin opened his eyes slightly. In fact, he was meditating earlier, but he could still sense his surroundings. He had already stayed in Count Selen's castle for a few days. Today was the revenge day Merlin spoke of in his letter. It was also the day Count Selen had ordered to eliminate all members of the Nelson family in the past. Merlin had naturally heightened his alert, so even in his meditation state, he still took note of his surroundings. No one could be sure how Merlin had planned to take his revenge. "Young Lady Shelley, I also have a sister who's almost your age." Merlin did not directly answer Shelley's question. Instead, he mentioned Macy. "Oh, your sister grew up in the Kingdom of Light since she was young. Does she practice sword like I do?" Shelley was interested as expected and immediately asked about it. In these few days, Shelley had taken a liking to Merlin and always wanted him to talk about the interesting stories in the Kingdom of Light. Interesting stories from a foreign country were always attractive to a young girl like Shelley. Merlin nodded and smiled. That's right. Macy is the same as you. She practices the sword since she was young. At that time, she learned from an elemental swordsman of the church. Merlin did not know much about Macy's stuff. However, any interesting thing about Macy could bring excitement to Shelley, especially when he mentioned that Macy had scolded Anson very badly once. Shelley's eyes gleamed with excitement when she heard that. Wizard Merlin, is Macy in Prakash City? She must be incredible. She dares to hit your friend. I don't dare to hit my brother's friend. Shelley stuck out her tongue and seemed to be impressed about Macy's bold moves. Merlin shook his head slightly and said, Macy is still not an elemental swordsman. Maybe it was her attitude or something was wrong with her mentality. Macy had not truly become an elemental swordsman until now. On the other hand, Shelley, albeit naive and young, was already a versatile elemental swordsman. Since she had not experienced any cruel battle, Shelley's sword technique still appeared naive. Not an elemental swordsman. Maybe it's her cultivation method. My brother is a true prodigy. He's already a 5th-level swordsman now. He had killed a strong Icelandic wolf by himself before. I practice with my brother. That's how I have become a versatile elemental swordsman so quickly. When Shelley mentioned Cook, she was brimming with pride. It was obvious that she looked up to Cook greatly. General Cook, he's very strong indeed. Merlin also nodded. During his journey from the Kingdom of Light to the Kingdom of Black Moon, he had met many strong elemental swordsmen. However, Cook was the strongest of all by far. 5th-level elemental swordsman was truly strong. The aura Cook gave out unintentionally had always given a dangerous feeling to Merlin. Even if Cook was not her spellcaster, Merlin would not underestimate him. Wizard Merlin, I heard you're a strong spellcaster. Even though I have seen one myself, but I don't know how strong you guys are. Are you as strong as my brother? Shelley tilted her head and asked in giggles. Merlin was a little speechless and did not answer. Shelley continued to say, surely, brother is stronger. You haven't seen him fight. He's too strong. This Merlin wants to hurt farther in the castle. Brother won't let him go easily, so I'm not afraid. Shelley was confident about Cook and indeed seemed unafraid at all. After Shelley saw Merlin had fallen silent, she thought he was no fun and went back to practicing her sword again. Merlin placed his gaze at another side of the hall. The mysterious black-robed old man was not moving. Just like a statue, he sat crossed-legged on the floor. Merlin still thought that the old man was full of mystery. His mind power had reached a high level, even comparable to a first-level or a second-level spellcaster. However, having such strong mind power, the black-robed old man still maintained his mind power on a stable foundation, almost the same as Merlin's mind power, so it seemed odd to Merlin. Merlin stood up and approached the old man. The black-robed old man sensed Merlin coming toward him and opened his eyes. Wizard Hill, how high of a chance do you think Count Selin can deal with Merlin? Merlin asked calmly. The black-robed old man took a glance outside of the castle, his gaze distant. He said with a shadow of a smile, Count Selin has let General Cook make proper arrangement. More than 10 4th-level elemental swordsmen and strong crossbow arrows. He. So well prepared. What does Wizard Merlin worry about? Well prepared. Merlin snorted. Only a spellcaster could truly understand another fellow spellcaster. How could Merlin not know about the situation? Merlin belongs to Abyss Fort. If he brings some strong casting tools, Wizard Hill, I'm sure you understand as well how strong a spellcaster with casting tool is. What effect can these arrangements of General Cook bring at that time? Merlin said as he sneered. He thought of Wizard Jason back then. With just a spell scroll, he forced Merlin to give his all. Merlin even had to use Spell Pendant to finally defeat Wizard Jason in the end. If Merlin had strong casting tools with him, then Cook's arrangement in the castle would probably simply become a decoration. The black-robed old man looked at Merlin, impressed. He nodded and reached out his dread-out hands. He pointed at Merlin, then said in a calm tone, "This is why the Count has invited us. To deal with a spellcaster. A spellcaster is needed to do the job." A hint of ferocity flashed across the old man's distant gaze. Merlin felt a small weight in his heart. It seemed both Count Selin and the black-robed old man knew that Cook's arrangement could not stop Merlin. The true trump card was this black-robed old man who seemed to be weighed down with age. Chapter 79 Arrival A. Chapter 79 Arrival Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The sky slowly darkened. Drizzles of rain and snow were still falling outside. Often, gusts of chilly wind were blowing into the house from the door, preventing the hall from warming up. The flame in the fireplace was going strong, often giving out crackling noises. The crackling noises were extremely clear in the silent hall. There were only 4 people in the hall at this moment: Count Selin, the black-robed old man, young girl Shelley, and Merlin. Count Selin was leaning against his wooden chair and sitting beside the fireplace. He squinted his eyes and half of his face turned bright red due to the heat from the fireplace. He seemed calm, but his tightly clamped hands had betrayed his nervous feeling. The old man was still sitting cross-legged on the floor. His long black robe had covered his whole body. Since he did not move, a mysterious air surrounded him under the gradually darkened sky. The young girl Shelley was moving around the hall, doing nothing. Since today was Merlin's revenge day, Count Selin had called Shelley to the hall as well. He wanted her to stay with him to avoid any accident. Merlin had been meditating all this while. It was not suitable to practice his spell or the mysterious posture of the sculpture here, but it was all right to meditate his mind power. However, even if Merlin was meditating his mind power, he did not lower his guard toward his surrounding, especially outside. As soon as anything happened, he could awaken his senses from his meditation immediately. It was already near dusk, though. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Not only Merlin, everyone was confused. Could it be that Merlin would not be coming anymore? Farther, where did brother go? Young Lady Shelley asked with a long face. She was an energetic and lively girl. She was already frustrated that she was asked to stay in this hall for a whole day. Shelley, stay here obediently. It's not any normal day today. Don't. Just when Count Selin was attempting to scold Shelley strictly, a loud colliding noise came from outside of the hall suddenly. Bang! Following the loud bang, the outside of the castle seemed chaotic. Sounds of horses could be heard faintly and many people were yelling about. Did he come? Merlin was shocked and immediately awakened from his meditation. He immediately opened his eyes wide and looked toward the outside. Count Selin became tensed. Both his hands grabbed tightly at the chair's handle and stared outside of the hall. Even the calm old man also raised his head and squinted his eyes, looking outside of the door. Once, everyone in the hall became nervous. They stared at the door. Phew! A gust of chilly wind blew. Along with that, a tall figure appeared. Cook, what happened out there? Without lowering his guard, he asked in a deep voice while frowning. Cook's black armor was covered in snow. His bright red eyes indicated that he had not loosened his guard at all and was staying on guard outside. Farther, a few horses in the castle are surprised and ran out of the stable. The horses crashed into our people in hiding, so it's a little chaotic out there. I've already sent people to control the surprised horses. The confusion is now under control. Cook explained what happened out there briefly. It was only a small incident. Merlin had not arrived. Maybe everyone is too nervous. Cook, stay on guard out there. The sky is almost dark. It's the most crucial time now. Everyone can't lower their guards. Count Selin waved his hands. When he was about to let Cook go outside, the calm, black-robed old man stood up abruptly. He. Merlin is here. The old man suddenly sneered with his hoarse voice. Cook frowned. His gaze toward the old man was cold as he asked in an unfriendly tone, "Wizard Hill, how will I not know if Merlin is here? The whole castle is completely closed off. Where does he come in from?" Bang! When Cook had finished his words, a loud bang rang from the outside again. This time, the noise was accompanied with a few terrified shrieks. "He's really here." Merlin took a deep breath and said in a low voice. He felt strong waves of fire element. That was the trait when a spellcaster cast a spell. Cook's face turned dark and immediately turned around. He left the hall in a stride. 5 years, finally, I've come to see this day, Selin. That scene 5 years ago. You surely won't forget about it. My father, mother, brother, and sister all are put to death on your order, but I didn't die. I even became a spellcaster. Today is my day of revenge. Everyone in the castle has to die. A young man with short brown hair wearing an armor the same as other knights in the castle kept waving his hands. Balls of fire flew out from his palm and burnt each knight who came before him. No matter if they were first level, second level, or third level elemental swordsmen, they could not block the fire. The intense heat had melted the snow around the man and lit up the grass hidden beneath the snow. At once, smoke rose, and the place was engulfed in screams, rendering a loss of direction. Merlin. In his black armor, Cook finally reached the place. His face appeared grim, and he stared straight at Merlin, who was slaughtering the people. Seeing Merlin's outfit, Cook instantly understood. Merlin had already come into the castle since the beginning. The incident with the horses earlier was probably intentionally caused by Merlin. His aim was to take away the people's attention and mess up Cook's arrangement. One had to say that Merlin had attained his aim. The guards hidden in the dark were all noted by Merlin and were cruelly killed after that. Even though Merlin appeared mad with his bloodshot puffy eyes and ferocious expression, he had not lost his reasoning completely. In fact, he was rather cool-headed. Every time he cast a spell, some elemental swordsmen were burnt from the fiery flame while he dodged around unaffected. Fire-type spell and wind-type spell. Wizard Hill in his black robe was also standing on the stairs outside of the hall. His distant eyes gazed at Merlin as if he was observing the latter's ability. Merlin was sending out his mind power as well. He stared right at Merlin. Just as the black-robed old man had said, Merlin had only cast 2 spells currently. They were fire-type and wind-type spells. Fire-type spell was greatly different from Merlin's fireball. There seemed to be no explosive effect, but it could form a sea of fire and cause a large area of damage. However, the thing that attracted Merlin's attention was Merlin's wind-type spell. Merlin's ghost-like figure was, in fact, the effect of wind-type spell. This was the support wind-type spell which Merlin had been looking for. Merlin. Suddenly Cook howled like a beast. His voice echoed throughout the castle. Following that, Cook took big steps toward Merlin with his aura building up gradually. It was as if his aura was solidifying. It has begun. Seeing that Cook had walked toward Merlin, the black-robed old man, Merlin, and the others wore a dignified look. They stared at these two people fixedly. Chapter 80 Battle I. Chapter 80 Battle I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! Cook strode toward Merlin. As his right foot stepped on the ground, it was as if the whole ground shook. At the same time, Cook raised his sword. When he came to a few meters away from Merlin, he shouted and slashed his sword at Merlin. Swoosh! A ball of bright light flashed. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to bring a biting cold with it. The snowflakes falling from the sky were immediately frozen because of it. Kachak! Kachak! Cook's sword suddenly became larger in size and a thick layer of solid ice crystals laid on top of it. With his enormous strength, this sword, which was almost made of ice crystals, suddenly exploded. Countless ice debris flew toward Merlin like raindrops. Cook was an ice swordsman, and he had demonstrated his ability as a 5th-level elemental swordsman perfectly. He was able to bring out the power of ice element from a distance. This was the substantial difference between an intermediate and a beginner elemental swordsman. Other than possessing aura, an intermediate elemental swordsman could bring out the elemental force from a distance, causing damage to the opponent. In a way, an intermediate elemental swordsman had the ability to hurt a spellcaster. Cook was the same. He was a 5th-level elemental swordsman. If any of his ice debris had hit Merlin, it would cause great damage to Merlin. Even a slight hit could injure Merlin badly. After all, a spellcaster's body was only slightly better than Nornie's. From Cook's aura, which seemed to solidify to releasing thousands of ice debris, everything was done swiftly in one movement. His strength as a 5th-level elemental swordsman was demonstrated perfectly. However, facing Cook's fierce attack, Merlin simply dodged to the back quickly, then pointed both his hands forward. Swish, swish, swish. Gusts of wind whistled by and 3 gigantic flames flew up, forming a large sea of fire. It blocked in front of Merlin, and the ice debris could not penetrate this sea of flame which Merlin created. However, Cook's attack was not finished. His muscular body dashed forward in a sudden movement. As he waved his sword, a chilly aura of few meters long flew from the sword toward Merlin. Ice seal. This icy aura was the ice element Cook had accumulated in his body for approximately 20 years. It exploded completely, and the terrifying air had frozen everything in its way. Cook had relied on such sudden breakout previously to seal the movement of the Icelandic wolf, then killing the fierce beast in the end. Swoosh! Merlin's figure swayed, and he had reached behind Cook in the blink of an eye. Cook had missed his hit. The enormous inertia had almost knocked Cook out of balance. DMN. Too fast. Upon seeing Merlin's terrifying speed, Cook could not help but curse. Even the Icelandic wolf he faced before did not have such quick speed. Merlin had reached behind Cook, and without a moment of hesitation, he directly created a ball of flame. The scorching heat had given Cook a shock. Without having the time to think, he retaliated by slashing his sword. Ice element turned into icy aura and fought against Merlin's flame. Cook, this is just the beginning. Merlin gave a grim laugh as the wind element on his body kept vibrating. He then released his wind-type spell again. His figure flashed like a ghost to the point that Cook could only hear the whistling wind in his ears. During Cook and Merling's short battle, Merlin only utilized fire-type and wind-type spell to take advantage of the situation battling Cook. These two spells were only zero-level spells. Merlin is still an entrance-level spellcaster. After observing for a long time, Merlin roughly knew Merlin's current stage. He had not reached the stage of first-level spellcaster. However, he was extremely experienced in casting spells. The combination of two spells had created a rather surprising effect in battle. I caught you. Har har. Merlin die. Cook's face was pumped red right now. He was completely in a disadvantaged situation. Since Merlin's speed was too quick, he could not pinpoint Merlin's exact location at all. He was very passive. Thus, when Cook sensed that Merlin was behind him, he did not care about the scorching heat behind him and defended against Merlin's spell directly with his arms. Tusk, tusk, tusk. The ferocious flame and white chili aura kept interweaving, while half of Cook's arm was in the middle of the flame. Thus, even if Cook was strong and had covered his arm with aura, he was still burnt and injured by the flame. His previously white skin had instantly turned charred black. Enduring great pain, Cook had finally pinpointed Merlin's location. He had grasped the chance to seal Merlin's movement at the cost of his arm's injuries. The chilly aura in Cook's body immediately froze and Merlin's figure paused a little. The latter was obviously affected by the ice element released by Cook. Crossbow, do it. Cook howled loudly with all his might. Cook had arranged many crossbows in the castle. Their aim was to eliminate Merlin. After all, without special casting tool or scroll, a beginner spellcaster could be easily killed by a crossbow that had strong penetrating power. Swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of black arrows were shot silently toward Merlin under the dark sky. Cook had retreated beforehand and jumped away from the attacking region of the arrows. His right hand, which was burnt by the flame, was still trembling, but a hint of a smile had escaped from Cook's face. Many arrows were shot. No matter how quick Merlin could be, he had no way of dodging the arrows. Once he was hit by an arrow, Merlin would suffer great damage because of it. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of numerous arrows colliding rang. It sounded as if the arrows had hit the wall and Cook's expression changed. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. He's not dead, Cook mumbled to himself softly. These arrows were all shot from crossbows. Even he could not be sure that he could get out of the attack easily. Phew. A gust of wind blew. A figure slowly stood up in the middle of the region where the arrows were most dense under the dark sky. Merlin was not dead. Around him, rows of hard cob walls appeared without knowing when they had appeared, forming an unbreakable defense line for Merlin. Earth-type spell 3 spell models. Merlin possesses all the conditions required to become a first-level spellcaster. Merlin's current look had turned extremely serious. He stared closely at Merlin. Being able to create 3 spell models showed that Merlin had possessed the conditions required to become a first-level spellcaster. However, Merlin was still an entrance-level spellcaster. There must be some unknown reasons for this. Merlin shot a glance at the black-robed old man beside him unknowingly. He found that the old man appeared calm, as if he was not surprised about this at all. Chapter 81 Battle I. Chapter 81 Battle Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Cook could not hold on any longer. His right arm was already injured, and this was deadly to an elemental swordsman. This meant that he had lost half of his combat ability. Count Sullen was the most nervous one. He looked at Cook in panic. Anxiously he shouted at the black-robed old man, "Wizard Hill." The old man's wrinkled face appeared calm at this moment. He reached out his wizened hand and spoke softly, "I haven't worked out for a long time, 3-elemental wizard, hee. Merlin, if you're truly a 3-elemental wizard, I don't think you'll get accepted into the Abyss Fort. Show me your true strength." Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he dived forward suddenly. His usually thin body contained an incredible explosive force. He dived into the dark night in the blink of an eye. "Old man, sticking your hands in this mess so rashly. Aren't you afraid that your spell model may crumble?" Merlin saw the old man wrapped in his black robe, and squinted his eyes. His expression immediately turned serious. Obviously, he appeared to know the black-robed old man. However, as if he had not heard Merlin, Wizard Hill raised his hands up high as he dived forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 fireballs immediately appeared. They pierced the sky and flew toward Merlin, whistling. "This is a zero-level spell, fireball." There was not much difference between this and Merlin's fireball. However, the fireballs released by the old man appeared lighter and quicker. His control over them was even stronger. This was because the old man's mind power was stronger and his control over spell was more skilled. However, in terms of the fireball's power and stability, Merlin's fireball was definitely more excellent since it was chosen by the Matrix from 180,000 spell models. 5 fireballs lined up in a row and directly closed off the road in front of Merlin, but the old man's trick was far more than that. If not, he would not possibly survive from the Slaughterhouse War. After casting 5 fireballs, the old man remained silent, his hands waving without rest. The waves of fire element were so strong that they even made Merlin go pale. Swoosh! A few fireballs appeared again. Balls after balls of flame kept appearing without a limit. Moreover, the old man's speed of creating the fireball was astonishingly quick. Merlin estimated roughly that the old man's speed of releasing fireballs was at least double to triple of his own speed. In such unbelievable speed of casting fireball, the old man had almost surrounded Merlin with a fireball in an instant. Numerous fireballs pierced the night sky and flew in bunches toward Merlin. This scene was nothing less than the scene when the crossbow archers released their arrows at once. Staring at the fireballs surrounding him, Merlin wore a serious look. At least 20 fireballs were whistling around him. The earth element in his body began to vibrate in a frenzy. Boom! Rows of earth-yellow walls rapidly rocketed out of the ground and surrounded Merlin tightly. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, 20 fireballs collided into the walls. Since Merlin's Earth-step spell was only a zero-level spell, it might stand against 1 or 2 fireballs. However, it had no way of standing against all these fireballs. The walls crumbled apart in an instant and Merlin could only cast the Earth-step spell again. Each time a wall crumbled apart, his face would turn ghastly pale. Casting the spell continuously also took a toll on Merlin. In terms of magic power, Merlin had no chance of winning against the black-robed old man. "Old man, it seems that you don't care about the danger of having your spell model crumbling apart. You intend to sell your life to Sullen." Merlin's face was faintly pale. Although he had stood against the old man's attack, the attack had definitely exhausted him. Moreover, this was only the old man's first attack. Mary Lung was obviously familiar with the old man. This old man who had survived from the cruel slaughterhouse, albeit he could not bring out his true strength probably due to a hidden injury, was not someone Mary Lung could bear to underestimate. During this revenge plan, the only person he had to take special caution was this black-robed old man in front of him. Mary Lung, cast your strongest spell. He. The Abyss Fort is well known for its darkness-type spell. Bring it on. Enlighten this old man with your darkness-type spell. The old man appeared to be familiar with the Abyss Fort as well, and he knew Mary Lung still had something up his sleeve. Spell model crumbling apart. Merlin, who was watching the battle from afar, wore an austere look. After listening to Mary Lung and the old man's conversation, he finally understood the secret of the old man. Merlin had thought the old man was odd. Although having a strong mind power, the old man did not dare to use all of it as if he was afraid of something. It turned out that the spell model in the old man's awareness was unstable and required him to stabilize it with mind power all the time. Moreover, he could not overuse his spell or the spell model might crumble apart. This was also mentioned in Old Man Etha's spell manual. The spell model must be created with stability. If the spell model crumbled, the consequences would be great. This mysterious black-robed old man had an incredibly strong mind power, comparable to the peak of those first-level spellcasters. However, he had to use up half of his mind power to stabilize the spell model. On top of that, he could not overuse his spell model. A spellcaster like him could never create a first-level spell model in his whole life, rendering him unable to become a first-level spellcaster forever. There was always a hint of loneliness in the old man's gaze. It was surely because of this reason. Old man, if you want to die, I'll let you have what you want. Mary Lung's voice suddenly became hard to grasp. There was a rather vague wave of element coming from him. Merlin had never sensed such element before. Dark mist. Mary Lung's voice seemed to come from all over the place. His figure disappeared into thin air in the blink of an eye. Merlin hurriedly searched for him using his mind power, but to no avail. It was as if he had truly disappeared. The place Mary Lung had stood at was engulfed in darkness. Mary Lung's figure was completely lost. Dark element. This is the mysterious dark element. The black-robed old man appeared serious. Merlin could vaguely see the old man's figure then. However, as soon as the old man finished his words, the sky turned completely dark. In the blink of an eye, the old man disappeared without a trace. Disappeared again. Dark element is this darkness-type spell the Abyss Fort is well known for. Merlin frowned. He was not familiar with the dark element at all, so he naturally did not know how odd Mary Lung's dark mist was. However, regardless of Mary Lung or the old man's disappearance, both were related at the dark mist released by Mary Lung without a doubt. Merlin believed that the black-robed old man who had survived from the slaughterhouse would not be as simple as he seemed. He must have some solutions to this scenario. All Merlin, Count Selin, and others could do now were to wait in silence. Chapter 82 No More Escape. Chapter 82 No More Escape. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Night came especially early during the cold winter. The summer sky just moments ago had turned into pitch darkness. Count Selin quickly ignited the candles, and as the strong wind blew, the vulnerable candle flames shook. However, everyone was at a loss when they realized that both Mary Lung and the black-robed old man had disappeared without a sound. Suddenly, a muffled noise filled the space. Right there in that empty darkness, Merlin once again felt the vague fluctuation of elements that was emitted from Merlin. It was as if the black void of space had been twisted and distorted. That was the fluctuation of dark elements. Whoosh! Two silhouettes appeared out of thin air like ghosts. In an instant, Merlin and the black-robed old man came back into sight and filled the empty spots. However, both men appeared rather disheveled, especially the black-robed old man. His face gradually turned rosy, and it even began to shake uncontrollably. Cough, cough. As the black-robed old man coughed violently, his cheeks were seared with a flaming red blush, as if blood was going to seep out from his skin. It was something especially frightening to witness in the silent night. Darkness-type spell is indeed impressive. The black-robed old man finally stopped coughing and tilted his head backward. There was an unmistakable quiver in his voice. Merlin then recognized that the mind fluctuation on the black-robed old man, who was accompanied by hints of agitated elements. It included fire elements, earth elements, as well as wind elements. However, these spell models constructed by the black-robed old man seemed to be getting out of control. The black-robed old man, in return, forced his mind power to stabilize those agitated spell models. Yet victory was already distinguished by the time Merlin and the black-robed old man disappeared. Not bad, old man. I've killed a roaming wizard once. He was a forcible spell caster, and it was a difficult process. You were out of my expectation. Your combat ability is actually on par with that forcible spell caster. It's no wonder you've made it out alive from the slaughterhouse. However, the spell models you've constructed are not stabilized. How are you going to protect Selin if you can't even fend for yourself? Although Merlin looked rather pale himself, the fluctuation of elements on him was still strong and vibrant. This meant that he was not severely injured. The black-robed old man was defeated instead. Due to the instability of spell models in his body, like Cook, the black-robed old man had lost half of his combat ability. When Merlin shifted his attention onto Count Selin, the corner of his lips curled into a ferocious smile as he approached him slowly. The moment Merlin came nearer, Lady Shelley, who was full of life earlier, stood motionless. Her face turned pale as her lips quivered, and she hid behind Count Selin for protection. Although Count Selin had more than 10,000 knights and numerous elemental swordsmen under his command, not one of them could protect him from Merlin at this moment. Count Selin took in a deep breath. He drew the great sword from his back and pushed Shelley, who had been hiding behind him, toward Merlin. "Wizard Merlin, take Shelley out of this place. She shouldn't die here," he said with mixed feelings. Count Selin looked at Shelley fondly and shouted at Merlin again, "Come on, Merlin, this is my castle, the castle of great Count Capro Selin. No one can go against my will in this place. Your father went against me and betrayed Prakash City, and that's why he deserved to be dead. Har. That ridiculous Nelson knelt in front of me like a coward as he pleaded for my forgiveness. However, I, Capro Selin, am not a coward." Count Selin's face was flushed red. At the same time, his greatsword flashed an earthy yellowish brilliance that shrouded almost his entire figure. Unexpectedly, Count Selin, who appeared so honorable and graceful, was a third-level earth swordsman as well. "My father was not a coward, Selin. You're the real coward. Har. You want your daughter to walk out of here alive, then I'll kill her first." With a ferocious smile on his face, Merlin shifted his attention directly at Shelley, who was struck with a panic. "Wizard Merlin, please take her out of here. This is my final request." Count Selin's expression changed as he urged Merlin. On the other hand, Merlin did not budge an inch. He inhaled deeply and said in a calm tone as he glanced toward Merlin, who was gradually approaching him. "I'm truly sorry, Count Selin, that I'm unable to fulfill your final request. I've just traveled an arduous journey from the Kingdom of Light to Prakash City. I'm exhausted. I don't want to escape anymore." Yet disregarding Count Selin's astonishment, Merlin's left hand gently stroked the bell pendant which was hung in front of his chest. He had already decided in his heart. "You..." Merlin looked at Merlin and sneered, "Get out." Swish! Merlin flicked his finger and a group of fireballs immediately blasted in front of Merlin. Merlin's fire-type spell was different from Merlin's fireball. Although they were both zero-level spells, Merlin's fire-type spell focused on extensive killing. Hence, the sea of fire that was released by Merlin covered an extensive area that left Merlin no chance to escape. Frost. There was no point in escaping if it was not a possibility. Merlin had fought with Wizard Jason before, but Merlin realized afterward that Wizard Jason appeared to be slightly distinctive from other spellcasters. Or perhaps he was very different from Merlin, or any other spellcasters from the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Merlin could not tell what the differences were, but it was just a feeling he had after engaging in a face-to-face fight. However, Merlin, who was standing in front of him now, was a true spellcaster, a disciple from a strong spellcasters organization like the Abyss Fort. He was indeed extremely powerful, as his strength greatly exceeded the free wizards, no matter if it was casting spells or constructing spell models. Despite that, Merlin was not frightened to deal with the strongest. On the contrary, he yearned for a chance like this to have a true fight with a real spellcaster. Click! Merlin narrowed his eyes and cast a frost at the sea of flames. Instantaneously, a cold sensation spread across the room and covered an expansive area of flame. Even thick layers of ice crystal formed on the ground. Under the chilling attack, the raging sea of flame gradually died out. Merlin was originally heading forward, but he was stunned that he eventually stopped his footsteps. Now, Merlin finally shifted his attention onto Merlin, and he frowned at the appearance of another spellcaster in this place. However, in his eyes, there was no such thing as moving backward. Chapter 83 Reward I. Chapter 83 Reward I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin made a move, and the fluctuation of wind elements in his body grew intense. Swoosh! In an instant, Merlin's silhouette went out of sight. Merlin was shocked. When he was observing from the distance, he had noticed Merlin's wind-type spell was an incredibly fast speed spell that he yearned to attain. However, being an observer and an opponent was a completely different feeling for Merlin. With such super-fast speed, he lost Merlin's whereabouts in just the blink of an eye. Merlin's entire body tensed up as his mind power spread out to inspect his surrounding closely. Merlin only disappeared within Merlin's field of vision. Merlin was still able to locate his whereabouts using mind power, but the other party was moving too quickly that it was difficult for Merlin to strike a move. Boom! Just as various ideas flooded Merlin's mind, a group of fireballs appeared behind his back. The blistering heat threatened Merlin greatly. Frost. Without any moment of hesitation, Merlin activated the spell model and cast Frost. Within seconds, an intense cold sensation engulfed the scorching heat. Nonetheless, Merlin did not linger. Merlin had no chance of locating Merlin's exact position at all. Let's see how quick you can be. A glimpse of brilliance flashed across Merlin's eyes. Initially, He had wanted to save some magic power for later, but now it seemed that it was pointless in doing so. Releasing just one or two spells alone could not pose any threat to Merlin. Fireball. Merlin's fireball contained a tremendous amount of magic power. In an instant, he released nearly 10 groups of small fireballs simultaneously. He did not check Merlin's specific position, but cast those spells around. Apart from fireball, the magic power Merlin had accumulated for his frost was currently enough for him to release more than a dozen times. Hence, while he cast fireballs, he also released 5 frosts at the same time. Suddenly, several small-sized fireballs shot across the night sky in all directions. An extensive area on the ground experienced coldness and began condensing into ice crystals. It was as if he painted a picture with 2 brushes at the same time. He managed to seal almost all directions, where Merlin could not even escape despite his high speed. Sure enough, Merlin suddenly came to a halt, and his body once again flashed with strong fluctuations of earth elements. Bang, bang, bang. Several walls appeared in front of Merlin. The small fireballs cast by Merlin smashed directly into them. Under the guidance of Merlin's mind power, the fireballs burst into violent explosions. The strength of Merlin's fireballs was inherently stronger than the black-robed old man's. Now, one by one, the fireballs burst into flames. The strong impact caused Merlin's face to turn as pale as a sheet. In addition to the attack of fireballs, Merlin's frosts also gave a great impact. A gush of cold air quickly surrounded the walls, shrouding Merlin, and eventually trapping him inside an ice. Now's the chance. Merlin's eyes lit up at the opportunity. He immediately rushed forward with a desire to cast large fireball on Merlin. Out of the blue, the area surrounding Merlin, who was frozen, rose into a raging flame and turned into a sea of flame within seconds. Under the temptation of high heat, the ice crystals on Merlin's body surface immediately melted into a pool of water. Merlin was about to run out of magic power for his frosts. If Merlin escaped using his terrifying high-speed wind-type spell, then Merlin would completely be at a loss. Moreover, Merlin was a 4-elemental spellcaster, namely wind, fire, earth, as well as darkness types. He had not revealed the darkness type spell, which was unfamiliar to Merlin. Merlin would not have any idea to deal with it once his opponent cast a darkness type spell. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity and not let Merlin escape. Large frost. Merlin did not hesitate even for a second. He activated the remaining magic power and released a large frost. Click. A freezing sensation, which was several times more intense than before, surrounded Merlin's body. Even in the sea of fire, the cold air was not dissipated by the flames. On the contrary, it turned into a thick layer of ice crystals. This layer of ice crystals was several times tougher than the ice crystals formed by the ordinary frost. Hence, even if Merlin utilized all his might to release fire-type spells, it would require some time to get rid of the shackles of frost. Finally, looking at Merlin, who was still struggling and trying to break free from the ice crystals, Merlin's face revealed a smile. So, what if he was a 4-elemental spellcaster, and what if he had killed a first-level spellcaster? Now that Merlin was trapped by Merlin, he was being placed in the same position as Wizard Jason like before. Only one last chance to utilize this. Merlin gently stroked the bell pendant on his chest. Naturally, this was his last resort, his ace in the hole. It was not something he would utilize easily. Once he had used it, the final outcome would be decided. Merlin utilized 10 large fireballs stored in the bell pendant the last time he dealt with Wizard Jason, and the power was terrifying. Even if Wizard Jason had a purely defensive spell scroll, he did not manage to resist the attack. Although there were only 8 large fireballs left, it was enough to take down Merlin. Go now, it's over. Right away, Merlin's mind power extended into the bell pendant, triggering the only 8 large fireballs inside. Suddenly, the bell pendant emitted a dazzling ray of light and violent fluctuation of fire elements. A casting tool. At this moment, the black-robed old man, who had been desperately trying to suppress the spell models in his awareness using mind power, had noticed the bell pendant which was emitting a blinding light in front of Merlin's chest. His expression changed. The fright in his eyes could not be concealed, especially when the horrifying fluctuation of elements was being transmitted. At first glance, the black-robed old man realized that the bell pendant on Merlin's chest was a casting tool, one that was extremely precious for storing spells. There were only a few such casting tools available, and yet many advanced spellcasters were not able to obtain one. The black-robed old man figured out that Merlin was desperately activating a casting tool. Merlin, who was bound by large frosts, must have noticed that too. Obviously, Merlin realized how dangerous his situation was, and finally, his facial expression changed greatly. The fluctuation of fire elements in his body became so intense that flames rose to the sky. It seemed that he did not hesitate to consume a large amount of magic power to break away from this bondage. In addition to releasing fire-type spells, Merlin's body also evoked the fluctuations of dark elements. Then, he released Dark Mist, the spell most dreaded by Merlin. As soon as the spell struck, Merlin lost his sense of direction. He could not hear anything, and the surrounding area turned into pitch black as if he was in a quiet void. This was the effect of Dark Mist. Even mind power was useless in this suffocating silence where one experienced a complete loss of direction. This was a peculiar spell that could make people fall into an illusion. Both the silhouettes of Merlin and Merlin disappeared into thin air. Everyone was completely at a loss. Only a large group of fireballs broke through the dark sky, still shooting forward as if nothing had happened. Chapter 84 Reward AI. Chapter 84 Reward Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Hee. Suddenly, a shrill laughter broke the silence of the night. The black-robed old man, who was originally standing motionless, tried all his might to suppress the agitated spell models inside him and stood up unexpectedly. His deadly stare fell onto the massive fireballs, and an unmistakable excitement washed over his pale face. It seems that this dying old man is still able to contribute. The black-robed old man's body sparkled with bright, violent fluctuation of fire elements. An enormous surge of mind power washed over him as if he had been thrown into a pool of fire elements. There was a kind of frantic air that permeated the night, turning it into a peculiar scene. Disregarding the instability of the spell models in the black-robed old man's awareness, he forcefully activated them to release spells. Swoosh! A group of fireballs appeared out of thin air. With the control of the black-robed old man's mind power, the fireballs shot across the night sky, heading right toward the direction where Merlin had disappeared earlier. Bang! The attack of the black-robed old man was accompanied by a muffled noise. Then, a vague silhouette appeared at the empty space where the fireballs had landed earlier. It was Merlin. Merlin appeared as pale as a sheet. He did not let his guard down although there were several walls around him. protecting him from the black-robed old man's attack of fireballs. On the contrary, he glared right into the open space in front of him as if he had predicted something terrible was going to happen. It was those 8 massive fireballs cast by Merlin earlier, speeding toward his direction. There was nothing but a vast field of emptiness, no sound, no object, and no one. This place resembled a void world. Merlin was trapped in such a place. His mind power spread out to his surrounding frantically, but to no avail. Although he knew that this must be one of the effects from dark mist cast by Merlin, he was unable to break out of it. Merlin had never heard of darkness-type spell, not to mention encountering with one. He estimated that Merlin must be somewhere around him, but he was not able to trace his whereabouts. Finally, Merlin understood why the black-robed old man who had survived the slaughterhouse would be severely wounded under Merlin's dark mist. Bang! Then, a violent collision happened. In an instant, as if a crack had formed in this void world, Merlin saw a glimmer of light. It was the flames. His mind power, which had failed to detect any movement, suddenly regained its capability. Merlin witnessed the panic-stricken look on Merlin's face as well as the raging flames, which surged frantically on the black-robed old man's body due to a total loss of control over the spell models. At this very moment, Merlin felt that he had returned from the void world into the reality. Merlin glanced at the black-robed old man in the distance. He knew that it was only the black-robed old man who could bring him back from the illusion of Merlin's dark mist, because the black-robed old man had just experienced the spell himself. Ignoring the risk of collapsing his own spell models, the black-robed old man still cast Fireball to combat Merlin's dark mist. Naturally, Merlin had to grasp this one-in-a-million opportunity. Boom! Merlin's lips curled into a sneer. With mind power, he controlled 8 massive fireballs and ignited them as they got nearer to Merlin. There were 8 gigantic fireballs. Each of them had an infinite power close to a forcible spell, and now the 8 of them exploded at once. The powerful force was enough to break any kind of defense. Boom, boom, boom. The catastrophic explosion rose and fell like waves. The violent flames swept through a radius of approximately 10 meters around Merlin, turning the whole area into a sea of flames. Soaring flames illuminated the entire castle, and everyone expressed shock. The current raging sea of fire triumphed over the attack of 10,000 arrows over the sky earlier. Beads of perspiration formed on Merlin's face. He puffed and panted, and his left hand gently stroked the bell pendant. Although there was no difference in the appearance of the pendant, Merlin knew clearly that this casting tool had already exhausted its function. The blazing flames melted the snow on the ground. Merlin lifted his foot and found that both his feet were soaked wet all the way through his shoes. The feeling of wet feet was extremely uncomfortable on a cold night like this. However, Merlin was not bothered much. Instead, he focused on the middle of the sea of flames. As time went by, the raging flames gradually calmed down until it was finally extinguished. Merlin's body laid on the ground. His entire body was burned beyond recognition. "Is he dead?" Count Selin asked. He obviously still had not recovered from the shock of the battle. He who had initially sunk into the depths of despair was feeling loss at the situation, which had undergone a major reversal. Merlin appeared as composed as always. He was not really surprised. Even with the possession of a forcible spell scroll, it would not help in the attack of 8 large fireballs, let alone Merlin, who did not have any. Merlin was a genius for elemental spell caster. Otherwise, he would not have been scouted by the core members of the Abyss Fort. Today, Merlin's destiny would have been changed dramatically if he did not possess the bell pendant, a powerful casting tool, or if the black-robed old man had not helped him in destroying Merling's spell. He was definitely a more terrible opponent than the previous wizard Jason. Merlin moved his dampened feet toward Merling's dead body, squatted down, and began fumbling through the corpse. He noticed that the combined force of 8 large fireballs was exceedingly great. In just seconds, the fire burnt Merling's clothes into ashes. At first glance, there was nothing eye-catching on Merling's burnt body. The only thing that caught Merlin's attention was the black ring on Merling's finger. Suddenly, a thought hit Merlin's mind. He was reminded of the ring Old Man Ether passed down to him. Inside the ring was a relatively large space which stored Old Man Ether's spell manual. Hence, Merlin hurriedly removed the ring from Merling's finger, wiped off the dust on its surface, and inspected it carefully in his palm. The ink-black ring reflected faint light in the dimmed fire. Without any hesitation, Merlin focused his mind power on the ring. Boom! Almost instantly, his mind power picked up the ring's feature. Indeed, there's a space within. Merlin was overjoyed. His mind power only roughly scanned the space inside the ring. It was similar to the space inside Old Man Ether's ring, but it seemed more occupied. Merlin did not continue to investigate further but withdrew his mind power. He looked into the distance, and what he saw was an old man who looked rather uncomfortable. Chapter 85 Disappointment I. Chapter 85 Disappointment I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The extreme fluctuation of fire elements on the black-robed old man was getting out of control. Tiny flames appeared on his body from time to time. This was Wizard Hill's most critical moment. The spell models in his body would collapse at the slightest distraction. However, the black-robed old man's mind power greatly exceeded the limit of an entrance-level spellcaster. His nearly peaked mind power even surpassed some first-level spellcasters. It was exactly because of such extraordinary mind power the black-robed old man was able to suppress the spell models from collapsing and survived until now. Wizard Hill, do you need my help? Merlin took the initiative to ask the black-robed old man who appeared unwell. After all, Merlin would have been in a worse situation if the black-robed old man had not risked collapsing his own spell models to interrupt Merlin, who was casting dark mist. In other words, the black-robed old man had saved Merlin's life. After what seemed like forever, Merlin realized that the fluctuation of elements on the black-robed old man's body finally calmed down. Then, the black-robed old man raised his head. His bark-like, dry skin revealed hints of exhaustion as he whispered, "There have been numerous times I thought I would be dead but I didn't. He, Wizard Merlin, you're the one who killed Merlin, so naturally, you've the right to keep any rewards found on the corpse. However, if there are any potions or potion recipes in there, I'm willing to trade them with anything." Naturally, Merlin knew what he meant. It seemed like the black-robed old man also discovered the ring on Merlin, but he was not in the best position to say anything as it was Merlin who killed Merlin. The black-robed old man came forward to Count Selin and said in a hoarse voice, "Count Selin, I'll take my leave now to heal my wounds. But my lord, don't forget what you've promised me." Count Selin, who had now regained his usual majesty, knew the black-robed old man was severely injured. Hence he nodded and replied, "Wizard Hill, go and take a good rest. I'll have someone deliver your way some Zygen flowers as soon as possible." The black-robed old man nodded slightly, then turned and left the castle. Merlin threw a glance at Merling's dead body on the ground. The battle was over and Count Sellen's crisis had also been solved. He tightened his grasp around Merling's ring, now in his palm. He was eager to find out what was stored inside. Therefore, Merlin also approached Count Sellen and said in a relaxed tone, "My lord, Merlin is dead, so there should not be any more danger in the castle. I would like to head back now." Count Sellen's eye was overflowing with kindness and respect when he looked at Merlin. Just moments earlier, during Count Sellen's most despair moment, Merlin reversed their fate by taking down Merling's life, and in turn, saved the entire castle. As a result, Count Sellen would not dare to treat Merlin casually as he did before. "Wizard Merlin, you must be exhausted after this long day. Please go back and take a rest. When things have settled down, I'll personally express my gratitude to you again." Count Sellen was also worn out. In fact, a lot had happened today. Cook was severely injured, and the castle was partially destroyed. All these incidents required time to mend and heal. Merlin nodded at Shelley. This energetic, adorable young girl was rather attractive in Merlin's eyes. Then he turned and took to his heels, his silhouette slowly disappearing into the darkness. "Who's that?" a guard outside the castle asked softly, his eyes staring right ahead at the dark shadow which appeared in the night. "It's me," the dark shadow replied. The guard walked toward the familiar voice. A surprised look appeared on his face as he recognized the owner of the voice. "Master Merlin, you're back. I'll notify Lord Baron at once." As the guard saw Merlin, he relaxed immediately. He knew that Merlin had gone to the Count's castle for the past few days and had not returned since. "There's no need to disturb farther, I can go in myself." Merlin quickly shook his head and called out to the guard. Then he entered the castle alone. The castle was well lit. It was coincidentally dinner time, so as soon as he entered the grand hall, Merlin noticed old Wilson, Baron Palman, big-breasted Madame, and the others at the dining table. "Merlin, Master Merlin." Immediately, all eyes were on him, especially old Wilson and Baron Palman. Their eyes glistened with hints of anticipation. "Merlin, come with me." Old Wilson instantly left the dining table and headed upstairs. Baron Palman also followed behind old Wilson. Merlin knew what old Wilson was on about, hence he nodded at the crowd in the dining room, and then followed closely after his old man to the room upstairs. "Merlin, has Count Sellen's problem came to an end?" Old Wilson asked eagerly, almost right at the moment they entered the room. Baron Palman, who was on the side, also revealed impatience in his eyes. Although Merlin never once told them in detail what kind of trouble Count Sellen had encountered, old Wilson and Baron Palman were sharp enough to understand the importance of the matter. Otherwise, why would a count seek assistance from Merlin? This was closely linked to the matter if they could settle down in Prakash City. So, even if it was dangerous, old Wilson would not refrain Merlin from helping Count Sellen. Merlin looked at Baron Palman and old Wilson, whose faces were warm and earnest, and his lips curled upward into a smile. "Farther, Count Sellen's problem is solved. From now on, we can settle down permanently in Prakash City." Old Wilson and Baron Palman heaved sighs of relief at Merlin's reassuring answer. This meant that they were finally able to start over again, in Prakash City. "All right, Merlin, you need a good rest." Old Wilson noticed the fatigue in Merlin's eyes and quickly left with Baron Palman. Merlin returned to his room. Soon, a maidservant came in with some warm water. At the sight of this young maidservant, Merlin thought of his servant girl, Lucia, from Wilson Castle. However, Lucia did not manage to escape from that disaster which happened in Wilson Castle, where she was killed by Throughout's knight. Merlin dismissed the random thoughts which flooded his mind and silently submerged his body into the warm water in the bathtub. Now, he felt extremely comfortable. After a thorough cleansing, Merlin finally took out the ring he obtained from Merlin. Immediately, utilizing his mind power, he explored the items stored inside the ring. Chapter 86 Disappointment I. Chapter 86 Disappointment Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Almost half of the space inside the ring was filled with numerous strange and eccentric ingredients, many of which Merlin had never seen before. Merlin was not familiar with these ingredients, hence he did not pay much attention to them and continued his search. Soon enough, Merlin discovered a thread-bound book. Swoosh! Using his mind power, Merlin retrieved the book right away. It was a thick notebook with its title written in the Malta language. When Merlin flipped the book open and began reading, his face fell gradually. This thick book was Merlin's handwritten notes. Each time he encountered a difficulty during his cultivation, he would jot down motivation quotes in the notebook. Most of it was records of his hatred for Count Selin. It was clear that he was thinking about returning to Prakash City for revenge at every hour and at every moment. However, in the notebook, Merlin could not locate the spell models that he anticipated nor the mind meditation spell that he needed the most. Merlin's wind-type spell was a speed spell which Merlin longed to obtain. There was also earth-type spell, a pure defensive spell which was extremely helpful to Merlin. After all, both the spells which Merlin currently obtained were not defensive spells, hence it would be unsafe for Merlin when he encountered a powerful spellcaster once again. Darkness-type spell of peculiar effects also piqued Merlin's interest. However, none of these spells were recorded in Merlin's notes. The notebook only contained some of the feelings and thoughts Merlin experienced while practicing these spells. There was no detailed explanation of spell models. Merlin was utterly disappointed. He continued his search through every nook and cranny of the ring, but failed to locate the spell models and mind meditation spell that he wished for. Disappointment filled his heart. Merlin was a member of the Abyss Fort. Initially, Merlin thought that he could locate some spell models or advanced mind meditation spell in Merlin's ring. However, there were only some strange ingredients for potions apart from the unimportant scribbled notes. Merlin suddenly thought of the black-robed old man as he put the ring away. The man seemed to be looking for some potions or potion recipes, so perhaps those ingredients inside the ring might be of use for him. He thought for a moment and decided to pay the black-robed old man a visit tomorrow. This experienced and knowledgeable spellcaster who had survived the slaughterhouse might know the usage of these potion ingredients. All right, stop right here. A horse carriage gradually came to a halt. Merlin alighted from the carriage and noticed a small wooden house. This was the house of the black-robed old man. "Moss, please wait outside." Merlin still preferred to travel in Moss' stable and comfortable carriage. He whispered something to Moss, gently pushed open the rusty iron fence, and walked in. The small wooden house was surrounded by tall trees, but the original green foliage had become bare and looked a bit desolate in the winter. Merlin came up to the wooden house. He removed the top hat rested on his head and knocked softly on the wooden door. Creak! Soon the door was opened ajar, revealing a young maidservant dressed in a gray suit on the other side. Merlin is here to look for Wizard Hill. The maidservant frowned, her face revealed some hesitation. Brief moments later, a hoarse voice came from inside of the house. "Let him in." The maidservant performed a curtsy before inviting Merlin inside. The interior of the house was nice and cozy. The floor was decorated with a light red embroidered rug. The fireplace was burning fiercely, continuously filling the room with comfortable warmth. It was the black-robed old man who had spoken earlier. He was sitting cross-legged by the fireplace. He appeared rather peaceful with his eyes closed. However, Merlin was still able to sense the violent fluctuation of fire elements in him. In other words, the black-robed old man had not stabilized the spell models in his awareness. Wizard Hill, the spell models in your body have not stabilized. Merlin came near the fireplace and sat down face to face with the black-robed old man. The maidservant quickly served him a cup of warm drink and retreated respectfully. It was not a large house. It seemed that there were no one aside from the black-robed old man and his maidservant. The black-robed old man opened his eyes. Exhaustion flushed across his face. It seemed that his effort to suppress the spell models in his body throughout the night was to no avail. His current unstable condition was critical. Like a time bomb, no one knew when it would explode. It's not as easy. Forceful activation of spell models caused the already unstable spell models to be on the brink of collapse. If it wasn't for my strong mind power, perhaps the spell models have long collapsed into nothing. Helplessness washed over the black-robed old man's face, which was as dry as a tree bark. Oh, is there no other solution? Merlin furrowed his eyebrows. He had not expected the black-robed old man to be in such a terrible condition. If he continued the forceful suppression using his mind power, in less than a year, his spell models would eventually collapse. When that happened, the black-robed old man would lose his life despite his great ability. Solution: the black-robed old man indulged himself in a cackle of sneering merriment. Long ago, I found a spellcaster's cultivation note by accident, and later became a spellcaster after following the written methods. However, a free spellcaster like us can't join the spellcasters organization. The only way to upgrade ourselves is by joining the army in order to obtain some spell models or even casting tools. When I was younger, I thought it's better to obtain as many spell models as possible. However, how stable are the spell models in the army? They mostly focus on strength instead of stability. Finally, a problem occurred when I constructed the third spell model. It began to be unstable. If I didn't retrieve the potion recipe by accident and used it to stabilize the spell models, perhaps I've been long killed in the slaughterhouse. The black-robed old man roughly explained the reason for the instability of his spell models. His tone was full of remorse and regret. Merlin felt slightly afraid. Looking at the terrible condition of the black-robed old man right now made him realize that he had to be more cautious in selecting his future spell models. However, Merlin had the help from the Matrix. Its analysis could assist to perfect the construction of spell models in comparison to other spellcasters. As long as he exercised caution in his selection, he would not experience the same result as the black-robed old man. Oh right, Wizard Hill, didn't you mention earlier that potion recipes can be used to stabilize your spell models? Merlin's eyes landed softly onto the black-robed old man as he asked with some doubt and confusion. Chapter 87 Title of Nobility I. Chapter 87 Title of Nobility I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Potions. The black-robed old man glanced at Merlin and nodded before replying, "That's right. The potion recipe I first obtained had some effect on stabilizing the spell models. In fact, that's the reason why I've decided to lend Count Selin my hand. One of the main ingredients in this recipe is Zygen flower, and coincidentally Count Selin have them. However, the ingredients of this potion recipe are hard to come by. Besides, I've been consuming this potion for a long time that it's starting to lose effect on me." The black-robed old man paused for a moment. Merlin knew what the old man wanted to ask, but he shook his head slightly. "There's no potions or potion recipes inside Merlin's ring." The black-robed old man felt rather low. An obvious look of disappointment washed over his face as he ridiculed himself. The greater the excitation, the greater the disappointment. Merlin was a spellcaster from the Abyss Fort, and even he didn't have any potion or potion recipe. "It's only going to be harder for me to find them elsewhere." The black-robed old man only managed to obtain one potion recipe throughout all these years. It showed how precious these potion recipes were. Most of them remained in the hands of spellcasters, organizations, or some powerful spellcasters. It was extremely difficult for a roaming wizard to get hold of these valuable potion recipes. As a matter of fact, not only it was hard to acquire potion recipes, but each spell model, casting tool, scroll, and etc. was not something a roaming wizard could easily possess. Many roaming wizards did not have a high capability. For instance, even an experienced and knowledgeable spellcaster like the black-robed old man was only a 3-elemental spellcaster because he was not part of a spellcaster's organization. Furthermore, he had to endure the pain of having his spell models near the brink of collapse for many years. However, after joining the Abyss Fort for only 5 years, Merlin was already a powerful 4-elemental spellcaster. There was a vast difference between the two. Merlin came to the Kingdom of Black Moon searching for a stronger power that would make him a stronger spellcaster. Hence, the idea of joining a spellcaster's organization slowly grew in his mind. He asked the black-robed old man who would be familiar with spellcasters' organizations, "Wizard Hill, do you have any idea how many spellcasters' organizations are there in the Kingdom of Black Moon? How do we join these organizations?" "Spellcasters' organizations." The black-robed old man glanced at Merlin. Of course, he knew what Merlin was thinking, but he shook his head and said, "I've no idea how many spellcasters' organizations are there, but I do have some understanding about the spellcasters in this area. The Dark Magic region is the nearest from Prakash City, followed by the Abyss Fort, which Merlin was part of. There was also Fire City, Ashes region, and other spellcasters' organizations. Although there are many of them, it's not simple to be accepted into one. In general, these spellcasters' organizations have some unique authenticating object, and only by these objects can they join the spellcasters' organization. There's also another possibility. Some people, like Merlin, was selected and introduced into one through the recommendation by the core members of the spellcasters' organizations. Other than that, it's out of the question." Merlin's heart sank slightly as he listened to the black-robed old man's brief introduction to the spellcasters' organizations. Indeed, there were plenty of spellcasters' organizations, but as the black-robed old man had mentioned earlier, it was difficult to join one. Otherwise, the black-robed old man would have been in one of those spellcasters' organizations after all these years. Looking at Merlin, who appeared disappointed, the black-robed old man cleared his throat and said in a hoarse voice, "Wizard Merlin, you're still young, and you still have lots of time. You've a chance in joining one of these spellcasters' organizations in the future. Merlin could only nod. He collected himself and raised his eyes to meet with the black-robed old man's. Wizard Hill, although there aren't any potion recipes in Merlin's ring, there are indeed numerous potion ingredients. Maybe there's something that you might need. As soon as he finished speaking, Merlin took out some potion ingredients from the ring. Seeing Merlin retrieving numerous potion ingredients, the black-robed old man regained his spirit. Although there were no potion recipes, it was good for him to acquire some useful but difficult-to-find potion ingredients from Merlin's ring. As Merlin laid down the potion ingredients on the ground one after another, a puzzled look came across the black-robed old man's face. Most of the potion ingredients were new to him. In comparison, roaming wizards were evidently less knowledgeable than wizards from spellcasters' organizations. That was because these roaming wizards did not have a clear path that they could take to acquire knowledge aside from learning through accumulated experiences. As a result, it caused a huge gap between them and the wizards from spellcasters' organizations, who learned through a proper system. In the end, the black-robed old man managed to gain some Zygen flowers. The useful part of a Zygen flower was not the petals but its purple stem. Merlin found all the Zygen flowers in the ring and handed them to the black-robed old man. Anyhow, judging from the small amount of Zygen flowers in the ring, it seemed that Merlin was not too bothered about this plant. Wizard Merlin, with these Zygen flowers, I can produce more potions that might be useful in stabilizing my spell models. The black-robed old man received the Zygen flowers and exhorted his maidservant to put them away carefully. Merlin hesitated for a moment, but finally asked, "Wizard Hill, actually, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Oh, Wizard Merlin, don't be polite with me. I'll do anything within my capability." Perhaps the Zygen flowers given by Merlin had satisfied the black-robed old man's needs that he softened his attitude toward Merlin. "The thing is, I'm currently lacking some zero-level spells. Your Earth-type spell was exactly the one I'm looking for. Therefore, I want to use zero-level Frost in exchange for Earth-type spells spell model of your possession. What do you think?" Merlin's gaze remained on the black-robed old man after he had finished speaking. Merlin was utterly disappointed when he did not find any spell model in Merlin's ring, but fortunately, he found that the black-robed old man still had 3 more types of spells, namely Fire-type, Wind-type, and Earth-type spells. Among them, the Fire-type and Wind-type spells were not of any use to Merlin. The black-robed old man's wind-type offensive spell was similar to Old Man Ether's whirlwind, and Merlin did not need these kinds of spells anymore. However, the black-robed old man's earth-type defensive spell, which was similar to Merlin's, was much needed by Merlin. Therefore, after deep thoughts, Merlin proposed to use his Frost's spell model in exchange for the black-robed old man's earth-type spell's spell model. However, all this would only happen after the black-robed old man's nod of approval. Chapter 88 Title of Nobility I. Chapter 88 Title of Nobility Roman II. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. I'm a dying old man, so I don't need any more spells. The black-robed old man replied and shook his head slightly. Merlin's face immediately fell into a great disappointment. Then the black-robed old man smiled and steered the conversation around. I'm a dying man. Even if it's not soon, there's no hope for me in this life to move on any further, so I'll not be needing any more spell models. Wizard Merlin, there's no need for an exchange as I can gift you Earthguard as a present. Merlin was shocked. He looked at the few pieces of white paper handed by the black-robed old man. Those were the sketches of the black-robed old man's Earth Guard. This was a rather common defensive spell among Earth-type spells, and it was also the same one as Merlin's. Perhaps Merlin learned his spells from the Abyss Fort, so the strength and stability of his spells way exceeded the black-robed old man's. The black-robed old man did not forget to remind Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, Earthguard is a spell I learned from the army, so its stability is not the best. If you want to avoid hidden peril in the spell model, you should spend some time and effort into its reconstruction." Merlin nodded in response. He was not worried at all because he had the matrix which could reconstruct more than 10,000 of spell models immediately based on Earthguard's spell model. "Sorry for disturbing, Wizard Hill. Please have a good rest." Merlin stood up and bid goodbye to the black-robed old man. Then the maidservant guided him out of the house. "Moss, return to the castle." Merlin traced his fingers along the few sketches of Earthguard's spell model in his hands. He was really satisfied to have achieved his main objective of the visit. Unfortunately, the only downside was the information regarding spellcasters' organization that the black-robed old man had revealed to him. Merlin knew that the only way he could expand his potential as a spellcaster was by joining in one of the spellcasters' organizations. Merlin alighted from the carriage. He swept his eyes around and noticed several knights guarding outside the castle. Judging by the way they dressed, they seemed to be Count Sellen's knights. Merlin threw another quick glance their way before entering the castle. He noticed a familiar silhouette the moment he entered the Great Hall. "Master Merlin, you're finally back. Commander Cook has been waiting for you for quite a while," the butler whispered as he received Merlin's overcoat and top hat. Merlin realized the person in the hall speaking to old Wilson and Baron Parman was indeed Count Sellen's son, Commander Cook. Although he noticed Count Sellen's knights outside the castle, Merlin had never expected Cook to pay him a visit. After all, Cook was rather arrogant and seemed not particularly fond of Merlin and the black-robed old man. "Commander Cook, Wizard Merlin." There was a complicated look in Cook's gaze when he greeted Merlin. After the complimentary greetings, Merlin asked directly without beating around the bush, "Commander Cook, does this visit mean his lord is in trouble?" Cook had resumed his usual calm self, but Merlin noticed a change in his previous arrogant attitude. It seemed like he was also affected by the decisive battle between Merlin and Merlin. After all, the battle caused a major impact on anyone who had witnessed it, especially the 8 large fireballs released by Merlin in the end. "Wizard Merlin, Father would like to see you. His lord wants to see me." Old Wilson, who appeared as if on cloud 9, laughed aloud at Merlin's puzzled look. "Har har, Merlin, quickly take your leave with Commander Cook. His lord wants to confer you the title of a baron." It seemed like Cook had already revealed the news to old Wilson. Title of a baron. Merlin was surprised. Although he knew Count Sellen would grant him a handsome reward to show his appreciation for saving the entire castle, the conferment of a noble title was too great as a gift. The class ranking in this world was extremely strict. No matter in the Kingdom of Light or in the Kingdom of Black Moon, there was a tremendous gap between aristocrats and commoners. It was arduous for a commoner to become a noble. Old Wilson only received his title of nobility after braving countless dangers in the army for 20 years. That showed that the noble ranks and identities were something difficult to attain. Now, Merlin, who had only recently arrived in Prakash City, the Kingdom of Black Moon, was to be conferred the nobility title of a baron. No wonder old Wilson was overjoyed at the news, as it was a great honor to the entire Wilson family. Merlin nodded in response and quickly went for a change of clothes. Then he followed Cook to the Count's castle. "Har, Wizard Merlin, you came just on time. I was just deciding which territory to reward you." Count Selin displayed a radiance of cheerfulness after his biggest obstacle, Merlin, had been dealt with. His face glowed with health as he appeared full of energy. He even became more affectionate at Merlin's arrival. "My lord." Merlin bowed at Count Selin. He was not too bothered about the territory, but it was the fundamental of a nobleman, after all. His future territory was going to be the base of the Wilson family, hence he had to exercise caution in making his decision. "Wizard Merlin, here's the map. Is there any land that speaks to you?" Count Selin pulled Merlin's hand warmly as he pointed at a massive map. Allowing Merlin to pick his own territory showed the respect and high regard Count Selin had of him. Merlin was also not reckless in making his decision. He studied the few territories on the map closely. After careful selection and pondering, he landed his gaze on the piece of territory nearest to Prakash City. Count Selin understood and nodded at Merlin's choice. "Wizard Merlin, Conchin Town is a great decision. The town has ample population, fertile land, and iron ore resources, which amount to an abundance of taxes yearly." Then, Count Selin made a summary of this territory. Indeed, Merlin had made a good choice. However, he noticed both Count Selin and Cook's faces revealed peculiar smiles, as if they were keeping something from Merlin about this land. Therefore, Merlin asked straightforwardly, "Is there anything wrong with this territory?" "Not really, just that this piece of land used to be Baron Nelson's territory," Count Selin revealed after a brief hesitation. A surprised look washed across Merlin's face. Baron Nelson was Merlin's father, who had been ordered to death by Count Selin. Never did Merlin expected to select Nelson's territory. However, this was indeed the best territory among all to be taken as the Wilson family's base. Merlin was not bothered about Nelson at all, seeing that even Merlin, the last member of the Nelson family, was already deceased. The Nelson family was a history. From now on, Wilson Merlin would be the new master of this territory. Chapter 89 Banquet I. Chapter 89 Banquet I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. What followed was a bunch of cumbersome procedures. The Kingdom of Black Moon was very different from the Kingdom of Light. The Kingdom of Black Moon was made up of more than 10,000 city-states of several sizes. The supreme commander of a city-state had total control within the area, including the conferment of noble titles. In fact, within Prakash City, Count Selin's authority was no different from a king in a small kingdom. Naturally, his wish to confer the title of a baron to a newcomer, more so a mysterious spellcaster, was a matter of great importance. Therefore, the necessary procedures were inevitable. Merlin did not resist but cooperated in the completion of these procedures. After the long process was over, and perhaps to win Merlin over or to show his generosity, Count Selin decided to throw a banquet 3 days later for Merlin and invite all aristocrats in Prakash City. This kind of banquet, especially organized by Count Selin, was beneficial for enhancing Merlin's status. Even if Merlin was not accustomed to these awkward social events, this banquet was essential for the Wilson family if they would like to flourish in Prakash City in the future. Hence, Merlin accepted Count Selin's offer with pleasure, then returned to his castle. Perhaps to cherish the memory of the castle back in Blackwater City, Old Wilson named this new castle as Wilson Castle. The moment he stepped foot into the castle, Merlin noticed the butler shuttling back and forth while giving out orders to the servants to clean up the castle. Master Merlin, oh no, I mean, Lord Baron Old Master Wilson and Old Master Parman are waiting for you in the great hall. The butler came forward to receive Merlin immediately. He could not hide the excitement in his tone. Merlin still felt rather awkward at the strange way his butler had addressed him. However, after giving it some thought, he realized that he was currently a noble with a legitimate rank of a baron. As for Old Wilson and Parman, their nobility titles acquired in the Kingdom of Light lost their function in the Kingdom of Black Moon. In other words, Merlin was the only noble in the entire Wilson family now. Merlin frowned as he pointed at the great number of servants in the castle and asked in confusion, "Butler, what are they doing?" The butler replied respectfully, "Lord Baron, this is an order from Old Master Wilson. He said that the whole castle needs a proper cleanup now that the Wilson family has another noble." After knowing it was Old Wilson's order, Merlin did not comment further. In his opinion, being conferred the noble title of a baron was nothing compared to his possession of a new spell model from the black-robed old man. He went to the great hall and noticed almost all the important figures of the Wilson family and the Parman family. For instance, Old Wilson, Baron Parman, big-breasted Madame Macy, and Avril were present. "Merlin, what did Count Selin said?" Old Wilson blurted out as he could not wait any longer. Baron Parman stood up and said to Merlin, "Baron Merlin, Commander Cook mentioned earlier that Count Selin has invited you over to select a territory. Have you made your decision?" Merlin felt quite helpless that even Baron Parman had started addressing him as a baron. He was surprised that the noble title of a baron could change Old Wilson and the others' attitude toward him completely, and felt that they were no longer as sincere to him as before. Even when Merlin revealed his identity as a spellcaster in Blackwater City, Old Wilson and Baron Parman did not react like how they did now. It seemed like the concept of nobility and rank had already been deeply rooted in their minds, and it was a mindset difficult to reset. Merlin shook his head and replied weakly, "Uncle Parman, I prefer that you still call me Merlin. Count Selin made me choose a territory, and I've selected Conchin Town. I'm going to Conchin Town tomorrow to have a look." Conchin Town. Old Wilson stood up immediately. His face was filled with excitement as he spoke. Conchin Town was directly managed by Count Selin previously. "Merlin, giving you Conchin Town really shows that Count Selin has faith in you." Old Wilson and the others had learned almost everything about the surrounding situation after spending many days in Prakash City. Naturally, they knew some history of Conchin Town. Later in the night, the elated Old Wilson gathered Baron Parman and the others to discuss future family planning, but Merlin was not interested in these matters. Even with the possession of a territory, he planned to pass the management authority to Old Wilson. Merlin rose to his feet, ready to rest upstairs, but his eyes swept past Avril, who had been sitting in the corner in silence. A sudden idea came to his mind, and he smiled at Avril and said, "Count Selin is planning to throw a banquet for me in a few days. Avril, you're coming with me." Avril was obviously surprised. This was the first time Merlin took the initiative to speak to her since Blackwater City, hence she was too startled to respond. On the other hand, Baron Parman and Old Wilson exchanged glances at each other with a smile on their lips. Merlin looked deeply at Avril, who was still stunned, and went straight upstairs. He had no energy to figure out what was going on in the girl's mind. When he got upstairs, Merlin held Earthguard's spell model in his arms. This was the earth-type defensive spell most suitable for Merlin. At present, Merlin only had Fireball and Frost. The former was an offensive spell while the latter was a binding spell. He was lacking a defensive spell. This was extremely dangerous for a spellcaster. If right now Merlin encountered a strong opponent like Merlin, then the heavy arrows would be a fatal threat to him. Merlin was able to protect himself from that, but it did not mean Merlin could too. Hence, now more than ever, he needed defensive spells more urgently than speed spells. Matrix, Store Earth Guard's spell model. Task established. Beep. Spell model is stored successfully. After Merlin stored the spell model using the matrix, he placed the spell model's sketches in front of the candle and quickly burned them into ashes. Although Earthguard's spell model had been stored inside the matrix, Merlin did not command for an analysis. This was mainly because his current mind power was still too weak from supporting 3 spell models. Old Man Etha's beginner mind meditation spell was slow to increase mind power. To enhance his strength quickly, he still needed to look for a more advanced mind meditation spell. The only way to obtain an advanced mind meditation spell was to join a spellcaster's organization. However, Merlin had neither the authenticating object nor extraordinary qualifications. It did not seem that he could join the spellcaster's organization in the near future. Unfortunately, the matrix can only analyze but not create. Otherwise, with the help of the matrix, it's possible to derive a more powerful mind meditation spell according to Old Man Etha's mind meditation spell. Merlin shook his head slightly to dismiss the unrealistic thought in his head. After all, the matrix was only a calculator. No matter how fast and intelligent it could be, it was only a program that operated based on a prior established program. It was not able to create something new out of thin air. The matrix was able to reconstruct based on the prototype of a certain spell model through calculations, which could greatly improve various effects of the spell model. However, it was not able to create a brand new spell model without a foundation. Hence, the matrix was not able to create a new set of mind meditation spell without a base. That was another whole new theory. Perhaps, if Merlin was able to store thousands of various spell models in the matrix, it could then construct some new spell models through data integration of those massive data. However, it had to be supported by massive data. Merlin's current collection only consisted of several spell models, which was simply not enough for massive data integration process. Besides, it was unlikely for Merlin to collect tens of thousands of spell models in the near future. It seems that I still have to find my way into a spellcaster's organization. That's the only way to increase my strength tremendously. Numerous roaming wizards would love to join the spellcasters' organizations, but most of them were never given the chance. Fortunately, Merlin was still very young. He had just become a spellcaster for a few months, and there was still plenty of time for him to come up with a possible solution. Chapter 90 Banquet AI. Chapter 90 Banquet Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The second day, Old Wilson had brought many knights to accompany Merlin to Conchin town. This town was not far from Prakash city. It was only a 2-hour journey. When Merlin and Old Wilson arrived at this place, everything seemed normal in the town. The vendors were yelling as loud as they could on the street. Moreover, there were many products sold there. Rather than a small town, it seemed more like a prosperous small city. Not bad. Count Selin is willing to give you this prosperous territory, huh? With this place, there's hope for our Wilson family to prosper in the future. Old Wilson became more satisfied with this place the more he looked. The flourishing of Conchin Town had exceeded his expectations a lot. The Wilson family will definitely flourish, but not with this territory with true strength. Merlin mumbled softly. Had the Nelson family flourished with this booming territory, the whole family was still eliminated in the end, and their territory was now given to Merlin by Count Selin. Other than saving Count Selin, the reason Merlin had received this territory lied more in his identity as a spellcaster. Spellcasters mostly belonged to spellcaster organizations. Even those roaming wizards were enlisted into the army of the Kingdom of Blackmoon. This army was the army of the royal family, to be exact. Thus, even in the Kingdom of Blackmoon, the power of each city-state was still large. In fact, the strongest military power was still in the hands of the royal family of the Kingdom of Blackmoon. If that was not the case, thousands of city-states would have been in total chaos already. Power was the source of it all. Meanwhile, spellcasters were the ones who held the strongest power. Count Selin naturally would use all methods to make Merlin take his side. The Nelson family is completely gone because they didn't possess a strong force. Merlin was clear of that. The Wilson family had come to such a foreign country, and the fate of his family was all tied to him. As long as he could maintain his powerful ability, Count Selin would continue to take care of the Wilson family. On the contrary, if Merlin died or disappeared, it was afraid that the Wilson family's final fate would not be any better than the Nelson family's. Merlin was not interested in the management of Conchin Town, so he asked Old Wilson to do the job. After that, he returned to Wilson Castle alone. In the winter morning, a persistent rain, mingled with snow, had fallen the whole night, only coming to a stop in the morning. Clouds showed up at the edge of the sky, and strings of golden light pierced the layers of cloud falling upon the ground. Today was a rare sunny day. Doom, doom, doom. A series of knocking sounds came from the door, and a maid in gray shirt called out softly to the house, "Sir Baron, your suit is ready. Come in." A monotonous voice came from the room. The young maid pushed the door open carefully. With her head bowed and hands holding a stack of clothes, she came respectfully near the bed. "Sir Baron, this is the suit for your dinner today. Madam Wilson stayed up all night for it yesterday." The maid was very nervous on the inside. Her breathing was rapid, and she did not even dare to raise her head. "Are you afraid of me?" The monotonous voice transmitted into her ears, rendering the young maid even nervous. This was her first time being so close to the master of Wilson Castle, a young Sir Baron. Even though the servants in the castle said the Baron was kind and friendly, the young maid, who had seen many faces of the nobles, still did not dare to let down her guard. "It's fine. Put down the clothes and go out." Upon hearing the Baron's words, the maid in gray shirt left the Baron's room as if she had been pardoned and ran away. Looking at the back of the maid, Merlin, who stood in front of the mirror, shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. The truth was not only this maid, even Commander Pratt, the butler, and Macy, who had treated Merlin as she wished, had changed their attitude toward Merlin. Merlin felt a wall between him and the others, or should he say, a difference in the status quo. Nice clothes. Merlin had changed into the suit sent by the maid. This was designed by big-breasted Madame herself, and had taken a few days to complete. Even Merlin, who had experience from his past life, also thought that this was an excellent suit. The material and design were not the most important component in making an excellent cloth. The most crucial part was the air it brought upon the wearer. Merlin stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself, who seemed completely different. As compared to before, he appeared less childlike. Although his physique did not change much, his pair of blue eyes gave off a distant air, confidence, elegance, and maturity. Even Merlin himself could not believe in the Merlin in the mirror. The air he carried now was substantially different from when he first arrived in this unfamiliar world. Although his face had not changed, no one could relate the Merlin now and then anymore. Merlin went downstairs and saw old Wilson, Baron Parman, and Macy. When he looked closely, he found someone was missing. He frowned and asked, "Where's Avril?" As soon as he finished speaking, Merlin heard a sound from upstairs. He turned to see Avril with her exquisite dress, holding the edge of her dress lightly and coming down the stairs. Merlin had only taken a few glances at Avril in Blackwater City and thought she had well-defined features. She seemed like a delicate porcelain doll, extremely stunning. However, Avril had dressed up and put on makeup this time. She appeared more mature and ladylike, making Merlin's heart beat fast for her. "Yeah, you look beautiful, let's go." Merlin spoke softly to Avril, and she approached Merlin after a slight hesitation. She held Merlin's arm lightly and walked into the carriage, which was prepared beforehand. Without Merlin's order, Moss already knew their destination today. Thus, he drove the carriage slowly and went in the direction of the Count's castle. In the carriage, Merlin and Avril were sitting together. A nice odor kept coming from Avril's body. Surely, she had used some perfume on herself for the dinner. However, Avril appeared rather nervous. She did not move at all in the carriage and did not dare to look at Merlin. "Don't be nervous. It's just a dinner," Merlin consoled her softly as he took Avril's hand. Avril stiffened slightly but soon relaxed and nodded obediently. Merlin knew Avril's nervousness was slightly relieved. "Sir Baron, we've reached the Count's castle." After a while, Moss brought the carriage slowly to a halt in front of the Count's castle. "Avril, we're here. Let's go." Merlin took Avril's hand and alighted the carriage. Currently, there were already many luxurious carriages outside the Count's castle. Some nobles who wore glamorous outfits were walking into the castle as they exchanged words in a low voice. Merlin frowned. He seemed to see a familiar figure in front of him earlier, but he could not recall who it was. "Merlin, what's wrong?" Avril noticed Merlin's odd expression and asked him softly. "Nothing. Maybe I've got it wrong. All right, the dinner should be starting anytime now. Let's enter first." Merlin shook his head. Without thinking further, he brought Avril and walked into the castle. Chapter 91 Meet Again I. Chapter 91 Meet Again I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The castle was bustling with noise and excitement. Beautifully dressed madams were gathered in groups, discussing which perfume was better or which clothes were more trendy. They were chit-chatting without a moment of pause. Meanwhile, most of the mature aristocrats had acquaintances with them. They gathered together and talked to each other at a low volume. There were many fruits and drinks at the dining table in the castle. The fruits were cut in bite-sized pieces and placed on the plate. The maids were busy about, delivering plates of fruits or drinks to the aristocrats. Count Selin was also speaking to a few middle-aged men in a rather friendly manner. Suddenly, a knight came quickly to Count Selin and said something softly. Count Selin then clapped his hands loudly, and the hall soon fell silent. Count Selin announced loudly, "Everyone, I've organized this dinner today for the sole purpose of congratulating Wilson Merlin, who has recently become a baron in Prakash City. Now Baron Merlin has arrived. As soon as he finished his words, Merlin and Avril strode into the hall under the guidance of the maid. Instantaneously, numerous gazes were focused upon Merlin and Avril. Since Merlin became a spellcaster, he always had an air of elegance about him. Meanwhile, Avril was stunning by nature. She could become the focus of the people anywhere she went. Therefore, when Merlin and Avril strode into the hall, many aristocrats were stunned by the couple. "Sir Count, this is my fiancée, Avril." Merlin brought Avril to meet Count Selin and introduced her. Count Selin simply nodded, then pointed to a middle-aged man in a black coat beside him and introduced him, Baron Merlin. "This is Viscount Raphael." The people who could speak closely to Count Selin were naturally not any ordinary people. A viscount, only a title below a count, must be a person who had a strong influence in the whole Prakash city. Count Selin introduced these people to Merlin to help him truly mingle with the aristocrats in Prakash city. "This is Viscount Shreed. This is Viscount Leslie." Count Selin introduced Merlin to around 6 aristocrats, all viscounts. Merlin also knew that these people were the important people in Prakash city. Maintaining a friendly relationship with them would bring great benefits to the Wilson family as well. Thus, Merlin smiled courteously back at them one by one. These viscounts did not dare to be rude since Count Selin had properly introduced him. Moreover, about Count Selin's incident in the castle, albeit a tight blockade was implemented, some news was still leaked to them. Thus, even though Merlin was simply a baron, not a single viscount would dare to underestimate him. They all tried to be friendly with him so that they could leave a good impression on the strong yet mysterious spellcaster. Merlin was not used to such a complicated social event. After he talked to the people for a while, he walked aside and took some fruits to eat. As compared to Merlin's difficulty to adapt to the situation, Avril was better at these events. She was extremely nervous before, but she was born in a noble's family after all. In Blackwater City, she had participated at least a few official dinners like this. Currently, Avril was pulled aside by some madams and ladies. As she was adored by everyone, the ladies asked her questions without a moment of pause. Sometimes, she would let out a melodious giggle. She appeared to be having fun. Merlin squinted his eyes and scanned the hall. He did not find the black-robed old man in the crowd. After Merlin had visited the old man a few days ago, he had lost all news of the old man. "Baron Merlin, what are you looking for?" Count Selin seemed to have drunk a little. His face was bright red. That was why he went aside to rid himself of the alcohol effect. "Nothing. It's just I didn't see Wizard Hill around. I'm a little worried, that's all." Merlin simply said that. "Wizard Hill?" Count Selin shook his head slightly and said helplessly, "Yesterday, I sent my man to invite Wizard Hill, but his maid said he's still resting. He doesn't want to see anyone." The black-robed old man was a little proud and aloof. Although he was only a roaming wizard, Merlin had always noticed the pride in the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man had never treated non-spellcasters with a good attitude. Even if the old man was well, he would not join dinner like this, not to mention he was injured and recovering at the moment. Farther, Baron Merlin, Commander Cook, had stood beside them since some time ago. Beside him, there was an aristocrat who looked a little chubby. This chubby aristocrat had small eyes and often sparks of light jumped across his eyes. He seemed just like those smart businessmen. Commander Cook pointed at the chubby aristocrat and introduced him to Merlin. Baron Merlin, this is Baron Warren. His territory is at River Light Town, only separated with Baron Merlin's territory, Conchin Town, by a river. The chubby Baron Warren wore a smile all the while, and he bowed slightly to Merlin, with his hat off. After that, he said with a smile, Baron Merlin, we're neighbors. If there's any problem with your territory in the future and you need help, please feel free to tell me. I'll definitely give all my might to aid you. Baron Warren also knew Count Selin thought highly of Merlin currently. Moreover, their territories were right beside each other, so it was necessary to maintain a good relationship with Merlin. Thank you, Baron Warren. Merlin forced a smile and replied Baron Warren, but when he saw the lady standing beside Baron Warren, he was stunned. Your Highness, why are you here? Merlin was surprised. The lady who stood beside Warren was, in fact, Princess Karais of the royal family whom he met during his journey here. Princess Karais, albeit running away quite nonplussed, still carried the pride of a princess then and finally went separate ways with old Wilson's group. Little had he thought that he would meet Princess Karais again under such circumstances. No wonder Merlin had thought he saw a familiar figure outside of the castle. That must have been Princess Karais. Oh Karais, you knew Baron Merlin. Baron Warren shot an odd look at her but soon resumed his previous expression. He smiled at Merlin. Baron Merlin, there's no longer any princess now. After some time, Karais will become a baroness. Following that, Baron Warren held Princess Karais in his arm as if he was close to her. Merlin looked at Princess Karais and saw that she had kept her head lowered all this while, biting her lips and having a dark look. Merlin understood immediately that this princess who was of noble origin had to marry a baron after coming to a foreign country. She must have felt terrible about this and seemed very awkward, especially in front of her acquaintance, Merlin. Thus, Merlin simply nodded to Baron Warren. He then followed Count Selin and walked toward other aristocrats in the hall. Chapter 92 Meet Again A. Chapter 92 Meet Again Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The night was getting darker and the dinner was about to come to an end. Many aristocrats had dived into their luxurious carriage, leaving the castle gradually. Merlin and Avril also approached Count Selin and bid him goodbye. Although Merlin had not drunk a lot, he still felt dizzy and wanted to go back and rest. However, right when he stepped out of the castle, he met Baron Warren and Princess Karais again. Karais did not look so well and she seemed depressed. Her eyes darted all around and did not dare to look at Merlin at all. Meanwhile, Baron Warren was full of smiles. He spoke a few words to Merlin in a friendly manner, then went into the carriage and left hurriedly. Back in the carriage, Avril suddenly asked in a low voice, Merlin, Princess Karais doesn't seem to like Baron Warren a lot. If she's experiencing some issues, can you help her? Merlin was not surprised by her words. Avril was a simple girl. Even after experiencing the danger at Blackwater City and going through a long journey to Prakash City, her thoughts remained simple. Maybe she had noticed Princess Karais's depressed look and was sympathetic toward the princess since they were both citizens of the Kingdom of Light. Merlin held Avril's hand lightly. After this event, Avril no longer disliked Merlin's certain intimate moves. Instead, she rather enjoyed the faint warm feeling in his moves. She has chosen her way. No one can help her. Merlin was not a person full of sympathy. In a foreign country, the Wilson family still needed to recover from the shock they experienced. How could they get themselves into trouble? Avril was also momentarily sympathetic toward the princess. Since Merlin did not promise her and she, too, felt her thoughts were too naive, she did not mention this matter again. Cries, when will we have our wedding? I think it's better to have it earlier. Many people are aiming for the wealth in your royal family. If I can't block them anymore during that time, no one can save you then. In the carriage, Baron Warren no longer wore a smiling face as he had at the dinner. His whole figure appeared dark as he stared sharply at Cries. Cries bit her lips tight, then said dimly, "This is a great matter. I need to discuss it properly with Benin first." A hint of elation flashed across Baron Warren's eyes. He then took hold of Caries's hand lightly and said with a smile, "I'm doing this for your good. Quickly become my wife. The people of your royal family will naturally be my people. At that time, even if other aristocrats have bad intention, they won't dare to do anything." Caries did not speak a word until the carriage arrived in front of a large yard when Caries replied, "All right. I'll get down first and discuss with Benin. I'll properly reply you then." Baron Warren nodded and said, "Good. I'll drop by a few days later." After saying that, Caries went out of the carriage, leaving Baron Warren alone in there as the carriage left slowly. "Your Highness, you're finally back." Just when Caries had returned to her house, she saw a tall man with armor rushing toward Caries hurriedly. "Commander Mance, what's wrong?" Caries frowned. The loyalty of Commander Mance was nothing to be doubtful about. However, he was simply too reckless and made a rash decision. When they arrived in Prakash City, he had caused them many troubles. Commander Mance wore a dark look and appeared to be anxious. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness, come inside and talk. His Highness Prince Benin is also here." After that, Commander Mance brought Princess Caries into the house. Prince Benin was already waiting in the house, but he looked a little pale at the moment. There was a hint of confusion and hopelessness in his gaze. Princess Caries's heart sank and she immediately asked, "Commander Mance, Benin, what happened?" Commander Mance exchanged a glance with Benin, then the former took a step forward. Almost with a trembling voice, he said, "Your Highness, we just received news that 3 days ago, Church of Light has announced the establishment of the Holy Light Empire with the Kingdom of Light as its core. The empire included the Kingdom of Wood, the Kingdom of Seal, and many large and small kingdoms. Philandini was crowned as the first pope of the Holy Light Empire." Boom! Princess Caries felt as if her mind just exploded, revealing a vast emptiness. She simply stared blankly at Commander Mance. Meanwhile, Benin was kneeling on the ground as he cried to Princess Caries, "Sister, our country has fallen." Their country had fallen. The Kingdom of Light no longer exists initially. This news had been announced 3 days ago, but it was a long journey from the Kingdom of Light to the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Thus, this news was only brought to them by some businessmen who were willing to take the risk after 3 days. "Our country has fallen," Caries mumbled to herself. Even though she had known the Kingdom of Light could not escape its horrendous fate, but deep within her heart still existed a slight hope. She imagined that there might be an army that belonged and was loyal to the royal family where they defeated the church's conspiracy and revived the royal family. However, this was, after all, only her imagination. This news only burst the hope bubble in Caries's heart. "Your Highness, what should we do next? That Baron Warren is really cunning. Your Highness, you must not stoop to compromise and marry him," Commander Mance said in detest. He seemed to be discontented with Baron Warren. Prince Benin also stopped crying at this moment. He said softly, "Sister, Commander Mance is right. This Warren is despicable on the surface. He seems to offer us help, but, in fact, he only wants the wealth of our royal family. If you really marry him, then we'll experience much more difficulties in the future." After a long while, Princess Karais raised her head and smiled bitterly at Commander Mance. "The Kingdom of Light no longer exists, and I'm not our princess anymore." Commander Mance wanted to speak, but no words came to him. He was helpless as well. He knew what Karais said was the truth. The Kingdom of Light had been toppled. There was no princesses or princes anymore. After a slight pause, Karais continued, "We're now the people of a fallen nation. On top of that, we're the remaining ones of the royal family. With our wealth, we'll always be noticed by others no matter where we go. Our only way out is to find someone strong enough to protect us." Even Benin could clearly see Warren's intention. "Do you think I can't see that?" Commander Mance and Benin wore a defeated look. They both knew what Karais said was the truth. Currently, they were marked as the remaining ones of the royal family. They would surely be noticed no matter where they went. However, Commander Mance and Benin were still dissatisfied. The former could not help but said, "Princess young Lady Karais, is there no other way at all?" "Other way?" Suddenly, a figure at the dinner flashed across Karais's mind where a thought came to her. As she caressed the dark ring on her finger lightly, she mumbled, "Maybe there's another way." Chapter 93 Token I. Chapter 93 Token I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The carriage slowly came to a stop. Merlin and Avril had reached Wilson Castle. However, just when Merlin stepped into the hall, he found old Wilson, Baron Parman, and the others waking in the hall. Moreover, they wore a serious look and did not say a word. The air was heavy in the hall. "Father, what happened?" Merlin asked quickly when he noticed everyone's odd expressions. Old Wilson stood up hurriedly and said to Merlin, "Problem. Big problem." After saying that, old Wilson and Baron Parman hurriedly went upstairs. Merlin also followed the two upstairs. Judging from old Wilson's look, he supposed the matter must be serious. What exactly happened? Merlin's gaze darted between Baron Parman and old Wilson. At last, it was Baron Parman who came forward and gave him a bitter smile. "Merlin, it's a huge matter. The Kingdom of Light has fallen. We just received news today. 3 days ago, Church of Light has announced the establishment of the Holy Light Empire with the Kingdom of Light as its core. The empire included the Kingdom of Wood, the Kingdom of Seal, and many large and small kingdoms. Philandini is crowned as the first pope of the Holy Light Empire." This news was truly shocking. It was a cataclysm. The falling of the Kingdom of Light meant that the old generation had passed. A new generation was about to dawn. Moreover, the Holy Light Empire did not only consist of the Kingdom of Light. Back then, the influence of Church of Light had spread throughout the Western countries, mainly in the Kingdom of Light. There were only 3 relatively large kingdoms under its influence, namely the Kingdom of Light, the Kingdom of Wood, and the Kingdom of Seal. There were also many large and small kingdoms as well. So many kingdoms were now controlled by Church of Light. On top of that, it had, in the name of Church of Light and God, brought numerous kingdoms together, forming an empire. Simply judging from the area of land, the Holy Light Empire was the largest country after the fall of the Multer Empire 3,600 years ago. The air was a little heavy. Old Wilson wore a serious look and Baron Parman seemed worried. Only Merlin had not changed his expression at all. He simply exclaimed, "The fate of the Kingdom of Light has been decided a long time ago." Since the time Church of Light planned to move, it has been decided. Although Baron Parman had a sense of belonging with the Kingdom of Light, it was not as strong as old Wilson's. He was only worried about the current situation, so he said in a low voice, "The Holy Light Empire has already been established. The ambition of Church of Light is as clear as daylight. If the Church initiates a war toward the Kingdom of Blackman." Before he finished his words, Merlin had interrupted him. Merlin said in a decisive tone, "At least within 10 years, there's no way this will happen. The larger the empire, the more problem it will have to face. Thus, even if Church of Light has its ambition, it still has to stabilize the empire's situation in these 10 years. They won't start a war." Baron Parman nodded his head thoughtfully, then looked at old Wilson. Old Wilson was silent all this while. At this time, he slowly raised his head. Nostalgia filled his gaze. He softly said, "Now, I only want to know when we will ever return to Blackwater City." Old Wilson's words made the air in the room even heavier. Blackwater City was currently ruled by the Holy Light Empire. To return to Blackwater City, they must face a terrifying empire like the Holy Light Empire. Returning to Blackwater City seemed to have become an unreachable dream. Merlin wanted to speak, but no words came to him. At last, he remained silent. Until old Wilson and Baron Parman had gone downstairs, Merlin mumbled to himself, "We'll definitely have the chance to return to Blackwater City. Definitely." After meditating for a while, Merlin had become a little tired. After checking his mind power, the improvement was limited. With this speed, it was afraid that it would take half a year for his mind power to be able to support his third spell model. As for the 2 spell models in his awareness, they were rather stable. Moreover, the increase of magic power was more apparent. Other than the spell, Merlin also persisted in practicing the posture of the second mysterious sculpture. However, after practicing the posture for a month, he still had not found any apparent changes. It seemed that it was impossible to have the same effect as the first posture. He could not rapidly possess a physical attribute comparable to an elemental swordsman. He had to practice it step by step slowly. Just when Merlin was about to rest, the butler's voice rang from outside of the door. "Sir Baron, there's someone like to see you outside the castle. I brought her in here." "Who is it so late in the night?" Merlin frowned. Since he came to Prakash City, except for Count Selin and Wizard Hill, he had not known any other people. It was only today that he got to meet a few aristocrats out of courtesy at the dinner, but there was not many whom he was close to. However, since the butler had already brought her here, Merlin also wanted to know what this was, so he pushed the door open. However, there was no one outside. Only a mysterious person covered in a wide black robe stood there. "Where's the butler?" Merlin's expression darkened. How could the butler bring some unknown person easily into the castle? "Stop looking. The butler has left." The mysterious black-robed person suddenly spoke. Her voice was a crisp female voice. Moreover, Merlin felt that he was familiar with this voice. "You Princess Karais." Merlin squinted his eyes. The mysterious black-robed person had already taken off the head cover of the robe, revealing a beautiful face. It was surprisingly Princess Karais who Merlin met at the dinner today. There were still some dew on Princess Karais's hair. Surely she must have walked a long journey here. On top of that, she came here so late in the night, so there must be an important matter. Therefore, Merlin leaned sideways, letting Princess Karais into his room. In his room, Princess Karais only slightly scanned the place. Then, she said monotonously, There's no more princess now. You can call me Karais. Merlin nodded. She must have received the news that the kingdom of light had fallen as well. Say it. How can I help young Lady Karais so late in the night? Merlin asked Karais while staring at her. Karais bit her lips and organized her words. She then said in a heavy tone, Baron Merlin, the kingdom of light has fallen. We're the remaining ones of the royal family, possessing a large amount of wealth. However, we're in a foreign country. Without the protection of a strong power, Benin and I won't have any good ending. Merlin sized up Karais. It seemed the latter also understood the look. Benin and her situation were, in fact, just like a powerless fat sheep. Anyone could come up and take a bite at them. Reason. Give me a reason that I should help you. After a long pause, Merlin said knowingly. He was not just a benign person. If Karais could give him some benefits that could move him, Merlin would not mind helping her. Chapter 94 Token A. Chapter 94 Token Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Karais naturally knew what Merlin meant, so she pursed her lip and thought for a while. Then she replied softly, If you're willing to help, we'll give you half of our wealth. After that, Karais gawked at Merlin. Merlin's expression did not change. Still looking calm, he shook his head. Not enough. Karais held her fist tightly. Her heaving chest was enough to reveal how nervous she was, but she kept on speaking. We're willing to give you 70% of our wealth. Merlin still replied without emotion, not enough. Karais could no longer hold it in and she let out a low growl. Baron Merlin, do you know how much wealth we have? 70% of our wealth is probably something you don't even dare to imagine. After Karais let out her emotion, she found that Merlin was not affected at all. After a long while, Karais bit her lips tightly, as if she was making a difficult decision. She took a deep breath and said, Other than 70% of our wealth, I'll also stay here and serve you. To the proud Karais, this statement had destroyed her dignity. Soon, the superior princess had to serve a man with her young body just like the lowly maids. Above all things, this man was the person she had never thought highly of. Swish! Princess Karais suddenly took off the black robe, revealing her curvy figure. Merlin squinted his eyes and glanced at Karais. He compared her with the three women with the most exceptional looks he had seen up to now. The one with the most delicate looks was Avril, but her look was too delicate. She seemed just like a porcelain doll and was less feminine. This was probably because Avril was still quite young. Jir had the charms of a mature woman. She was able to seduce people and fueled them with endless desire. Karais also had the charms of a mature woman, but she was surrounded more by a graceful aura. This was something that she had developed in the palace since she was little. It was something normal people could not possess. Merlin could see that Karais was very determined for the sake of the last bloodline of the royal family. Then she was willing to give up the dignity of a princess and begged for Merlin's protection. On top of that, she might have also said the same thing to Baron Warren. However, Merlin did not care at all. No matter how much wealth Karais was offering him, Merlin would not be moved, so he shook his head. Still not enough. Puff. Karais pulled her eyes wide suddenly and her face went pale. At this time, she also understood what he meant. No matter how high a price she was willing to pay, it was not enough to move the man in front of her. Sigh. Karais heaved a long sigh and tried to calm her emotions. However, she did not leave just yet. She looked at Merlin in silence. Merlin frowned. The tone of rejection in his words was already obvious. No matter what Karais offered him, he would not promise her. Lady Karais, I think I have said it clear. I want. Merlin suddenly stopped talking. His gaze stared directly at a black ring on Karais's hand, his expression full of surprise. From this ring, he actually felt a strange feeling as if this ring was extraordinary. Karais caressed the ring lightly and said calmly, "This ring is a token to the dark magic region. With this ring, one can directly join the dark magic region and become a strong spellcaster. I'm not sure if this ring is enough to exchange for your aid." Hiss! Merlin gasped and could not believe it. He wore an odd expression as he asked, "This is a token to the dark magic region?" "That's right. It's a token to the dark magic region, a strong spellcaster organization in the kingdom of Blackmoon." After receiving Karais's definite answer, Merlin finally believed that the ring in Karais's hand was the token to a spellcaster organization he had dreamt to have. Moreover, Merlin had heard about the dark magic region. The black-robed old man had once said that the dark magic region was closest to Prakash City. In fact, Prakash City was under the traditional influence of the dark magic region. Merlin carefully took the ring from Princess Karais's hand. This black ring was extremely light. He did not know what material it was made from. However, there were some tiny runes written on it, forming a strange magic circle. Merlin had read about it on Old Man Ether's spell manual. The origin of spellcasters was so ancient to the point that no one knew when wizards had appeared. Those ancient spellcasters had also left many miraculous tricks other than spells. For example, there were potions, alchemy, runes, and others. Every subject required spellcasters to spend a whole life of energy and time to study. Take the black-robed old man, for example. His spell model was not stable. He relied on some potions to maintain and slightly stabilize his spell models. However, the old man only had one potion formula. He was far from saying that he had studied potions. Only in a spellcaster organization, one could systematically learn and study potions. Alchemy and runes were the same. They were only grasped by some in certain spellcaster organization. Even though Merlin still could not understand the secret behind this black ring, he was certain that it must be an extraordinary thing just from looking at the mysterious runes carved on it, even if it was not a token to the dark magic region. Wizard Hill has seen a lot. Maybe he'll be able to recognize this ring. Merlin decided in his heart that he should find time to visit the old man again. "How is it this ring can allow you to join a spellcaster organization? Can you protect us now?" Karais pursed her lips tightly and asked in a heavy tone. It seemed that this was her trump card. Unless in the last minute, she would not be willing to use this ring. Merlin kept the ring in his pocket and stared at Karais in an unscrupulous way. He gave a faint smile. "Protecting you for no reason, of course not. What do you want?" Karais's face pumped bright red due to her anger, and she shot death glares at Merlin. "However, if you're my woman, things will be different." After that, Merlin held Karais in his arm as his right hand found its way on the delicate fair body. The plump hills on her body were toned and bouncy, creating a beautiful sensation beyond words on his fingertips. Above all, the special odor on Karais crept into Merlin's nose, immediately arousing the young spellcaster's desire. Karais only managed to let out a stifled noise, then she became silent. At that time, only the heavy breathing sounds of those two were left in the room. Chapter 95 Solution I. Chapter 95 Solution I. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Cold wind whistled by outside the house. Feather-like snow had fallen for a whole night, but the room was as warm as spring. Merlin had just woken up from his sleep. He had a fixed schedule every day. In the morning, he would meditate for an hour, but today was a little special. The usually energetic Merlin, in fact, felt a little tired today. He turned around and saw a beautiful face beside him. Her fair arm was still wrapped around Merlin's body tightly. Merlin rubbed his head and pulled the sheets up lightly. At the edge of his sight, he saw the beautiful sight underneath the sheets. Merlin and Karize's clothes were scattered around the room, all over the place. There was even a strange smell in the air. Merlin shook his head slightly. The situation in the room was enough to show how crazy both had been last night. Merlin's body was initially weak, but after a long period of practicing the posture of the mysterious sculpture, his physical attribute had become terrifyingly strong. Merlin's movement had probably disturbed Karize in her deep sleep, so she woke up slowly. Karize wore a calm expression, but her gaze toward Merlin was complicated. She said softly, "Baron Merlin, don't forget what you've promised me." Merlin turned around and came to Karize. With an absolute tone, he said coldly, "Karize, before this, we may still be business partners. After this, you're Wilson Merlin's woman. Your matter is now my matters to attend to." Unknowingly, there was a certain commanding air around Merlin, enough to make others nervous. Karize was no different as she felt the strong male aura from Merlin and listened to his certain, domineering words. In fact, she was stunned because of it. "All right, tell me about the origin of this ring." Merlin let out a faint smile and lightly patted Karize's body. That smooth sensation made Merlin unable to restrain from touching her more. However, Merlin had always restrained himself when it came to this matter. He would not be addicted to it. Thus, when he saw a shy redness crawled onto Karize's face, he took his hand out. Instead, he took that black ring and lightly caressed it. Karize gave a knowing glance to Merlin. She felt a sense of belonging, apparently because of Merlin's determined words, so her tone softened a lot. She was not as cold as she was before. "Uncle Frederick gave that ring to me." Karize appeared to have drowned in her memory. She slowly said, "When Uncle Frederick was young, he has visited many countries. Above all, he has stayed in the kingdom of Black Moon for as long as 10 years. After that, Uncle Frederick returned to the kingdom of Light and became the commander for Firebird Legion. In fact, no one knows that Uncle Frederick has become a strong spellcaster during the 10 years he was in the kingdom of Black Moon. Due to the influence of Church of Light, he did not dare to expose his identity as a spellcaster. Until the ambition of Church of Light was exposed and they initiated coup d'état, Uncle Frederick gave this ring to me in order to cover Benin and my escape from Light City at the last minute. Unfortunately, Benin and I don't have the spellcaster quality." After Karize said that, she shot a knowing look at Merlin. She still had not told him everything, but Merlin had already guessed it. Karize and Benin did not have spellcaster quality. To them, this ring did not bring much effect. Since they were in danger now, only spellcasters could see the value of this ring, and Merlin just happened to be a spellcaster. This was also the true reason Karize dared to meet Merlin. Prince Frederick was in fact a spellcaster. Merlin was very surprised at this fact. Even though he did not spend a long time in the Kingdom of Light, He also knew that Church of Light's punishment toward heresy was absolutely strict. The death of Old Man Ether was a clear evidence. A prince was a spellcaster, the evil heresy the Church had spoken of. To hide his identity right under the Church's nose, Prince Frederick must have had something up his sleeve. Prince Frederick was probably a strong spellcaster who had exceeded Merlin's imagination. However, even such a powerful spellcaster had probably met a terrible end in the end, judging from Kari's tone. "Tell me more about Baron Warren." Merlin kept the ring and asked monotonously. The reason Merlin mentioned Baron Warren was because he felt it was still Kari's first time last night. She was not as close to Baron Warren as she had shown during the dinner. When Merlin mentioned Baron Warren, Kari's shivered slightly but soon calmed down. It was such a strange turn of event. Last night, Kari's still despised Merlin a lot just as she hated Baron Warren. However, she actually began to care about Merlin's feelings now. Thus, when she heard Merlin mentioning Baron Warren, Kari's was a little nervous. She first sneaked a glance at Merlin, then explained herself. "Benin and I came to Prakash City after a long journey. We initially wanted to get far away from the Kingdom of Light. Little did we think that our identity as the royal family is still known by many people. First, I could only reach an agreement with Baron Warren and let him protect us for some time. However, he made things worse by surrounding the place we live. He even said that he's protecting us. In a moment of desperation, I can only promise to marry him and become a baroness after some time. He may think that he'll attain all of the royal family's wealth this way. So he did not hurry to make a move." After hearing Kari's explanation, Merlin gradually understood the whole matter. For the sake of attaining the wealth or marrying an honorable princess like Kari's, Baron Warren had controlled Kari's by threatening and cajoling her. Following that, Kari's met Merlin at the dinner by chance and got to know Merlin's position in Prakash City now. Therefore, she came to Merlin in the middle of the night and offered many generous terms to exchange for Merlin's aid. After asking all the questions, Merlin sat by the bed and watched Kari's got dressed without a word. Even though Merlin had restrained himself in this aspect, watching such an elegant princess like Kari's got dressed was still a rare visual delight. Almost under Merlin's outrageous stare, Kari's had quickly got dressed while biting her lips and her face turned furiously red. After that, Merlin brought Kari's out of his room and went downstairs. "Uncle Pratt." Merlin called for Commander Pratt. The latter did not show any surprise when he saw Merlin and Kari's standing together. Obviously, Commander Pratt had known about Kari's entering Merlin's room last night. "Sir Baron, what can I do for you?" Although Merlin still called him Uncle Pratt, Pratt did not dare to be arrogant. In the whole Wilson castle now, the one with the highest status was Baron Merlin. Merlin replied, "Uncle Pratt, bring 100 knights and accompany Kari's to her place. Bring all members of Firebird Legion to the castle. Along the journey, listen to Kari's orders." Pratt shot a look at Kari's strangely but soon answered respectfully, "Sir Baron, please rest assured that I'll definitely bring Princess Kari's and other members of Firebird Legion back." Kari's showed a hint of worry on her face. Merlin immediately said, "Don't worry. I believe Baron Warren is a smart guy. If Pratt follows you, he'll know what he should choose. If he doesn't let you go, I won't mind going there myself." Although Merlin's tone was calm, a piercing killing aura seemed to stir in his cold voice. The air around Merlin's body even made Pratt, who had experienced killing for a long time, felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 96 Solution A. Chapter 96 Solution Roman 2 Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation Pratt soon brought 100 knights with him and escorted Karais out of Wilson Castle. Pratt was a loyal and courageous warrior. During the few decades he followed Old Wilson, he had experienced countless battles. It could be said that Pratt was the right-hand man of Old Wilson. However, due to his physique, Pratt was still a Furcival elemental swordsman. If he was in Blackwater City, a Furcival elemental swordsman was already seen as a powerful person, but Prakash City was different, where there were Furcival elemental swordsmen everywhere. The truly strong ones were the second-level, third-level, and even fourth-level elemental swordsmen. Uncle Pratt is a dependable person, so is that interesting young knight Yags. They were people whom can be trusted. I should find a time, and let Father teach them the posture of the sculpture. Merlin looked at Pratt's figure and thought to himself. The posture of the sculpture was the most precious wealth Merlin left for the Wilson family. Moreover, this was a serious matter. They could only teach the people whom they trusted the most. Probably since this was a serious matter, Old Wilson had not taught the posture of the sculpture to anyone else until now. Baron Warren's matter was a small issue, so Merlin did not care too much about it. Currently, he cared most about the ring Karais gave him. Was that a token to the dark magic region? Upon thinking of that, Merlin could not wait to go to the black-robed old man's house. Soon, Merlin arrived in front of the wooden house of the black-robed old man and knocked on the door lightly. The one who pushed the door open was still the young maid. This time, she did not stop him as if she had received the old man's instruction. Thus, she let Merlin into the house directly. When Merlin entered the house, he looked around but did not find the old man anywhere. He could not help but frown and asked softly, "Where's Wizard Hill?" The maid answered respectfully, "Wizard Hill is showering now. He'll come out soon." Shower. Merlin wore a strange expression. On top of having a chilly day today, the old man was still in the dangerous period of having his spell model crumbling. How could he have the leisure to shower? Wizard Merlin. Suddenly, the hoarse voice of the old man rang from the side of the room. The old man came out of the room, wearing only a casual gown. There were a few white strands in his hair. Although he still had a lot of wrinkles on his face just like an old tree's skin, his face appeared rosy. It seemed he became more spirited as well. Merlin was surprised when he saw the black-robed old man. The old man did not seem like the person who had wrapped himself in a wide robe, giving off a gloomy and mysterious aura. The old man appeared more like a kind, old man. "Congratulations, Wizard Hill. It seems that your spell model has gradually stabilized." A thought popped into his mind. Merlin immediately knew the reason the old man had the leisure to shower. This was because Merlin could no longer sense the violent elemental aura in the old man's body. This showed that the old man had gradually controlled the spell model in his awareness and had overcome the danger of its destruction. The black-robed old man appeared elated as well. He said with a chuckle, "Thanks to the Zygen flowers Wizard Merlin and Count Selen gave me, I've made a few potions. These potions have barely controlled the spell models, so they are temporarily not in danger now. However, it's impossible to stabilize them completely. I can find other potions that are more effective." As Merlin had expected, the old man had truly kept the spell models in his awareness under control, but it was still too difficult to completely eradicate his trouble completely. The old man had only attained one potion formula in these few decades, enough to show how precious this formula must be. Maybe I have the way to completely eradicate the trouble in Wizard Hill's spell model, Merlin said mysteriously after thinking for a while. Do you have a way? It can't be that you have the potion formula. The old man's expression changed. Agitated, he immediately stood up. With his expectant gaze, he stared closely at Merlin. Merlin shook his head slightly. I don't have the formula. The old man gave a bitter smile and mumbled in a low voice, I was too agitated. How can the formula be attained so easily? Even though I don't have a formula, I have a way to obtain one. Wizard Hill, what do you think this is? Merlin then wore a serious expression. Then he turned his hands over and pulled an ink-black ring from his finger. The ink-black ring appeared mundane, but as soon as the old man had looked at it, he was instantly stunned. Following that, his calmed eyes immediately turned sharp. This is a token from the dark magic region. With a shivering voice, the old man asked unbelievably. Merlin was moved. He brought the ring to let the old man look at it. He needed to figure out if this was a ring from the dark magic region. Little did he expect that the old man had recognized it in just one glance. "Oh, Wizard Hill know of this ring?" too, Merlin inquired in a low voice. "I can't be wrong. No, this must be a token from the dark magic region. When I was in the army then, I have participated in the cruel slaughterhouse. I saw, with my own eyes, that the strong spellcasters from the dark magic region have worn such a ring. The runes circles on it are almost identical to that on your ring. This is a token from the dark magic region." The black-robed old man was worked up. His gaze stared right at the ring in Merlin's hand. Merlin understood the old man's feeling. With this token, he could join a spellcaster organization. This was something the old man had dreamt of for many years. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to do so. After a long while, the old man's emotions gradually calmed down. He took a meaningful glance toward Merlin, then exclaimed with a sigh, "Wizard Merlin, you're so lucky to have a token from the dark magic region. With this ring, you can join the dark magic region and have the chance to become a strong spellcaster." Soon, the old man turned serious and said, "Wizard Merlin, the token from a spellcaster organization is really important. Don't show it to other spellcasters easily. If it was 10 years ago, even I'll be tempted." The old man's words, in fact, made Merlin smiled. How could he not know the importance of this ring? However, since the old man had wished to stabilize the spell model in his body, he did not pose any threat to Merlin at all. Merlin naturally would not care if the old man had any ulterior motives. Chapter 97 Solution AI. Chapter 97 Solution Roman 3. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin kept the ring well. With a black-robed old man's affirmation, Merlin had properly put his heart at rest. It was only that even with the dark magic region's token, Merlin still did not know the exact location of the dark magic region. He still had to ask the old man, "Wizard Hill, do you know where the dark magic region is?" The black-robed old man recalled his memory carefully. After a long while, he raised his head and said without much certainty, "Although many know about these spellcaster organizations, no one knew their exact location. I only heard about it from other spellcasters that the dark magic region is in the Kurdish mountains. It's just that mountain is huge. It goes as long as 1,000 miles. It's hard to find it. Maybe the token you have can provide some help." Kurdish mountains, huh? Merlin carefully muttered the words, then engraved this location deeply in his mind. After he went back, he would find a map and pinpoint the exact direction of that place. Wizard Hill. Merlin raised his head and said to the black-robed old man in a serious manner, "If I join the dark magic region, I'll definitely take note of the potion that can stabilize spell model." The black-robed old man flashed a smile and said, "Hee hee. Thanks to Wizard Merlin's words, maybe an old man like me can live a few years more." The old man was naturally very satisfied that Merlin would make such a promise. His situation was only temporarily stabilized now. Without caution, the spell models would immediately fall apart. Thus, if he wanted to be sure and completely stabilized his spell models, he still had to rely on other miraculous potions. If Merlin joined the dark magic region, this would probably be the old man's only hope. Merlin left the black-robed old man's place and got into Moss' carriage. He thought for a while and initially wanted to check on Pratt and Karise's matter. However, after giving some thoughts, he returned to Wilson Castle and waited for their news. He believed that Pratt could deal with this matter properly. "Sir Baron, Commander Pratt is back." Merlin had already instructed the butler to report to him once Pratt was back. When he came downstairs, other than Pratt, Merlin saw Karise, Benin, and the Thirtleville elemental swordsman, Commander Mance, in the hall. "Baron Merlin." Benin and Commander Mance hurriedly bowed politely to Merlin. It was hard to imagine that these two had looked down upon Merlin a month ago. Now they had to bow in front of Merlin. Merlin nodded without much emotion. It seemed that Benin's flaunting attitude had toned down a lot after experiencing numerous obstacles. He was no longer self-centered, having that insolent attitude as if he was still a prince. "Uncle Pratt, did Baron Warren cause you trouble?" Merlin looked at Pratt and asked. Pratt chuckled. "Hee hee. How does Warren dare to cause us trouble as soon as I said that we're Sir Baron's knights?" Baron Warren immediately retreated. He also said that he'll come to the castle himself and ask for Sir Baron's forgiveness in a few days. After saying that, Pratt wore a disdainful look. In his opinion, it was rare to see how despicable an aristocrat like Baron Warren could be. Merlin, in fact, understood Baron Warren's thought. Although Baron Warren and Merlin had the title of a baron, their social status was totally different. Merlin was the person Count Selin thought most highly of. He was also the mysterious yet strong spellcaster. Even for those powerful viscounts, they would not dare to treat Merlin rudely. How could Baron Warren be an exception? The Nelson family was a great example. In the whole Prakash city, one word from Count Selin was enough to eliminate a family with a long history. Baron Warren was not so stupid as to publicly fight a person Count Selin regarded as important. Smart people can always live longer. A smile crawled onto Merlin's face. Since Baron Warren was so cooperative, Merlin had no need to cause him trouble at all. "Butler, make appropriate arrangements for Benin and Commander Mance's Firebird Legion." Merlin left the arrangements for Benin and Firebird Legion to the butler. Following that, he went back to his room upstairs with Karise. Benin stared at Merlin's back and bit his lips tightly. A complicated expression crawled onto his face. "Young Master Benin, please follow me." Upon hearing the butler's call, Benin was obviously stunned. He just seemed to recall that he was no longer the honorable prince. Merlin moved his body slightly and leaned to the side of the bed. On his left, Karise lied there, exhausted. They had just enjoyed themselves for a while. The marks they left from their crazy moves were scattered all around the room. Karise was already exhausted now and had fallen into a deep slumber. Karais was showing a faint smile in her sleep. She seemed to be at peace. This was very different from the person who had come in front of Merlin to make a trade. At that time, Karais had to bear the responsibility of the whole Firebird Legion and the members of the royal family. She was also constantly under a threat. A woman like her could not show even a sign of vulnerability. It was only natural that she was tired. Now that Benin and the Firebird Legion were completely safe, she could finally let down the heavy burden in her heart. This sleep was probably the most satisfying and relaxing one since she had run away from Light City. Looking at Karais, who went to sleep with a smile, Merlin showed a hint of loneliness instead. Now, he had become a baron in Prakash City and was thought highly of by Count Selin. He had the identity, status, and woman. However, deep in his heart, he felt a sort of emptiness. That was the desire for a higher power and a wider view. Merlin checked his mind power again. There was not much improvement. Old Man Ether's beginner meditation method had a weak effect for him. Unless he meditated for a long time, his mind power could not have any great improvement. Since Fireball and Frost were the best spell models analyzed by the Matrix, the speed of accumulating magic power was also relatively quick. On top of that, they were very stable, so Merlin did not need to worry too much about it. The Earth-step spell Merlin received from the black-robed old man, Earthguard, could not be simulated in his awareness until now because Merlin's mind power was improving too slowly. Not only Merlin's real ability did not improve, but even searching for other spell models had become a luxury. In Prakash City, there was no other spellcaster other than the black-robed old man and Merlin himself. Due to all these factors, Merlin had become more and more agitated. He could not wait any longer to search for the dark magic region. It seems that it's time to explain everything to Father. Merlin touched the ink-black ring on his hands lightly as a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Chapter 98 Waiting Eye. Chapter 98 Waiting Eye. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The wide river Lai surged downward from upstream and flowed past Kanchan town. The heat from the gleaming river gathered on the surface along the coast of River Lai. It was as if the whole of Kanchan town was standing amongst mist. The weather these days had turned slightly warmer, so many people had begun bustling around during the early morning. Some were busy catching fish at River Lai so they could sell the fish for a good price in the morning market of Prakash City. There were also some businessmen who promoted their products from out of town. They were selling some small products they had bought from a faraway place to the simple-minded townsmen. Since Kanchan town was a rather prosperous town, there were many activities going on since early morning. As a result, there were also many arguments occurring as well, making the town seem rather chaotic. However, these days were not the same as before. Since the new Sir Baron had taken over Kanchan town, some nicely dressed knights could be seen patrolling the town very often. Once they found anyone disrupting the order of the town, they would immediately detain the person and beat him to half-death. Although the action of these fierce-looking knights was cruel, it was truly effective. The order of Kanchan town had improved greatly than before. Some businessmen were also willing to buy the local products in Kanchan town and sell to a faraway place. Thus, the whole of Kanchan town had gradually become more prosperous than before. A carriage slowly drove into Kanchan town. A young man with black hair and blue eyes was sitting in the carriage. As he pulled the curtain open, his gaze fell on the people along the streets. Good. The town seems to prosper more than before. It seems father is really good at managing this territory. The person in the carriage was Merlin. He came to Conchen Town to look for old Wilson, and had only checked out Conchen Town along with his journey. In fact, he found that the town had prospered more than before, indicating old Wilson's exceptional management. "Sir Baron, we've arrived at the castle." The carriage came to a halt in front of an ancient castle as Moss spoke to Merlin in a low voice. Merlin walked out of the carriage. He raised his head to take a glance at this ancient town. There were quite a lot of castles in Conchen Town, but old Wilson simply chose a castle that seemed to be more intact to live. Merlin walked into the castle and found the interior arrangement faintly resembled Wilson Castle in Blackwater City. He figured that old Wilson must have asked the people to arrange it this way. In old Wilson's heart, he must have missed the days in Blackwater City. "Merlin." From the castle, a madam who wore the adornment of an aristocrat approached him. Merlin bowed slightly and replied, "Madam, where's father? I would like to see him." She was Macy's mother, big-breasted madam. To manage Conchen Town conveniently, old Wilson had lived in the castle in Conchen Town. Big-breasted madam was also here to take care of old Wilson. "Master is at the yard, practicing his sword. Let me bring you there." Big-breasted madam brought Merlin to the backyard of the castle. Boom! Just when he arrived at the backyard, Merlin felt a scorching presence. Within his sight, it appeared as if everything was engulfed in furious flame. Amongst the flame stood a muscular, tall man who seemed like a little giant. His whole being was giving off a fierce aura, making big-breasted madam extremely uncomfortable. She could only say helplessly, "Master has been like this these few days. Merlin, you should advise him to not practice his sword with all his might." Merlin did not mind big-breasted madam. Instead, his gaze focused slightly and stared at old Wilson's body. Sensing the fierce aura from old Wilson, and the terrifying flame on his body, a hint of elation flashed across Merlin's face. "Third level fire swordsman farther. You've overcome the barrier." Merlin could not help but ask. "Who?" The flame on old Wilson's body immediately disappeared. The fierce aura was also the same, as if everything only happened in Merlin's imagination. "Merlin, that's right. I've overcome the barrier 3 days ago." Old Wilson turned around and saw Merlin and smiled. When old Wilson was in Blackwater City, he was at the brink of a second-level fire swordsman. It was only a matter of time that he overcame the barrier. Thereafter, he had gone through a long journey and he had not trained much on the way. Finally, he had settled down in Prakash City. Therefore, it was only reasonable that old Wilson had overcome the barrier and become a third-level elemental swordsman now. "Congratulations, father." Merlin was happy for old Wilson from the depth of his heart. Initially, he wanted to leave Prakash City and search for the dark magic region, but he was worried about old Wilson, Macy, and the others. Now, old Wilson had become a third-level elemental swordsman. On top of his powerful, gifted strength and the posture of the mysterious sculpture, old Wilson would only get stronger in the future. Even now, he was already comparable to a fourth-level elemental swordsman. Since old Wilson had become stronger, Merlin could finally put his heart at rest. Thus, Merlin became more certain with his intention to search for the dark magic region. Upon thinking that, Merlin could not help but said softly, "Father, I've something I need to discuss with you." Looking at Merlin's serious expression, old Wilson nodded and brought Merlin into his study room. "Merlin, say it." "What's the matter?" old Wilson asked. Merlin hesitated, but his expression turned determined after that. He said in a dignified manner, "Father, I want to leave Prakash City for a while to look for a spellcaster organization." After saying that, Merlin quickly looked at Old Wilson. Old Wilson shot a complicated look at Merlin and did not speak for a long time. The air was heavy. After a long while, Old Wilson heaved a sigh. "I know this day will come. Merlin, you're my pride and the whole Wilson family's pride. You should live in a bigger world, not by my side." Merlin was elated and stood up. He quickly asked, "Does this mean, Father, you've agreed to it?" If Old Wilson had agreed to this, Merlin would arrange for his leave as soon as he could. He would go to the Kurdish mountains and look for the dark magic region at the greatest speed. However, Old Wilson waved his hand suddenly and came in front of Merlin. His face showed a slight hint of hesitation as he said, "You want to search for a stronger power. You want to live freely in a big world." I'm relieved about that. However, the lineage of the Wilson family must remain. I know about the matter between you and Princess Karais. This is a good thing, but you have to accept Avril as well. After a pause, Old Wilson flashed a strange smile and continued, "I'll quickly arrange for your marriage. Until either one of them has given birth to your child who can inherit the Wilson family, I'll let you search for what you desire." This, Merlin was stunned. He had not thought that Old Wilson had known that he would leave. That was why he had such a well-thought plan to ensure the lineage of the Wilson family. To a past aristocrat like Old Wilson, it was of utmost importance to ensure the lineage of the family. Chapter 99 Waiting AI. Chapter 99 Waiting Roman 2. Translator Endless Fantasy Translation Editor Endless Fantasy Translation. The marriage of Baron Wilson Merlin had become the biggest event throughout the decade in Prakash City. All large and minor aristocrats of Prakash City approached Merlin to congratulate him personally. Even those who could not make it due to urgent matters sent their people to wish him. In addition, even Count Selin showed up at Wilson Castle to give his blessing to Baron Merlin and both of his wives. This grand event was a heated discussion for many years. The Matrix Initiate. Beep. The Matrix initiation successful. Please build your mission. Analyze spell model of Earth Guard. Beep. Analysis starting. Merlin was alone in his room as he initiated the analytic and calculating of the Matrix. He began to rebuild Earth Guard, which was an Earth-type spell he had received from the black-robed old man. It had already been more than a year since Merlin married Avril and Karais. There was also good news as both were pregnant for slightly more than 9 months. Over this year, Merlin did not rest as well. He persisted in practicing the posture of the mysterious sculpture. His physical attribute had improved greatly to the point that it was now comparable to a third-level elemental swordsman. However, there seemed to be a large gap between third level and fourth level. It was extremely difficult to overcome the gap. Merlin figured that it would take at least a few years to practice the final posture of the sculpture to greatly improve his physical attribute, thus achieving the standard of a fourth-level elemental swordsman. Merlin was a spell caster. He did not have such high expectations for his physical attribute. To Merlin, it was already strong enough to possess a physical attribute comparable to a third-level elemental swordsman. As for his spells, regardless of fireball or frost, the accumulation of magic power was rather quick. He could almost cast approximately 50 spells without completely exhausting his magic power. The amount of Merlin's magic power was even comparable to the black-robed old man who had accumulated his magic power for a long time. Merlin's spell model had a crucial effect on this matter. The limit of a spell model was about 30 to 40 times. Since the black-robed old man's spell model was obtained from the army and was very unstable, it was only limited to 40 casts at once. Merlin's magic power now was no weaker than that of the black-robed old man. This was the effect of an excellent spell model. Except for the speed of magic power accumulation, Merlin's mind power also improved. Although the improvement was slow, there should be no problem for him to support 3 spell models now. Therefore, Merlin had allowed the Matrix to analyze his Earth-type spell, Earth Guard. He was ready to simulate the 3rd spell model in his awareness. Beep. Analysis ended. A total of 87,651 spell models are obtained. The Matrix had obtained a result of more than 80,000 spell models, as compared to the previous spell models where the first was 180,000 and the second was 120,000. This seemed to be much lesser. However, Merlin had already obtained a conclusion. The analysis of the Matrix was based on data. Since there were many spell models for Fireball back then, it was only natural that the Matrix could analyze so many spell models with these as references. The Frost also had a few spell models as a reference, so more than 120,000 spell models could be obtained. However, he only received 1 spell model for Earth Guard from the black-robed old man. The decline in date naturally decreased the number of spell models analyzed by the Matrix. Following that, Merlin once again chose the most stable and powerful spell model amongst the 80,000 spell models. After witnessing the black-robed old man's situation, Merlin was determined to choose the most stable spell model even if it was not powerful. If this was not the case, it would be disastrous should the spell model become unstable. After choosing the spell model, the last step was simulating the spell model in his awareness. This step was not dangerous. As long as he had enough mind power, there was no problem simulating the spell model in his awareness. Boom! After spending a few hours simulating Earth Guard in his awareness, Merlin suddenly sensed countless yellowish spots of light around him. The spots were absorbed into the spell model gradually and made the whole spell model seem heavy. Merlin knew that these yellowish spots of light were the earth elements. Once the earth elements had accumulated to a certain extent, Merlin could cast Earth Guard. With a defensive spell like Earth Guard, Merlin did not need to fear the attack of crossbow archers. Back then, when Merlin faced the attack of thousands of crossbow arrows in Count Selen's castle, he only used Earth Guard to block the attack. This was sufficient to prove the strength of the spell. Although Merlin had received the spell from the black-robed old man, the spell model created through the analysis from the Matrix was far better than that of the old man's in terms of stability and power. Even the excellent Earth Guard that Merlin learned from the Abyss fought was slightly inferior to the spell model Merlin had acquired through the Matrix analysis. Merlin heaved a sigh of relief. He sensed the spell models in his awareness, and he could not help but brim with smiles. The presence of 3 spell models indicated that if Merlin had enough mind power while also possessing a forcible spell model that corresponded with the 3 spell models, he could begin to build a forcible spell model. Once he succeeded in doing so, Merlin could become a strong forcible spellcaster. The spell manual of Old Man Ether once mentioned that only a forcible spellcaster could be counted as a true spellcaster. To become a forcible spellcaster was to become a whole new person compared to a normie. Even his lifespan would be extended. Some strong forcible spellcasters could live up to 200 years. This was a long lifespan that normies could not even imagine to have. The third spell model was slowly accumulating magic power, and Merlin still wanted to test its power, but a series of urgent footsteps was heard outside the door. "Sir Baron." Merlin stood up and opened the door. It was the butler, who appeared anxious. "Quick, Lady Karise is in labor." "Sir Baron, please get there as quickly as you can," the butler said in a rush. "In labor?" Merlin was startled, then he was filled with indescribable happiness. If he counted the time, it was about time for Karise and Avril to be in labor, since they were pregnant for more than 9 months. Thus, Merlin did not have the chance to test the power of Earthguard, as he immediately followed the butler to Karise's room quickly. End Vol 1 Part 2.